Cultural Materialism. The Struggle for a Science of Culture. First edition. I am very grateful to the following people for helping to bring this book through the trauma of publication: Virginia Brown, Jason Epstein, Brian Ferguson, Madeline Harris, Nancy Inglis, Sima Kraus. Cultural materialism is the strategy one have found to be most effective in my attempt to understand the causes of differences and similarities among societies and cultures. It is based on the simple premise that human social life is a response to the practical problems of earthly existence. I hope to show in this book that cultural materialism leads to better scientific theories about the causes of socio-cultural phenomena than any of the rival strategies that are currently available. One do not claim that it is a perfect strategy, but merely that it is more effective than the alternatives. In its commitment to the rules of scientific method, cultural materialism opposes strategies that deny the legitimacy or the feasibility of scientific accounts of human behavior. For example, humanist claims that there is no determinism in human affairs, and it opposes the currently popular attribution of the malaise of industrial society to too much rather than too little science. Cultural materialism, with its emphasis upon the encounter between womb and belly and earth and water, also opposes numerous strategies that set forth from words, ideas, high moral values, and aesthetic and religious beliefs to understand the everyday events of ordinary human life. Aligned in this regard with the teachings of Karl Marx, cultural materialism nonetheless stands apart from the Marx-Engels-Lenin strategy of dialectical materialism. Condemned by dialectical materialists as vulgar materialists or mechanical materialists, cultural materialists seek to improve Marx's original strategy by dropping the Hegelian notion that all systems evolve through a dialectic of contradictory negations and by adding reproductive pressure and ecological variables to the conjunction of material conditions studied by Marxist-Leninists. Although significant numbers of anthropologists have adopted the cultural materialist strategy, most of my colleagues continue to prefer one of several available alternatives. The most popular of these denies the need to have a definite strategy at all. This I call the strategy of eclecticism. Eclectics argue that the strategic commitments of cultural materialism or any of the other self-identified strategies such as dialectical materialism or structuralism prematurely close off possible sources of understanding. To be an eclectic is to insist that all research straight geese may be relevant to the solution of some puzzles and that it cannot be foretold which strategies will be most productive in any given case. Eclecticism presents itself as the defender of the open mind. Yet eclecticism represents as much of a closed strategic commitment as any of its rivals. To uphold all options indefinitely is to take a definite strategic position. Moreover, it is not a conspicuously open-minded attitude to insist a priori that better scientific theories will result from the use of more than one strategy per problem. This claim actually happens to be wrong. It is not eclecticism but the clash of strategic options, eclecticism among them, that is the guarantor of an open mind. In arguing for the superiority of cultural materialism, therefore, I have no intention of advocating the annihilation of rival strategies. I insist only that the systematic comparison of alternative strategies is an integral part of the scientific enterprise. Eclecticism reigns triumphant because it seems no more than common sense that there must be a little bit of truth in each of the rival isms, and that none can contain the whole truth. I disagree, however, that it is common sense to abandon the quest for the possibility of larger truths in order to settle for the certainty of smaller ones. I also disagree that it is common sense to suppose that the alternative straight geese are equally well endowed with truth and nonsense. No strategy has the whole truth, but the whole truth is not the sum of all strategies. Although one did not invent cultural materialism, I am responsible for giving it its name, in the rise of anthropological theory. Let me explain why I chose these two words and not some others. By the mid-1960s many colleagues shared my conviction that as long as anthropologists underestimated the importance of Karl Marx, there could be no science of human society. Marx had come closest in the 19th century to being the Darwin of the social sciences. Like Darwin, Marx showed that phenomena previously regarded as inscrutable or as a direct emanation of deity could be brought down to earth and understood in terms of lawful scientific principles. Marx did this by proposing that the production of the material means of subsistence forms the foundation upon which state institutions, the legal conceptions, the art 11, and even the religious ideas of the people concerned have evolved, and in the light of which these things must therefore be explained instead of vice versa as has hitherto been the case, cp 141. The materialism in cultural materialism is therefore intended as an acknowledgement of the debt owed to Marx's formulation of the determining influence of production and other material processes. Now one am aware that a strategy which calls itself materialism runs a special risk of being dismissed by the general public as well as by the academic professorate. Materialism is a dirty word among the young, who aspire to be idealistic in their thought and behavior. Materialism is what happens to you when you abandon your ideals and sell out. Never mind that the more money people make, the more likely they are to think of themselves as idealists. But cultural materialists have idealistic motives just like everyone else. And as for pure, unselfish devotion to humankind, rightly or wrongly, a large segment of world opinion today ranks Marx as the equal or superior of Jesus Christ. Needless to say, the technical distinction between cultural materialism and idealism has nothing to do with such invidious comparisons. It refers exclusively to the problem of how one proposes to account for socio-cultural differences and similarities. Despite the negative images the word materialism evokes, one would be intellectually dishonest not to use it. It was also obvious when I began to write the Rise of Anthropology Cal theory in 1965 that a genuine science of society would not develop, Marx or no Marx, as long as Marxist-Leninists, and other social scientists, continued to avoid or ignore the facts and theories of modern anthropology. Marx's strategic assumptions, like Darwin's, are burdened with 19th-century philosophical concepts which reduce their plausibility and usefulness for 20th-century anthropologists. Because Marx's materialism is wedded to Hegel's notion of dialectical contradictions, Engels gave it the name dialectical materialism. Under Lenin, the dialectical tail was made to wag the materialist dog. Marxism-Leninism came to represent the triumph of dialectics over the objective and empirical aspects of Marx's scientific materialism. Cultural materialism is a non-Hegelian strategy whose epistemological assumptions are rooted in the philosophical traditions of David Hume and the British empiricists' assumptions that led to Darwin, Spencer, Tyler, Morgan, Fraser, Boas, and the birth of anthropology as an academic discipline. Yet cultural materialism is not a monistic or mechanical alternative to dialectics. Rather, it is concerned with SYS 12. Temic interactions between thought and behavior, with conflicts as well as harmonies, continuities and discontinuities, gradual and revolutionary change, adaptation and maladaptation, function and dysfunction, positive and negative feedback. To drop the word dialectical is not to drop any of these interests, it is simply to insist that they must be pursued under empirical and operational auspices rather than as adjunct to a political program or as an attempt to express one's persona. Now for the cultural part of cultural materialism. The word cultural comes to the fore because the material causes of socio-cultural phenomena differ from those which pertain strictly to inorganic or organic determinisms. Cultural materialism, for example, stands opposed to biological reductionist materialism such as those embodied in racial, socio-biological, or ethological explanations of cultural differences and similarities. And the term cultural conveys more adequately than such alternatives as historical or sociological the fact that the phenomena to be explained are human, synchronic as well as diachronic, and prehistoric as well as historic. Cultural also draws attention to the fact that the strategy in question is a distinctive product of anthropology and its subfields, that it is a synthesis which seeks to transcend disciplinary, ethnic, and national boundaries. The task of cultural materialism is to create a pan-human science of society whose findings can be accepted on logical and evidentiary grounds by the pan-human community. In view of increasing national, ethnic, and class interests in subordinating science to politics and to short-term sectarian benefits, one must confess that the prospects for a pan-human science of society appear dimmer today than at any time since the 18th century. One cannot therefore appeal to the reader to follow my brief for cultural materialism in the name of jubilant enlightenment. I make no utopian claims. I merely ask all those who fear the onset of a new dark age to join together to strengthen the barriers against mystification and obscurantism in contemporary social science. 9. There are two parts to the description and evaluation of a research strategy, and hence there are two parts to this book. First, there is the task of describing and evaluating the basic features of that strategy. And then there is the task of describing and evaluating the strategic alternatives. In Part I, therefore, one attempt to set forth the epistemological and theoretical principles underlying the construction of cultural materialist theories. And I also attempt to outline a broad set of interpenetrating theories in order to show the actual or potential scope and degree of coherence of cultural materialism's theoretical corpus. Part II, on the other hand, deals with alternative strategies. Both parts are necessary because intelligent descriptions and evaluations require us to say not only why we are for something but also why we are against what it is not. Research strategies and the structure of science. Cultural materialism is or aspires to be a scientific research strategy. This means that cultural materialists must be able to provide general criteria for distinguishing science from other ways of gaining knowledge and for distinguishing one research strategy from another. I want to make these criteria explicit, not only for the sake of defining cultural materialism but also for the sake of comparing cultural materialism with those alternative strategies that likewise claim to be scientific strategies. We need to know the general rules of the scientific method. Then we can go on to define what a research strategy is and to compare one with another in order to see which one best fulfills the requirements for achieving scientific knowledge about human social life. The definition of science and the definition of research strategies therefore are basic ingredients in the epistemology of cultural materialism. Other ways of knowing before proceeding to the question of WHAT distinguishes science from OTHE are ways of knowing. Let me clarify my attitude toward non-scientific research strategies. One believe that science is a superior way for human beings to obtain knowledge about the world in which we live. But one readily admit that there are domains of experience the knowledge of which cannot be achieved by adherence to the rules of the scientific method. 1. I am thinking of the ecstatic knowledge of mystics and saints, the visions and hallucinations of drug users and of schizophrenics, and the aesthetic and moral insights of artists, poets, and musicians. One does not obtain knowledge of God and flaming cherubim or of the beauty of a Beethoven quartet by applying the rules of the scientific method to sunsets or by studying the sound waves produced by bows drawn over taut strings. Science does not dispute the authenticity of aesthetic knowledge. Moreover, one can readily subscribe to the popular belief that science and religion need not conflict. But one proviso must be kept in mind. Science does not dispute the doctrines of revealed religions as long as they are not used to cast doubt on the authenticity of the knowledge science itself has achieved. For example, there is no conflict between biological and theological versions of the origin of species as long as the Bible is regarded as metaphor. But if fundamentalists insist that the revealed word is more authentic than science as a source of information about evolution, then the lines of a battle are necessarily drawn. Narrow inductionism. Early in the 16th century, Francis Bacon proposed that science consisted in the elevation of the authority of experiment and observation over that of reason, intuition, and convention. Bacon thought that as more and more reliable and precise particular facts accumulate, they can be classified and generalized, resulting in an ever-expanding hierarchy of useful axioms. This is what he meant by induction. In the Novum Organum, New System, Bacon wrote, "But then and then only, may we hope well of the sciences, when in a just scale of ascent, and by successive steps not interrupted or broken, we rise from particulars to lesser axioms, and then to middle axioms, one above the other, and last of all to the most general." Bacon, 1875:97. Although many people today continue to regard the collection of facts and their arrangement by induction into theories as the heart of the scientific method, Bacon's conception of what facts and theories are and of the relationship between them was hopelessly unrealistic even in his own time. The most important early scientific discoveries, such as those made by Galileo about the movement of the Earth, by Kepler about the elliptical shape of planetary orbits, and later by Newton about the force of gravity, could never have been made if Bacon's rules had prevailed. Determined to avoid all premature speculations, Bacon proposed that data gathering be carried out by illiterate assistants with no interest in whether an experiment turned out one way or another. Plain facts, properly arranged, would automatically lead to certain knowledge of the universe. Nothing could be more misrepresentative of the actual problem-solving techniques of the scientific method. That plain facts do not speak for themselves is evident from Bacon's own acceptance of the errors contained in what appeared to be the plainest of facts. For Bacon, that the earth did not move was a fact because it could be seen not to move, and for Bacon it was a fact that life was being spontaneously generated because maggots always developed in putrid flesh and frogs appeared after every rain. What is clear is that the great breakthroughs of a Newton, Darwin, or Marx could never have been achieved solely on the basis of Baconian fact-gathering. Facts are always unreliable without theories that guide their collection and that distinguish between superficial and significant appearances. Nonetheless, we should not forget that theories are equally meaningless without facts. Bacon's emphasis upon fact-gathering was an important departure in its day. The inductive model of science was intended as a corrective to the subordination of inquiry to Aristotelian intuitions and as a condemnation of those who would test theories by appeal to political religious dogmas and doctrines. Bacon's was an age in which people argued about the number of angels on the head of a pin and in which learned men could dismiss Galileo's discovery of Jupiter's moons because it contradicted established theories and principles. As argued by the astronomer Francesco Sizzi, the satellites Jupiter's moons are invisible to the naked eye and therefore can have no influence on the Earth and therefore would be useless and therefore do not exist, quoted in Hamkel, 1965:48. Faced with this flight of fancy, who can blame Francis Bacon for warning that knowledge should not be supplied with wings, but rather hung with weights, to keep it from leaping and flying? Bacon, 1875:97. The inductive-deductive balance. As a philosophical theory about scientific knowledge, Baconian inductionism had always been confronted with opposing philosophical theories that assert the priority of imaginative theory over facts, of deduction over induction. René Descartes, for example, with his search for certainty through the deduction "I think, therefore I am," viewed his work as a corrective to Bacon's. Both Bacon and Descartes can be associated with extensive philosophical lineages, the empiricists and positivists on the one hand, and the Cartesians and rationalists on the other. It is important to separate the work of these philosophers from that of individuals who have faced the task of actually formulating substantive scientific theories. In the actual history of the physical, natural, and social sciences, neither the inductive nor the deductive mode of thought has ever been pursued exclusively. Pure Baconian inductionists have been as rare as Cartesian realists. In the second edition of his Principia, Newton, for example, master of mathematical leaping and flying, declared, "Hypotheses non fingo, I offer no hypotheses," while Charles Darwin, exasperated by the failure of 20 years of fact-gathering to convince his critics, finally had to admit that when we descend to details, we can prove that no one species has changed, nor can we prove that the supposed changes are beneficial, which is the groundwork of the theory, cited in Hull, 1973-32. Science has always consisted of an interplay between induction and deduction, between empiricism and rationalism. Any attempt to draw the line on one side or the other conflicts with actual scientific practice. The main function of these alternatives besides giving jobs to philosophers has been to provide ammunition for shooting down someone's theories or building up one's own. One's rivals have overindulged themselves with speculative, metaphysical assumptions, or they have been obsessed with superficial empirical appearances, depending on which particular moment in the interplay one chooses to emphasize. As Gerald Holton has shown, the young Einstein was an admirer of the positivist empiricist Ernst Mach, because Mach had objected to the unexamined, metaphysical, theory-laden content of the classical concepts of space, time, and force. Mach at first approved of relativity theory, and Einstein wrote to him saying that his approval was a source of enormous pleasure / but Mach denounced Einstein's later work as being too metaphysical, while Einstein attempted to fend off his critics by emphasizing the importance of deductive mathematical reasoning for the development of theory. Coming from skeptical empiricism of somewhat the kind of Mach's, I was made, by the problem of gravitation, into a believing rationalist, that is, one who seeks the only trustworthy source of truth in mathematical simplicity, cited in Holton, 1973:241. Research Strategies and the Structure of Science G. Hume's Empiricism. THEMOSTIMPORTANT source of modern-day empiricism and positivism is not Francis Bacon but rather the 18th-century British philosopher David Hume. In his An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, Hume drew a distinction between the knowledge that can be obtained about the relationships between logical propositions and knowledge about the relationships between empirical facts. Logical propositions such as those encountered in mathematics can be shown to be certainly true by the exercise of reason. But mere reason or intuition can never establish the relationships between matters of fact. The reason for this is that logically, the contrary of every matter of fact is possible, and the mind never encounters any fundamental obstacle in the way of conceiving it to be possible. That the sun will not rise tomorrow is no less intelligible a proposition, and implies no more contradiction than the affirmation that it will rise. We should in vain therefore attempt to demonstrate its falseness. Hume 1955 1748.40. Observation and experience thus become essential for understanding the relationship between non-mathematical facts. In this regard Hume did not differ from Bacon. All conjunctions of events being equally logical, in vain, therefore, should we pretend to determine any single event, or infer any cause or effect, without the assistance of observation and experience, Ibid 44. But it was in his understanding of the limits of induction that Hume made his most important contribution to the philosophy of science. 10. Ever since the publication of A Treatise of Human Nature, 1739, empiricists have recognized that induction cannot lead to generalizations or laws which possess certainty. Hume pointed out that all inductive generalizations about cause and effect are merely based on the observation of a recurrent conjunction between events. This conjunction can never be shown to be necessary in some absolutely certain sense, since it can never be demonstrated that events previously conjoined and interpreted as cause and effects must in all future instances be so conjoined. Hume, I should like to emphasize, advanced this critique of induction not as a point against empiricism but as an argument against the claim that rationalists could achieve certainty on the basis of deductions from a priori principles. Hume argued that if the very idea of causal relationships was merely a human psychological consequence of the conjunction between events, then one had to doubt all deductive a priori notions of necessity as well. Hume's remedy for the lack of certainty in scientific knowledge based on induction was not rationalism, or mysticism, but insistence that empirical verification of constant conjunctions was the best way to acquire knowledge about the world, even if the future recurrence of such regularities had to be taken on faith and could never yield certain knowledge. Philosophers belonging to diverse schools quickly seized on Hume's appeal to faith as a compromise fatal to his empiricist program. But Hume never doubted that science was a way of knowing that was superior to the superstitious and dogmatic systems that had previously dominated the human intellect. Hume's tough anti-metaphysical credo was the direct inspiration for the extreme forms of positivism of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. If we take in our hand any volume of divinity or school of metaphysics, for instance, let us ask, does it contain any abstract reasoning concerning quantity or number? No. Does it contain any experimental reasoning concerning matters of fact and existence? No. Commit it then to the flames, for it can contain nothing but sophistry and illusion. Cited in Air, 1959:10. It should be clear from what I have already said about alternative ways of knowing that I do not endorse the arrogant dismissal of non-scientific knowledge to which Hume seemed to be inclined and of which the 20th century logical positivists have been accused. Research Strategies and the Structure of Science 11. Sup. 1977. Nonetheless, as a cultural materialist, I do subscribe to Hume's basic intention of separating knowledge gained by the interplay of reason and controlled observation from knowledge gained by undisciplined experience, inspiration, or revelation. Who needs certainty? Anti-empiricists belonging to diverse schools have treated Hume's critique of induction as if it were the exposed jugular of the empiricist definition of science. Induction can never yield certainty. But certainty is a crucial issue only to people, mainly philosophers, whose minds are enthralled by metaphysical cravings for absolute truths. Hume's critique of induction was never much of an obstacle to the scientists who were responsible for the great theoretical advances of the 19th century, and the whole issue became a dead horse as far as practice is concerned when the notion of certainty was replaced by statistical measures of probability. In the words of Karl Pearson, I-937 I-892-83, one of the founders of the discipline of mathematical statistics, the provable is the probably. Proof is the demonstration of overwhelming probability. After Hume, science could no longer be considered a distinctive way of knowing because it alone among ways of knowing can achieve certainty. Rather, it is a distinctive way of knowing because it claims to be able to distinguish between different degrees of uncertainty. In judging scientific theories, one does not inquire which theory leads to accurate predictions in all instances, but rather which theories lead to accurate predictions in more instances. Failure to achieve complete predictability does not invalidate a scientific theory, it merely constitutes an invitation to do better. Positivism. Defined positivism is the name which the 19th century social philosopher Auguste Comte gave to the scientific way of knowing. Like Hume, Comte wanted science to transcend feudal debates about metaphysical concepts such as God, the soul, and eternal essences. He believed that the human mind and its reflection in history had passed through two previous stages of development, the theological and meta-physical. Now the age of science was dawning. It was to be a positivistic age because thought and action would be based only on well-tested, systematized, positive knowledge. Much of the critical abuse to which positivistic approaches in the social sciences are now being subjected arises from the failure to distinguish positivism and empiricism from narrow inductionism. Claude L. Pound-6 Strauss, for example, uses the word empiricism as an epithet cp 213, but of the many errors of thought that can be found in the work of Auguste Comte, narrow inductionism is definitely not one. In Comte's words, no real observation of any kind of phenomena is possible which is not initially guided and finally interpreted by some kind of theory. 1830-42, 4.418. Who better fulfills the image of a 19th century empirical scientist than Charles Darwin? Yet Darwin no less than Comte understood the futility of doing research in the absence of explicit hypotheses for the systematic identification of relevant and crucial facts. Wrote Darwin, observation must be for or against a view if it is to be of any service, cited in Hull, 1973, 21. And the mere mention of the name Herbert Spencer should suffice to silence the chorus of anti-empiricists who imagine that 19th century social science was blinded by too much induction. Of Spencer, it has aptly been said, he was a man for whom the definition of tragedy was a beautiful theory killed by an ugly fact. Among those who today or in the recent past regard themselves as allies of the empiricist, anti-metaphysical tradition, there are few who would defend what Karl Hempel, 1965:11, calls the narrow inductivist conception of scientific inquiry, although, in conformity with the eclectic strategy, there are many who would defend the need for a strategy-free approach, see Chapter 10, Hence recent attacks on empiricist positivist models of science distort the history of science when they associate positivism or empiricism with the absence of a hypothetico-deductive phase in the conduct of research. Moreover, neither Kant nor Hume insisted that the observer ought to maintain a cold, detached, value-free orientation. It is a total distortion of the development of social science during the 19th century to depict the minds of such founding figures as Kant, Mill, Spencer, Darwin, Tyler, and Morgan either as hung with Bacon's weights or as advocating a detached value-free approach. Alvin Goldner's, 1970:101-102, characterization of positivism as a 19th century movement that called for a detached scientific method of studying society because of the failure of middle-class politics to yield a coherent image of the new social order is such a distortion. The proposal to develop the scientific study of society did not originate in the 19th century, although it was Kant who coined the term positivism. Positivism was born in the 18th century with Hume, not out of despair, but out of hope, not out of a narrow-minded view of the truth, but out of a broad vision of new methods for increasing knowledge, not out of detachment and disinterest in human well-being, but out of a passionate belief in the ultimate perfectibility of social life, not out of Kant's conservative order and progress but out of the Enlightenment's search for liberty, equality, and fraternity. True, at the end of the 19th century the stage was being set for the development of technocratic, micro-focused, allegedly value-free social sciences. In both sociology and anthropology, broad evolutionary syntheses gave way to narrow anti-theoretical studies. But philosophical positivism had nothing to do with this regressive development. Rather, as I show in the RISE of anthropological theory, the micro-focused viewpoints in the first part of the century, as represented by Franz Boas, were part of the attack against Marxist macro-history and the Marxist science of society. Research Strategies and the Structure of Science 13. Logical Positivism. Hume's anti-metaphysical position was elaborated and defended during the first half of the 20th century by the philosophical movement known as logical positivism. This movement, which arose in Vienna, carried forward the empiricist struggle against metaphysical, absolute, and transcendent entities. It was called positivist because of the aggressive anti-metaphysical stance, and logical because it employed modem, logical principles in the attempt to identify the meaning of utterances. Following Hume, the logical positivists divided significant statements into two classes: formal propositions, such as those of logic or pure mathematics, which they held to be definitions or tautologies, and factual propositions, of which it was required that they should be empirically verifiable. These classes were supposed to be exhaustive, so that if a sentence succeeded neither in expressing something that was formally true or false nor in expressing something that could be empirically tested, the view taken was that it did not express any proposition at all. It might have emotive meaning, but it was literally nonsensical. A great deal of philosophical talk was held to fall into this category: talk about the meaning of life, about absolute or transcendent entities and substances such as souls, or about the destiny of man. Such utterances were said to be metaphysical, and the conclusion drawn was that if philosophy was to constitute a genuine branch of knowledge it would have to emancipate itself from metaphysics. The Viennese positivists did not go so far as to say that all metaphysical work deserved to be committed to the flames. They allowed, somewhat perfunctorily, that such writing might have poetic merit or even that it might express an exciting or interesting attitude to life. Their point was that if a statement did not state anything that could be found either true or false, it could contribute nothing to the increase of knowledge. Metaphysical utterances were condemned not for being emotive, which could hardly be considered objectionable in itself, but for pretending to be cognitive, for masquerading as something that they were not. Ayer, 1959:10. Operationalism. For the logical positivists of the Vienna school, the significance of a statement was inseparable from an account of the logical and empirical steps one has to take to verify the existence of the events or relationships to which the statement refers. In the version developed by the physicist-philosopher Percy Bridgman, 1927, these steps were given the name operations, and the meaning of any term with an empirical referent was held to be identical with the operations by which the existence of the event could be established by independent observers. Bridgman went so far as to insist that entities or events identified by means of one set of operations could not be considered the same entities or events if they were identified by another set of operations. Now, the need to operationalize concepts employed in scientific statements is universally recognized as a fundamental methodological requirement by all scientists. However, it is also recognized that operationalism in the extreme version propounded by Bridgman would lead to the impoverishment of the scope of scientific theories, if not to a total breakdown of all scientific communication. The very task of specifying the operational steps that should be taken to reach agreement about whether or not a complex structure exists cannot be carried out without relying on at least some terms whose meanings derive from natural language and whose validity is a matter of practical experience within a given scientific community. Nonetheless, a strong dose of operationalism is desperately needed to unburden the social and behavioral sciences of their overload of ill-defined concepts, such as status, role, superordination and subordination, group, institution, class, caste, tribe, state, religion, community, aggression, exploitation, economy, kinship, family, society, social, cultural, and many others that are part of every social scientist's basic working vocabulary. The continuing failure to agree on the meaning of these concepts is a reflection of their unoperational status and constitutes a great barrier to the development of scientific theories of social and cultural life. True, in psychology and linguistics, the logical positivist influence of the 1930s and 1940s led to the declaration that concepts like mind, intuition, instinct, and meaning were metaphysical survivals unworthy of study because they had not been operationalized. Pushed to such counterproductive extremes, operationalism was bound to provoke restorative movements rallying under the banners of humanism and rationalism. For many social scientists, the decisive turning point in the operationalist tide was reached with Noam Chomsky's 1964-1959 attack on psychologist B. F. Skinner's book Verbal Behavior. Chomsky showed that by insisting on operational purity appropriate to the study of rats, Skinner had obscured the most distinctive aspect of human language, our intuited sense of what is grammatical. Chomsky no doubt rendered a valuable service to linguistics. His influence on the social sciences, especially on anthropology, however, has been less salutary. Anthropology never had a Skinner. Logical positivism, behaviorism, or operationalism had made absolutely no impression on the most influential cultural anthropologists of the 1940s. Hence, Chomsky's defense of intuited knowledge did not have the effect of restoring a balance between loosely and narrowly operationalized concepts, but rather of further increasing the propensity of anthropologists to smother in a blanket of personalized concepts and idiosyncratic data languages. The line between science and other forms of knowledge became for thinkers The formulation of testable hypotheses whose probable truth depended upon operationalized observations or experiments carried out by independent observers. Scientific hypotheses were to be tested by means of the predictions which can be deduced from them, Hempel, 1965:12, such as the existence of new particles or previously unknown species. By testing hypotheses and accepting some as better confirmed than others, science advances toward ever more powerful and accurate theories from which predictions about increasingly wider ranges of phenomena can be made. Most working scientists would probably find this unobjectionable as a minimum definition of how scientific knowledge is acquired, but it has been severely attacked in recent years and must be modified. The most influential figure in the development of new criteria was the English philosopher Karl Popper. According to Popper, Hume's critique of induction cannot be answered by substituting probabilities for certainties. Logically, science cannot be described as a method for verifying hypotheses. All that science can logically lead to is the falsification of hypotheses. Popper's argument in support of this contention is that there is a basic logical asymmetry between verification and falsification. Thus the hypothesis all swans are white cannot be verified even if 1,000,000 observations have been made of white swans, because on the 1,000,001st time, a black swan may still be found. Black swans have in fact been found in Australia and many other places. On the other hand, if the hypothesis states not all swans are white, one observation of a black swan suffices to confirm the hypothesis. Popper's objection to using the concept probably verified in the first case arises from the fact that, logically, repeated observations cannot be regarded as increasing the probable truth of a false statement. If an empirical statement is false, its probability cannot go from 0 to 1,000,000 to 1, as the number of apparently confirming instances goes from 0 to 1,000,000. Otherwise, one would be led to attribute the probability 1/2 instead of 0 to a hypothesis that has been tested 2,000 times and falsified 1,000 times. Popper, 1959:316. The practical implications of this dilemma can be seen in the conflict between Newton's and Einstein's laws of gravity. Newton's formulas seem to be verified by over 200 years of experiment and observation, yet they were proved false when they were applied to subatomic particles and to objects moving near the speed of light relative to each other. From these considerations, Popper drew the conclusion that the line between science and other ways of knowing is the systematic exposure of hypotheses to tests of falsification. These considerations suggest that not the verifiability but the falsifiability of a system is to be taken as a criterion of demarcation. I shall not require of a scientific system that it shall be capable of being singled out, once and for all, in a positive sense, but one shall require that its logical form shall be such that it can be singled out, by means of empirical tests, in a negative sense. It must be possible for an empirical scientific system to be refuted by experience. Popper, 1959:40-41. Of what, then, does scientific knowledge consist? It consists of theories that maximally expose themselves to falsification because they are conjectural, highly concise, simple statements from which a broad range of apparently improbable inferences can be made. But these marvelously imaginative and bold conjectures or anticipations of ours are carefully and soberly controlled by systematic tests. Once put forward, none of our anticipations are dogmatically upheld. Our method of research is not to defend them, in order to prove how right we were. On the contrary, we try to overthrow them. Using all the weapons of our logical, mathematical, and technical armory, we try to prove that our anticipations were false in order to put forward, in their stead, new unjustified, and unjustifiable anticipations, new rash and premature prejudices, as Bacon derisively called them. Ibid 1279. Research Strategies and the Structure of Science 17. Falsifiability versus verifiability. Popper's emphasis upon falsifiability and his rejection of probable verification is not quite the drastic challenge to the logical positivist model of science that one might suppose, and that Popper intended. Its implications for working social scientists are in fact trivial, since Popper himself emphasizes the distinction between the logical and practical consequence of the basic asymmetry between verification and falsification. Popper was well aware of the fact that as a practical matter, one negative instance never falsifies a well-established or fondly held hypothesis. One black swan does not lead to the falsification of the belief that all swans are white, but rather to such questions as, is this black bird with a long neck really a swan? To provide for the practical problems that arise in deciding whether a hypothesis has been falsified, Popper was obliged to develop a calculus of what he called degree of corroboration, in which all of the positive criteria for establishing verification, including statistical tests of significance, are simply reintroduced in negative form as disaffirming rather than confirming procedures. Competing theories are then still to be judged by the extent to which they account for events, those which have been least falsified but which are most falsifiable and most tested being preferred over all others. According to Popper, degree of corroboration differs from degree of verification because the sole purpose of the latter is to establish as firmly as possible the surviving theory as the true one. As against this, I do not think that we can ever seriously reduce by elimination the number of competing theories, since this number remains always infinite. What we do or should do is hold on to the most improbable of the surviving theories, which is the one that can be most severely tested. We tentatively accept this theory, but only in the sense that we select it as worthy to be subjected to further criticism, and to the severest tests we can design. Ibid 4i9. That all of this merely adds up to an exquisite psychological or metaphysical emphasis devoid of operational significance in the conduct of research seems to be confirmed by the following. On the positive side, we may be entitled to add that the surviving theory is the best theory and the best tested theory of which we know. Ibid. The weaknesses of Popper's falsificationist criterion can be seen in his own tendency to present highly improbable theories, such as, I assert that our own free world is by far the best society that has come into existence during the course of human history, Popper, 1965:369. Indeed, it is impossible to understand Popper's demarcation proposal or the attention it has received without placing it in the context of his political economic beliefs and his active opposition to Marxist theory and practice. In his book The Poverty of Historicism, Popper attempts to show that to the extent that Marxism is falsifiable, it has been falsified, and therefore should be regarded as refuted, along with all other attempts to apply science to history. Being a faithful Popperian falsificationist does not restrain Brian McGee, 1973:89, from declaring, I do not see how any rational man can have read Popper's critique of Marx and still be a Marxist. 18. Thomas Kuhn's paradigms the obvious lack of correspondence between the conduct of research and Popper's view that science consists or should consist of an unremitting attempt to prove one's own beliefs false has helped to stimulate a healthy interest among historians of science concerning the actual psychosocial conditions of scientific discovery. It should come as no surprise that many of the most cherished scientific discoveries were made as a result of following either metaphysical or downright irrational beliefs. Nor should it surprise anyone that once made, many of these same discoveries would have been abandoned had the originators not stubbornly clung to the conviction that they were right, in the teeth of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Newton's earliest prediction about the orbit of the moon, for example, was incorrect. Darwin had only indirect evidence for natural selection. Galileo's experiments actually proved that the Earth is motionless, and the lunar mountains he claimed to have seen through his telescope bear no resemblance to lunar mountains as seen through modern telescopes. Feyerabend, 1975. Popper's definition of science fails to come to grips with the problem presented by the existence of what Thomas Kuhn once called paradigms, i.e., universally recognized scientific achievements that for a time provide model problems and solutions to a community of practitioners. I 970:8. These accepted examples of scientific practice, examples that include law, theory, application, and instrumentation, together provide models from which spring particular coherent traditions of scientific research. Ibid IO. The existence of a paradigm guarantees that at any given moment a mature science will devote itself to puzzle solving along limited but productive lines. This constitutes what Kuhn calls the period of normal science. The greatest scientific discoveries, however, are not those made during the period of normal science but rather during periods of paradigmatic revolutions when, for example, Copernican astronomy replaced Ptolemaic astronomy, or Newtonian dynamics replaced Aristotelian dynamics, or quantum mechanics replaced classical electrodynamics. Contrary to Popper's falsificationist view, neither normal science nor scientific revolutions are devoted to the falsification of theories. Even verification may be relatively inconsequential for an apparently arbitrary element compounded out of personal and historical accident. Is always a formative ingredient of the beliefs espoused by a given scientific community at a given time. During normal science, research, far from not having verificationist goals, is predicated on the assumption that the scientific community knows what the world is like. Far from exposing its basic beliefs to falsifying experiments, Normal science often suppresses fundamental novelties because they are necessarily subversive of its basic commitments. But the most serious departure from Popper's model is needed to describe what happens when paradigms clash. The proponents of competing paradigms are always at least slightly at cross purposes. Neither side will grant all the non-empirical assumptions that the other needs in order to make its case. They are bound partly to talk through each other. Though each may hope to convert the other to his way of seeing his science and its problems, neither may hope to prove his case. The competition between paradigms is not the sort of battle that can be resolved by proofs. Ibid. 148. How, then, are they resolved? 20. Evaluating paradigms. For Kuhn, scientific revolutions occur as a result of anomalies encountered by the practitioners of normal science. The practitioners find themselves unable to solve a growing number of problems, which leads to a crisis, which in turn provides the opportunity for the rise of a new paradigm. Kuhn, however, has no theory as to why one paradigm rather than another should triumph at a particular time. Like Popper, Kuhn emphatically denies that the choice of paradigms can be attributed to a selection process favoring paradigms that get closer to the truth. But he goes beyond Popper and insists that they are not even likely to be selected according to any kind of progressive principle whatsoever. To defend himself against the charge of relativism, I would call it obscurantism, Kuhn did suggest in the second edition of the Structure of Scientific Revolutions a series of criteria by which one could distinguish an earlier from a more recent theory time after time, 205 to 206. These include accuracy of prediction, more esoteric, less everyday, subject matter, and number of different problems solved. But these criteria apply to theories within paradigms, not to the paradigms themselves. When paradigms replace each other, different puzzles are solved. Hence, one can never say where a paradigm, as distinguished from a theory, fits in the overall history of science. One can never say whether science has really progressed or not. Indeed, Kuhn maintains that from a paradigmatic view, Einstein's general theory of relativity is closer to Aristotle's than either of them is to Newton's, 207. Research Strategies and the Structure of Science 21. Paradigms lost. Paul Feyerabend. Only a short step separates Kuhn's disbelief in the inherent progressivism of scientific knowledge from the epistemological anarchism of Paul Feyerabend. And only one step more takes us from Feyerabend to the cults of the California mystics, led by Carlos Castaneda and his flying shamans and 100-foot gnats, see Chapter 1:1. To associate the relativistic doctrines of Paul Feyerabend with the resurgent popularity of witchcraft and shamanism is no hyperbole. Feyerabend is not especially original in urging that in 15th and 16th century Europe, the theory of demonic influences and witchcraft was based on strong empirical evidence and was the best, if not the only, way to account for the observed phenomena, 1963-32. But what is novel, at least for a professor of philosophy 300 years after the great European witch craze, is that he renders this entirely legitimate historical judgment with complete indifference to the question of the truth of witchcraft beliefs. Kuhn's most important contribution, claims Feyerabend, is the recognition that paradigms talk past each other, that they are incommensurable. Theories can only be refuted when they share the same paradigm. Incommensurable theories cannot refute each other. The similarity between this culminating critique of positivism and the glorious age of hippiedom and California culthood is too close in time, place, content, and form to be ignored. Calling for more, not less, epistemological anarchy. Feyerabend believes that flexibility, even sloppiness in semantical matters, is a prerequisite of scientific progress, 1963-33. With Feyerabend we move full circle from probable knowledge of something to no knowledge of anything. The epistemological anarchist, convinced that all knowledge is equally uncertain, faces the ludicrous task of trying to convince others of the certainty, or probability, that all truths are equally false. The allegation that no two paradigms of sufficient generality ever really disagree is part of the contemporary attack on objectivity. This attack, as the philosopher Frank Cunningham, 1973:22-23, has pointed out, leads to a consequence which even the most ardent epistemological anarchist may find hard to accept. There is no reason to take anything these anti-objectivists say seriously. If, as I think can be argued, sincerely to believe a theory is to believe that it is objectively true, then the consequence of the anti-objectivist position would be that he would have to admit either that he does not believe his theory or that it is objectively true. Neither alternative would be attractive to him. If he does not believe the view, why does he advocate it? If it is objectively true, why cannot other theories also be objectively true? The burden would lie on the anti-objectivist to show what there is about his endeavor, example its generality or its specifically philosophical or metascientific nature, that allows it and it alone to escape his own anti-objectivist claim, and he would have to show this without himself employing or supposing the conclusions of any theory the objectivity of which he has tried to show impossible. However, it is not in logical contradictions that one meets the full consequence of Feyerabend's, 1970-33, claim that science as we know it today is not inescapable. We may construct a world in which it plays no role whatever. Such a world, I venture to suggest, would be more pleasant than the world we live in today. As long as Feyerabend deals with mountains on the moon or quantum mechanics, his views cannot inflict too much damage. But there are other domains of knowledge in which epistemological relativism poses a grave threat to our survival. Medicine is one such domain, and there are many others in the social sciences. One cannot remain indifferent to whether cancer is caused by witchcraft or some defect in cellular chemistry. Nor can one let unbridled imaginations determine the causes of poverty, or establish the existence or non-existence of a ruling class in the United States. It cannot be a matter of taste whether you believe or do not believe that pollution is a menace, that the underdeveloped countries are getting poorer, that the multinationals are promoting a nuclear arms race, that war is instinctual, that women and blacks are inferior, or that the Green Revolution is a hoax. Let Feyerabend stand before the ovens of Dachau or the ditch at Mile and say that our scientific understanding of socio-cultural systems is ultimately nothing but an aesthetic judgment. Paradigms found fortunately, Hume's heirs have dug their heels in and refused to be pulled into the grave that the philosophical relativists and anarchists have been digging for them. Acknowledging that there are indeed overarching sets of essentially metaphysical assumptions that take precedence over theories and facts, they see no reason why such assumptions called research programs by Popper's protege, Imre Lakatos, cannot be compared and evaluated from the perspective of scientific adequacy. Lakatos, who called himself a sophisticated falsificationist, as opposed to his mentor, the naive falsificationist, admit, with Kuhn and Feyerabend, that no theory ever was or ever should be overturned by a single predictive failure, for the history of science is the history of research programs rather than of theories. Lakatos, 1970:133. We may have been comparing the wrong units all along, but that does not mean we should stop our comparisons. Not an isolated theory but only a series of theories can be said to be scientific or unscientific. To apply the term scientific to one single theory is a categorical mistake. Ibid, 119. The history of science has and should be the history of competing research programs, or if you wish, paradigms. Ibid, 155. How are research programs to be compared and evaluated? Essentially by showing that theories which originate under the auspices of one paradigm are more effective at solving Kuhn's puzzles than their rivals. Although these solutions may be highly tentative, they none 24. Less can participate in a progressive problem shift. The hallmark of a progressive theory is that novel facts are anticipated. 187, for a given fact is explained scientifically only if a new fact is also explained with it. 119. This means that the test of falsification cannot be used alone to decide whether a theory is scientific. The falsificationers have another obligation if they wish the results of their skepticism to be regarded as scientific. They themselves must present a theory that explains the facts better, that is, explains new facts as well, in the context of a whole system of theories. There is no falsification before the emergence of a better theory. 119. Purely negative criticism does not kill a research program. 17.9 In other words, scientists are never released from the obligation of being intelligent. One cannot merely mechanically count confirming or disconfirming instances. One must always remain alert to the possibility that tests may not be measuring what they ought to be measuring, and one must accept responsibility for evaluating the consequence of falsification in relation to a network of interrelated theories, and be prepared to substitute a new theory which articulates better within the same or some other network of theories, better in the sense that it can help to explain, predict, account for, more than the rejected theory can. Colleagues of mistrust my attempt to engage in a systematic critique of the basic assumptions and achievements of what used to be called the schools of anthropology. Most would prefer to be left alone to do their own work. But the last few years have seen a steadily advancing consensus among philosophers to the effect that scientific progress depends on wide-ranging comparisons of alternative theories, of networks of theories, and of whole paradigms. In the words of the philosopher Larry Lawton, 1977:120. All evaluations of research traditions and theories must be made within a comparative context. It matters is not, in some absolute sense, how a research tradition is a set of general assumptions about the entities and processes in a domain of study, and about the appropriate methods to be used for investigating the problems and constructing the theories in that domain. Ibid 81. Or progressive a tradition or theory is, but, rather, how its effectiveness or progressiveness compares with its competitors. Current discussions of the role of paradigms in the development of science are encumbered by the inchoate, partially unconscious, and largely implicit nature of the best-known historical examples. If the history of science is the history of competing paradigms, then the logical next step is to demand that individual scientists be capable of rendering a conscious, coherent account of the paradigm under whose auspices their research is being conducted. Although for the empiricist the evaluation of competing paradigms must ultimately rest on the productivity and comprehensiveness of testable theories, this does not mean that the logical structure of paradigms is any less important. As Nicholas Maxwell, 1974a, 1974b, has suggested, if we make one crucial assumption about the purpose of science, then the possibility arises that some paradigms and theories can be evaluated even prior to the examination of their substantive products. This one crucial assumption is that the overall aim of science is to discover the maximum amount of order inherent in the universe or in any field of inquiry. Maxwell calls this aim-oriented empiricism/paradigms that aim simply at discovering what's there without any commitment to discovering orderly relationships would then be judged unscientific or at least less scientific than their competitors. This same criterion would be applicable to theories and hypotheses. Writes Maxwell, 19743:152. Both Lakatos and Kuhn agree that in revolutionary situations in science no rational choice between rival hardcores or paradigms can be made at the time, but, at best, only long after the event. According to aim-oriented empiricism, however, such a rational choice is possible, since we can assess in an a priori fashion the relative simplicity or intelligibility of the rival hardcores or paradigms, the promise which they hold out of realizing the basic metaphysical blueprint of the science. I agree with Maxwell's evaluation of the importance of coherent aim-oriented paradigms as a criterion of science. As Maxwell says, 1974 to the power of 294, without some kind of agreed aim or blueprint for a science, one hardly has a science at all. It is only when some kind of choice of blueprint has been made that one can have any idea of the kind of theory one is seeking to develop, and the kind of rules that ought to govern the acceptance and rejection of theories. The time is ripe, therefore, to replace the inchoate and unconscious paradigms under whose auspices most anthropologists conduct their research with explicit descriptions of basic objectives, rules, and assumptions. That is why I have written this book. Science and research strategy defined recent developments in the philosophy of science thus leave no doubt as to the importance of paradigmatic presuppositions in the development of effective scientific knowledge. Maxwell's proposal of blueprints and aim orientations is nothing but the recognition that scientific knowledge is enhanced by the conversion of implicit, inchoate, and unconscious presuppositions into alternative sets of explicit, organized, and conscious guidelines. But this is as far as the philosophical study of science can take the practitioners of particular branches of science. The task of specifying precisely what kinds of guidelines ought to be followed falls to the practitioners. In the presence of disagreement concerning the overlapping relationship of such terms as paradigm, Kuhn, theme, Holden, research program, Lakatos, research tradition, Lawton, and blueprint, Maxwell, one prefer the term research strategy to designate the set of guidelines in question. Strategy has the advantage over paradigm, theme, and tradition in that it connotes conscious explicateness, and it is preferable to program and blueprint, which connote rigid adherence to a pre-established series of observations and experiments. By a scientific research strategy one mean an explicit set of guidelines pertaining to the epistemological status of the variables to be studied, the kinds of lawful relationships or principles that such variables probably exhibit, and the growing corpus of interrelated theories to which the strategy has thus far given rise. The aim of scientific research strategies in general is to account for observable entities and events and their relationships by means of powerful, interrelated parsimonious theories subject to correction and improvement through empirical test. The aim of cultural materialism in particular is to account for the origin, maintenance, and change of the global inventory of socio-cultural differences and similarities. Thus cultural materialism shares with other scientific strategies an epistemology which seeks to restrict fields of inquiry to events, entities, and relationships that are knowable by means of explicit, logico-empirical, inductive-deductive, quantifiable public procedures or operations subject to replication by independent observers. This restriction necessarily remains an ideal aim rather than a rigidly perfected condition, for I recognize that total operationalization would cripple the ability to state principles, relate theories, and organize empirical tests, and would in effect ignore the existence of research strategies. It is a far cry, however, from the recognition that strategies and unoperationalized, vernacular, and metaphysical terms are necessary for the conduct of scientific inquiry to fire like invitations to throw off all operational restraints. Research strategies and the structure of science 27. W-hat is the alternative. Science is a unique and precious contribution of Western civilization. This is not to deny that many other civilizations have contributed to scientific knowledge by inventing weights and measures, classifying plants and animals, recording astronomical observations, developing mathematical theorems, voyaging to distant lands, experimenting with chemical and physical processes. But it was in Western Europe that the distinctive rules of the scientific method were first codified, given conscious expression, and systematically applied to the entire range of inorganic, organic, and cultural phenomena. It is both foolish and dangerous for intellectuals in any society to minimize the significance of this achievement. We must recognize that there are many ways of knowing, but we must also recognize that it is not mere ethnocentric puffery to assert that science is a way of knowing that has a uniquely transcendent value for all human beings. In the entire course of prehistory and history only one way of knowing has encouraged its own practitioners to doubt their own premises and to systematically expose their own conclusions to the hostile scrutiny of non-believers. Granted that discrepancies between science as an ideal and science as it is practiced substantially reduce the difference between science, religion, and other modes of looking for the truth. But it is precisely as an ideal that the uniqueness of science deserves to be defended. No other way of knowing is based on a set of rules explicitly designed to transcend the prior belief systems of mutually antagonistic tribes, nations, classes, and ethnic and religious communities in order to arrive at knowledge that is equally probable for any rational human mind. Those who doubt that science can do this must be made to show how some other tolerant and ecumenical alternative can do it better. Unless they can show how some other universalistic system of knowing leads to more acceptable criteria of truth, their attempt to subvert the universal credibility of science in the name of cultural relativism, however well-intentioned, is an intellectual crime against humanity. It is a crime against humanity because the real alternative to science is not anarchy, but ideology, not peaceful artists, philosophers, and anthropologists, but aggressive fanatics and messiahs eager to annihilate each other and the whole world if need be in order to prove their point. 18. The epistemology of cultural materialism. Empiricalscience, then, is the foundation of the cultural materialist way of knowing. But merely to propose that our strategy should aim at meeting the criteria for scientific knowledge is to say very little about how scientific knowledge of the socio-cultural field of inquiry can be acquired. When human beings are the objects of study, the would-be scientist is soon bedeviled by a unique quandary. Alone among the things and organisms studied by science, the human object is also a subject. The objects have well-developed thoughts about their own and other people's thoughts and behavior. Moreover, because of the mutual translatability of all human languages, what people think about their thoughts and behavior can be learned through questions and answers. Does a Bathonga call his mother? Momini. When does a Mering slaughter his pigs? When the sacred tree has grown. Why are these Yanomamo men setting out to war? To take vengeance on those who have stolen our women. Why is this Quakiutl chief distributing blankets? To shame his rivals. No aspect of a research strategy more decisively characterizes it than the way in which it treats the relationship between what people say and think as subjects and what they say and think and do as objects of scientific inquiry. 30. Epistemological quandaries of Marx and Engels. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels propose to upend the study of socio-cultural phenomena by focusing on the material conditions that determine human existence. A basic aim of their strategy was to demystify social life through the destruction of the socially created illusions that warp human consciousness, for example, the illusion that it is buying and selling rather than labor that creates wealth. Picturing social life as continually evolving out of the daily life of ordinary people, they wrote of the need to identify individuals for not as they may appear in their own or other people's imagination, but as they really are. In direct contrast to German philosophy, which descends from heaven to earth, here it is a matter of ascending from earth to heaven. That is to say, not of setting out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived in order to arrive at men in the flesh, but setting out from real, active men. For the first method of approach, the starting point is consciousness taken as the real living individual. For the second, it is the real, living individuals themselves. Marx and Engels, 1976, 1846, 36-37. But what does one mean by individuals as they really are, real active men, and real living individuals? How does one tell the difference between a real and unreal person? Are all thoughts unreal, or just some? And if the latter, how does one tell them apart? The epistemological points that Marx and Engels were trying to establish cannot be made by means of the concept of reality. For scientific materialists, the issue of what is real or unreal is subsumed entirely by the epistemological generalities of the scientific method. If someone claims that shamans can fly, we insist on testable evidence. But our strategy rejects the implication that the thought itself is unreal. Matter is neither more nor less real than thoughts. The issue of whether ideas or material entities are the basis of reality is not, properly speaking, an epistemological issue. It is an ontological issue, and a sterile one, to boot. Materialists need only insist that material entities exist apart from ideas, that thoughts about things and events are separably from things and events. The central epistemological problem that must be solved then is how one can achieve separate and valid scientific knowledge of the two realms. If materialists wish to solve this problem, one think that they must deal not with real and unreal but with two different sets of distinctions. First, the distinction between mental and behavioral events, and second, the distinction between emic and etic events. I shall take these up in turn. 31. Mental and behavioral fields. THESCIENTIFICSTUDY of human social life must concern itself equally with two radically different kinds of phenomena. On the one hand, there are the activities that constitute the human behavior stream, all the body motions and environmental effects produced by such motions, large and small, of all the human beings who have ever lived. On the other hand, there are all the thoughts and feelings that we human beings experience within our minds. The fact that distinctive operations must be used to make scientifically credible statements about each realm guarantees the distinctiveness of each realm. To describe the universe of human mental experiences, one must employ operations capable of discovering what people are thinking about. But to describe body motions and the external effects produced by body motions, one does not have to find out what is going on inside people's heads. At least this is not necessary if one adopts the epistemological stance of cultural materialism. The distinction between mental and behavioral events moves us only halfway toward the solution of Marx and Engels' quandary. There remains the fact that the thoughts and behavior of the participants can be viewed from two different perspectives, from the perspective of the participants themselves, and from the perspective of the observers. In both instances scientific, that is, objective accounts of the mental and behavioral fields are possible. But in the first instance, the observers employ concepts and distinctions meaningful and appropriate to the participants, while in the second instance, they employ concepts and distinctions meaningful and appropriate to the observers. If the criteria of empirical replicability and testability are met, either perspective may lead to a knowledge of real, non-imaginary mental and behavioral events, although the accounts rendered may be divergent. 3a. Ernies and ethics. SINCEBOTH. The observer's point of view and the participants' point of view can be presented objectively or subjectively, depending on the adequacy of the empirical operations employed by the observer. We cannot use the words objective and subjective to denote the option in question without creating a great deal of confusion. To avoid this confusion, many anthropologists have begun to use the terms emic and etic, which were first introduced by the anthropological linguist Kenneth Pike in his book Language in Relation to a Unified Theory of the Structure of Human Behavior. Emic operations have as their hallmark the elevation of the native informant to the status of ultimate judge of the adequacy of the observer's descriptions and analyses. The test of the adequacy of emic analyses is their ability to generate statements the native accepts as real, meaningful, or appropriate. In carrying out research in the emic mode, the observer attempts to acquire a knowledge of the categories and rules one must know in order to think and act as a native. One attempts to learn, for example, what rule lies behind the use of the same kin term for mother and mother's sister among the Bathonga, or one attempts to learn when it is appropriate to shame one's guests among the Quakiadl. Etic operations have as their hallmark the elevation of observers to the status of ultimate judges of the categories and concepts used in descriptions and analyses. The test of the adequacy of etic accounts is simply their ability to generate scientifically productive theories about the causes of socio-cultural differences and similarities. Rather than employ concepts that are necessarily real, meaningful, and appropriate from the native point of view, the observer is free to use alien categories and rules derived from the data language of science. Frequently, etic operations involve the measurement and juxtaposition of activities and events that native informants may find inappropriate or meaningless. I think the following example demonstrates the consummate importance of the difference between emic and etic knowledge. In the Trivandrum district of the state of Kerala, in southern India, I interviewed farmers about the cause of death of their domestic cattle. Every farmer insisted that he would never deliberately shorten the life of one of his animals, that he would never kill it or starve it to death. Every farmer ardently affirmed the legitimacy of the standard Hindu prohibition against the slaughter of domestic bovines. Yet it soon became obvious from the animal reproductive histories one was collecting that the mortality rate of male calves tended to be almost twice as high as the mortality rate of female calves. In fact, male cattle from 0 to 1 years old are outnumbered by female cattle of the same age group in a ratio of 67 to 100. The farmers themselves are aware that male calves are more likely to die than female calves, but they attribute the difference to the relative weakness of the males. The males get sick more often, they say. When I asked farmers to explain why male calves got sick more often, several suggested that the males ate less than the females. One or two suggested that the male calves ate less because they were not permitted to stay at the mother's teats for more than a few seconds. But no one would say that since there is little demand for traction animals in Kerala, males are culled and females reared. The emics of the situation are that no one knowingly or willingly would shorten the life of a calf. Again and again I was told that every calf has the right to life regardless of its sex. But the ethics of the situation are that cattle sex ratios are systematically adjusted to the needs of the local ecology and economy through preferential male bovicide. Although the unwanted calves are not slaughtered, they are more or less rapidly starved to death. Emically, the systemic relationship between Kerala's cattle sex ratios and local ecological and economic conditions simply does not exist. Yet the consummate importance of this systemic relationship can be seen from the fact that in other parts of India, where different ecological and economic conditions prevail, preferential etic bovicide is practiced against female rather than male cattle, resulting in an adult cattle sex ratio of over 200 oxen for every 100 cows in the state of Uttar Pradesh. A while back one mentioned the burden of unoperationalized terms, which prevents social scientists from solving puzzles or even communicating effectively about their research. The first simple step toward operationalizing such concepts as status, role, class, caste, tribe, state, aggression, exploitation, family, kinship, and the rest is to specify whether the knowledge one professes to have about these entities has been gained by means of emic or etic operations. All notions of replicability and testability fly up the chimney when the world as seen by the observed is capriciously muddled with the world as seen by the observer. As I hope to show later on, research strategies that fail to distinguish between mental and behavior stream events and between emic and etic operations cannot develop coherent networks of theories. 33-34. Embracing the causes of socio-cultural differences and similarities. And a priori, one can say that those research strategies that confine themselves exclusively to emics or exclusively to etics do not meet the general criteria for an aim-oriented social science as effectively as those which embrace both points of view. Ethics, emics, and objectivity. Kenneth Pike formed the words etic and emic from the suffixes of the words phonetic and phonemic. Phonetic accounts of the sounds of a language are based upon a taxonomy of the body parts active in the production of speech utterances and their characteristic environmental effects in the form of acoustic waves. Linguists discriminate etically between voiced and unvoiced sounds, depending on the activity of the vocal cords, between aspirated and non-aspirated sounds, depending on the activity of the glottis, between labials and dentals, depending on the activity of the tongue and teeth. The native speaker does not make these discriminations. On the other hand, emic accounts of the sounds of a language are based on the implicit or unconscious system of sound contrasts that native speakers have inside their heads and that they employ to identify meaningful utterances in their language. In structural linguistics, phonemes, the minimal units of contrastive sounds found in a particular language, are distinguished from non-significant or non-discriminatory sounds and from each other by means of a simple operational test. If one sound substituted for another in the same sound context results in a change of meaning from that of one word to another, the two sounds belong to the class of two different phonemes. Thus the spoken P and B of pit and bit exemplify two different English phonemes because native speakers recognize pit and bit, and pat and bat, pull and bull / and so forth, as words that have different meanings. The spoken P and B enjoy the status of phonemes not because they are etically different, but because native speakers perceive them to be in contrast when one is substituted for the other in the same context of sounds. The importance of Pike's distinction is that it leads to a clarification of the meaning of subjectivity and objectivity in the human sciences. To be objective is not to adopt an etic view, nor is it subjective to adopt an emic view. To be objective is to adopt the epistemological criteria discussed in the previous chapter by which science is demarcated from other ways of knowing. It is clearly possible to be objective, i.e., scientific about either emic or etic phenomena. Similarly, it is equally possible to be subjective about either emic or etic phenomena. Objectivity is the epistemological status that distinguishes the community of observers from communities that are observed. While it is possible for those who are observed to be objective, this can only mean that they have temporarily or permanently joined the community of observers by relying on an operationalized scientific epistemology. Objectivity is not merely intersubjectivity. It is a special form of intersubjectivity established by the distinctive logical and empirical discipline to which members of the scientific community agree to submit. 35. Pike's emic bias. Muchcontroversy has arisen concerning the appropriation by cultural materialists of Pike's emic/etic distinction. In large measure, this controversy stems from the fact that Pike is a cultural idealist who believes that the aim of social science is to describe and analyze emic systems. What Pike tried to do was to apply the principles by which linguists discover phonemes and other emic units of language, such as morphemes, to the discovery of emic units which he called behavioremes in the behavior stream. By identifying behavioremes, Pike hoped to extend the research strategy that had proved effective in the analysis of languages to the study of the behavior stream. Pike never considered the possibility of studying the behavior stream etically. He rejected virtually without discussion the possibility that an etic approach to the behavior stream might yield more interesting structures than an emic approach. To the extent that one could even talk about the existence of etic units, they were for Pike necessary evils, mere stepping stones to higher emic realms. Observers necessarily begin their analysis of social life with etic categories, but the whole thrust of their analytical task ought to be the replacement of such categories with the emic units that constitute structured systems within the minds of the social actors. In Pike's words, 1967 38-39 etic data provide access into the system, the starting point of analysis. The initial etic description gradually is refined, and is ultimately in principle, but probably never in practice, replaced by one which is totally emic. This position clashes head-on with the epistemological assumptions of cultural materialism. In the cultural materialist research strategy, etic analysis is not a stepping stone to the discovery of emic structures, but to the discovery of etic structures. The intent is neither to convert etics to emics nor emics to etics, but rather to describe both and if possible to explain one in terms of the other. 36. Etics, emics, and informants, a common source of misunderstanding about the emic/etic distinction is the assumption that etic operations preclude collaboration with native informants. But as a matter of practical necessity, observers must frequently rely on native informants to obtain their basic information about who has done what. Recourse to informants for such purposes does not automatically settle the epistemological status of the resultant descriptions. Depending on whose categories establish the framework of discourse, informants may provide either etic or emic descriptions of the events they have observed or participated in. When the description is responsive to the observer's categories of time, place, weights, and measure, actor types, numbers of people present, body motion, and environmental effects, it is etic. Census taking provides the most familiar example. If one merely asks an informant, who are the people who live in this house, the answer will have emic status, since the informant will use the native concept of lives here to include and exclude persons present in or absent from the household. Thus in Brazil I had to furnish specific instructions concerning godchildren and servants, who by emic rules could not be considered members of the household in which they were permanent residents. But once my assistant was properly trained in the discriminations that were etically appropriate, the epistemological status of his data was no less etic than my own. 37. Ernies and consciousness. PIKENOTHERS who have used linguistics as the paradigm for emic analysis stress the fact that the immediate products of elicitation do not necessarily furnish the structured models that are the desired end product of emic analysis. For example, in determining whether the two P's in paper, the first is aspirated, are phonemically the same or different, one cannot rely on the native's conscious powers of auto-analysis. Native speakers cannot be induced to state their language's phonemic system. Nor can they state the rules of grammar that permit them to generate grammatical statements. It is true, therefore, that many emic descriptions are models of structures of which the informant is not conscious. Nonetheless, the validity of such emic models rests on their ability to generate messages that are consciously judged as appropriate and meaningful by the native actor. Moreover, Pike did provide for what he called hypostasis, namely, the elicitation of conscious structural rules, such as don't use double negatives. When one turns to elicitations concerned with the structure of thought and behavior as distinct from the structure of language, hypostasis is far more common. Questions such as why do you do this? What is this for? Is this the same as that? And when or where do you do this? Are no less emic than the question, does paper, pronounced with two aspirated ps, have the same meaning as paper, pronounced with one? The ethnolinguist Mary Black, 1973:524, protests that the emicist does not go around collecting verbal statements about human action while an ethicist is out there observing human action firsthand. Black insists that it is the structure of the system of beliefs, including beliefs about action, that is studied in emic research, not the statements about the beliefs themselves. The idea that ethnoscience is interested in language and linguistics for the purpose of having informants make statements about their patterns of behavior is rather simplistic and can be held only by those who have not done ethnosemantic work. 526. I do not regard it as simplistic to insist that emics are concerned both with the conscious content of elicited responses and with the unconscious structures that may be found to underlie surface content. Black cannot maintain that complex emic structures are necessarily unconscious structures which can only be inferred from more superficial elicitations. Many important complex systems of rules are held quite consciously, for example, rules of etiquette, sports, religious rituals, bureaucracies, and governments. Black's notion of what constitutes authentic ethnosemantic work would also seem to exclude sociological surveys and opinion polls, whose findings have merely to be tabulated in order to achieve structural significance. Perhaps the fact that most cognitivists, see Chapter 9, have not concerned themselves with manifest hypostatic ideological structures reflects their predilection for dealing with esoteric and politically trivial emic phenomena such as ethnobotanical and kin terminological distinctions. 38 Behavioral Mental Emic Etic I2 3-4 To illustrate with the example of the sacred cow. IMIC/behavioral, no calves are starved to death. 2 Etic/behavioral, male calves are starved to death. 3 MIC/mental, all calves have the right to life. 4 Etic/mental, let the male calves starve to death when feed is scarce. The epistemological status of domains I and 4 creates the thorny est problems. What is the locus of the reality of the emic behavioral statement, no calves are starved to death? Does this statement refer to something that is actually in the behavior stream, or is it merely a belief about the behavior stream that exists only inside of the heads of the Indian farmers? Similarly, what is the locus of the reality of the etic mental rule, let the male calves starve to death when feed is scarce? Does this rule exist inside the heads of the farmers, or is it merely something that exists inside of the head of the observer? Let me turn first to the problem of the status of emic behavioral descriptions. Descriptions of the behavior stream from the actor's point of view can seldom be dismissed as mere figments of the imagination and relegated to a purely mental domain. First of all, there are many instances where there is a very close correspondence between the actor's and observer's views of what is going on in the world. When Indian farmers discuss the steps they take to transplant rice or to get a reluctant cow to let down its milk, their emic descriptions of behavior stream events are as accurate as any ethnographer's etic description would be. Moreover, even when there are sharp divergences between them, the emic and etic viewpoints are not likely to cancel each other out entirely. Even in the present rather extreme example, note that the farmers do not see the culling of unwanted animals as bovicide and that the mode of achieving the death of unwanted animals is sufficiently ambiguous to warrant that interpretation. Clearly, the amount of discrepancy between the emic and etic versions of events in the behavior stream is an important measure of the degree to which people are mystified about events taking place around them. Only if people were totally mystified could one claim that their behavioral descriptions referred exclusively to mental phenomena. The other thorny category, the ethics of mental life, has similar implications. People can be mystified about their own thoughts as well as about their behavior. Such mystifications may come about as the result of repressing certain thoughts to an unconscious or at least a non-salient level of attention. In the example under consideration, the existence of the rule when feed is scarce, let the male calves starve to death can be inferred from the recurrently lopsided sex ratios. As I mentioned earlier, something very close to this rule can be elicited from some Kerala farmers when they are confronted with the question of why male calves eat less than female calves. Etic descriptions of mental life, in other words, can serve the function of helping to probe the minds of informants concerning less salient or unconscious beliefs and rules. The road to etic knowledge of mental life is full of pitfalls and impasses. Extreme caution is called for in making inferences about what is going on inside people's heads even when the thoughts are those of our closest friends and relatives. The hazards increase when the thoughts belong to people in other cultures. For example, I became intrigued by the fact that the children in a small Brazilian town FRE 39 Quently came to school wearing only one shoe. When I asked for an explanation, the children would look embarrassed and say that they had a sore on the unshod foot. However, I never could see anything wrong with the foot in question. This blatant discrepancy between what I could observe and what the children said about the behavioral situation led me to make a false inference about what was actually motivating them. I supposed that, being children, they preferred to go to school barefoot. Since that was not permitted, they did the next best thing. But what was really going on in their heads, as I learned by questioning the children and their parents, was something else. Informants said that it was better to wear two shoes. The reason for wearing only one was to enable siblings to share the same pair of shoes, in order to economize. Psychoanalysts and their patients are familiar with the dangers of making inferences that contradict what the patient says and that rely solely on the analyst's inferences from behavior. Some psychoanalysts find a hidden motive for everything that happens. Thus, if the patients arrive for their session early, they are anxious. If they arrive on time, they are compulsive. And if they arrive late, they are hostile. Clearly, anthropologists should use the etic approach to mental life sparingly and should not attempt to override every emic explanation with an etic alternative. 40. Cross-cultural earnings. 1 SHALLNOW attempt to clarify the epistemological status of mental phenomena that recur in different cultures. Many anthropologists insist that when mental traits recur cross-culturally, the traits necessarily have an etic status. The focal case concerns the 8 key concepts that recurrently figure as components of the World Inventory of Kin Terminological Systems * following Ward Goodenough, 1970, and William Sturtevant, 1964, Raoul Nerral, 1973:3, identifies these as etic concepts. These are the 8 key etic concepts. The inventory is validated by the fact that every known emic kin term system can be most parsimoniously defined by using the 8 etic concepts. Since, as Nerral says, the 8 key concepts are derived. These are, 1. Consanguinity/affinity, 2. Generation, 3. Sex, 4. Collaterality, 5. Bifurcation, 6. Relative age, 7. Ductance, and 8. Genealogical distance. From emic kin term systems in which the distinctions are real and appropriate from the participant's point of view, it is difficult to see why they should be called etic concepts. The reason cannot be simply that they recur cross-culturally. When a linguist reports that in a certain language voiced and unvoiced bilabial stops form a phonemic contrast, the epistemological status of A and \p does not shift from phonemic to phonetic. Nor does such a shift take place as a consequence of someone reporting that many other languages including English make the same distinction. Or to take another example, suppose that in describing a particular culture, the ethnographer notes that people believe they have a soul that leaves the body at death. What difference does it make if a similar belief is found in 1,000 additional cultures? As long as the concept is real, meaningful, and appropriate to the members of those cultures, it remains an emic concept with respect to those cultures. The explanation for the difference of opinion about the status of the key kinship concepts lies in the use of these concepts to make inferences about mental distinctions in cultures that have yet to be studied emically. The fact is that not all 8 distinctions are used in all kin terminological systems. American kin terminology, for example, ignores relative age and decadence, i.e., whether the kinsperson is alive or dead. In analyzing an unknown system, one would naturally infer that it contains at least some of these distinctions, and in that case the operational status of the inferred distinction would be that of the ethics of mental life. I can therefore agree with Ward Goodenough, 1970:112, when he says that emic description requires ethics, and by trying to do emic descriptions we add to our etic conceptual resources for subsequent description, provided it is understood that mere recurrence is not the hallmark of ethics and that etic resources for subsequent description refers exclusively to the ethics of mental life. I cannot agree, however, that our etic conceptual resources for the study of the behavior stream are dependent upon emic studies. The etic concepts appropriate for the study of the behavior stream are dependent on their status as productive elements in a corpus of scientific theories. 41-42. The epistemological status of speech acts. MUCHOFTHEHUMA behavior stream consists of verbal messages sent back and forth between relatives, friends, and strangers. Does the emic/etic distinction apply to such events? Since language is the primary mode of human communication, and since it is the function of language to convey meanings, one might conclude that the emic mode is the only feasible approach to language as the conveyor of meaning. This is not necessarily true, however. Etic as well as emic approaches to speech acts are possible. One does not have to communicate with communicators in order to understand the meaning of communication acts. For example, psychologists, ethologists, and primatologists routinely attempt to identify the meaning of communicative acts among infrahuman species by observing the contexts and consequences of such acts. Among chimpanzees one can say that a bark means danger, a loud whooping means food, an upturned hand is a begging gesture, an upturned rump a sign of submission. If this approach is possible with respect to primate communication, why should it not also be possible in the case of human communication? When one first thought about this problem in 1964, one concluded that the meaning of speech acts was accessible only through emic operations. In 1968, p. 579, I took the same position, stating that from an etic point of view, the universe of meaning, purposes, goals, motivations, etc., is unapproachable. This was an error. What should be said is that descriptions of mental life based on etic operations do not necessarily uncover the purposes, goals, motivations, and so forth that an emic approach can uncover. For the etic study of speech acts is merely another example of the possibility of an ethics of mental life. The difference between etic meanings and emic meanings of speech acts is the difference between the conventional or code meaning of a human utterance and its deeper psychological significance for speaker and hearer respectively. Let me illustrate this distinction with data from a study of speech acts carried out by means of videotape recordings, de Havilland and Harris, N.D. The observers intended to measure patterns of superordination and subordination in family life by counting each family member's requests and responses to requests during a week of observation. Request is an etic category of speech acts that includes requests for attention, mom, requests for action, take the garbage out, and requests for information, what time is it? The study was premised on the assumption that the etic meanings which lie on the surface of speech acts correspond in some degree to what is going on inside of the participants' heads. People do not usually say go out when they mean come in, or sit down when they mean stand up. But as in other instances of the ethics of mental life previously discussed, the inference from what people say etically in the behavior stream to what they mean emically inside their heads can be extremely hazardous. For example, consider the following speech acts involving a mother and her 8-year-old son. At 10:50 a.m. the mother began to request that her son stop playing with the family dog. 43. Time request. 10:50 leave him the dog alone. 11:01 leave him alone. 11:09 leave him alone. 11:10 hey, don't do that. 11:10 please leave him alone. 11:15 leave him alone. 11:15 leave him alone. 11:15 why don't you stop teasing him? 11:16 leave Rex alone, huh? 11:17 leave him alone. 11:17 leave him alone. 11:24 keep away from him. During the same scene the mother also repeatedly requested the same child as follows, to turn down the volume on the radio in the living room. 10:40 keep your hands off that radio. 10:41 I don't want to hear that. 11:19 lower that thing the radio. 11:20 come on, knock it off. 11:20 lower that. 11:20 get your own radio in another room. 11:20 keep your hands off this thing the radio. 11:26 all right, come on. I've got to have that lowered. 11:29 keep your hands off that radio. 44. One cannot assume that the principal emic component in the meanings of the above requests is the intention of the speaker to be taken seriously about turning the radio off or leaving the dog alone. If the mother intends to be taken seriously, why does she repeat the same requests 12 or 13 times in less than an hour? One cannot argue that repetition is a token of her seriousness, like a prisoner who repeatedly tries to escape from jail, because she has numerous alternatives. She herself can turn the radio off, for example, or she can segregate the child and the dog in different rooms. Her failure to take decisive action may very well indicate that there are other semantic components involved. Perhaps she really intends merely to show disapproval. Or perhaps her main intention is to punish herself by making requests she knows will not be complied with. The ambiguities are even more marked when we examine the hero's role. One possibility is that the child rejects the surface meaning of the request, knowing that his mother isn't really serious. Another possibility is that the child thinks that the mother is serious but rejects her authority. Perhaps the child interprets the repetitions to mean that his mother would rather punish herself than punish him. To disambiguate these meanings, one might employ eliciting operations, the hallmarks of emic status. But the etic meanings of the speech acts viewed as a behavior stream event would remain the same. To be a human observer capable of carrying out scientific operations presumes that one is competent in at least one natural language. Thus, in identifying the etic meaning of speech acts in their own native language, observers are not dependent on eliciting operations and can readily agree that a particular utterance has a specific surface meaning whose locus is in the behavior stream. This line of reasoning can easily be extended to include foreign speech acts, if we grant the proposition that all human languages are mutually translatable. This means that for every utterance in a foreign language, there is an analog in one's own. While it is true that successful translation of a foreign speech act is facilitated by the collaboration of a native informant, what the observers intend to find out is which linguistic structures inside their own heads have more or less the same meaning as the utterances in the behavior stream of the foreign actors. Thus the translation amounts to the imposition of the observer's semantic categories on the foreign speech acts. The observers have in effect enlarged their competence to include both languages, and hence they can proceed to identify the surface meanings of foreign speech acts as freely as native speakers of English are able to identify the surface meanings of the English speech acts listed above. 45. The earnings of the observer. Parts of idealist strategies seek to subvert the materialist effort by claiming that all knowledge is ultimately emic, Fisher and Werner, 1978:198. The allegation is that in the name of demystifying the nature of social life, the observers merely substitute one brand of illusion for another. After all, who are the observers? Why should their categories and beliefs be more credible than those of the actors? The answer to these questions is entirely dependent on whether one accepts the scientific way of knowing as having some special advantages over other ways of knowing. To deny the validity of etic descriptions is in effect to deny the possibility of a social science capable of explaining socio-cultural similarities and differences. To urge that the ethics of scientific observers is merely one among an infinity of other emics, the emics of Americans and Chinese, of women and men, of blacks and Puerto Ricans, of Jews and Hindus, of rich and poor, and of young and old, is to urge the surrender of our intellects to the supreme mystification of total relativism. True, the practitioners of science do not constitute a community apart from the rest of humanity, and we are filled with prejudices, preconceptions, and hidden agendas. But the way to correct errors resulting from the value-laden nature of our activity is to demand that we struggle against our strategic competitors and critics of all sorts to improve our accounts of social life, to produce better theories, and to achieve higher, not lower, levels of objectivity with respect to both the emics and etics of mental and behavioral phenomena. Once again we must ask, what is the alternative? Theoretical principles of cultural materialism. ONECANNOT passes directly from a description of the ways of knowing about a field to the principles useful for building networks of interrelated theories. First, I have to say something about what's in the field, its major components or sectors. So far I've referred only to the ethics and emics of human thought and behavior. But other components remain to be identified before the strategic principles of cultural materialism can be described. The limitations of alternative research strategies are very much a consequence of how they conceptualize the nature of human societies and cultures. Idealist strategies approach the definition of social and cultural phenomena exclusively from an emic perspective. Society exists to the extent that participants view themselves as members of social groups, sharing common values and purposes. Social action is a special kind of behavior identified by the social intentions of the participants, and culture consists exclusively of the shared emics of thought and behavior. In extreme versions, such as those associated with cognitivism, see Chapter 9, even the emics of behavior are dropped and culture is restricted to rules allegedly guiding behavior without any investigation of the behavior itself. On the other hand, cultural materialists approach the definition of social and cultural phenomena initially but not exclusively from an etic perspective. The social nature of human groups is inferred from the density of interaction among human beings found in a particular spatial and temporal locus. Cultural materialists do not have to know whether the members of a particular human population think of themselves as a people or a group in order to identify them as a social group. Nor does the interaction among the members of such a group have to be primarily supportive and cooperative in order for it to be considered social. The starting point of all socio-cultural analysis for cultural materialists is simply the existence of an etic human population located in etic time and space. A society for us is a maximal social group consisting of both sexes and all ages and exhibiting a wide range of interactive behavior. Culture, on the other hand, refers to the learned repertory of thoughts and actions exhibited by the members of social groups, repertories transmissible independently of genetic heredity from one generation to the next. A more extended discussion of the nature of culture will be found in chapters 5 and 9. The cultural repertories of particular societies contribute to the continuity of the population and its social life. Hence the need arises for speaking of socio-cultural systems, denoting the conjunction of a population, a society, and a culture, and constituting a bounded arrangement of people, thoughts, and activities. The systemic nature of such conjunctions and arrangements is not something to be taken for granted. Rather, it is a strategic assumption that can be justified only by showing how it leads to efficacious and testable theories. 47. The universal pattern. Culturalmaterialist theoretical principles are concerned with the problem of understanding the relationship among the parts of socio-cultural systems and with the evolution of such relationships, parts, and systems. Alternative strategies construe these parts in radically different ways, and many inadequacies of substantive theories are already foreshadowed in general models of the structure of socio-cultural systems. Consider, for example, the recurrent cognitive and behavioral components anthropologist Clark Whistler, 1926, called the universal pattern components allegedly present in all human societies. Speech knowledge. Material traits religion. Art society 48. Property. Government. War. Both epistemological and theoretical problems abound in Whistler's scheme. Note, for example, that the separately listed material traits by which he meant such things as tools, buildings, clothing, and containers are logically present in at least art, religion, property, government, and war, that knowledge must occur in all the other rubrics, that there are such glaring omissions as economy, subsistence, ecology, demography, and finally, that it is dubious that war and religion are universal traits. These defects flow from Whistler's failure to specify the epistemological status of the rubrics in terms of taxonomic principles that would justify the contraction or expansion of the list by reference to systemic structural relationships among its components. Murdoch's categories. THERUBRICS, under which entries in George Peter Murdoch's World Ethnographic Atlas, 1967, are arranged share the same defects. In the computer punch card version of the atlas, these are the components of socio-cultural systems. Subsistence economy. Mode of marriage. Family organization. Marital residence. Community organization. Patrilineal kin groups and exogamy. Matrilineal kin groups and exogamy. Cognatic kin groups. Cousin marriage. Kinship terminology for first cousins. Type and intensity of agriculture. Settlement pattern. Mean size of local communities. Jurisdictional hierarchy. High gods. Types of games. Postpartum sex taboos. Male genital mutilations. Segregation of adolescent boys. Metalworking. Weaving 49. Leatherworking. Pottery. Boat building. House construction. Gathering. Hunting. Fishing. Animal husbandry. Agriculture. Type of animal husbandry. Descent. Class stratification. Caste stratification. Slavery. Succession to office of local headman. Inheritance of real property. Inheritance of movable property. Norm of premarital sex behavior of girls. Ground plan of dwelling. Floor level. Wall material. Shape of roof. Roofing material. Political integration. Political succession. Environment. Part of the explanation for the peculiar laundry list variations in the coverage and focus of these categories, from slavery to shape of roof, is that they reflect the content of ethnographic monographs and are intended to facilitate the tabulation of what is available for tabulation. But that is only part of the story. Note also the neglect of the emic/etic distinction. This neglect adversely affects cross-cultural COR relation studies that involve such categories as community organization, mode of marriage, family organization, marital residence, exogamy, jurisdictional hierarchy, clan stratification, and caste stratification, all of which exhibit emphatic emic/etic contrasts. Of course, here, too, The categorizations reflect the fuzzy epistemologies of the anthropologists who have contributed to ethnographic knowledge. But this weakness has been compounded in the coding operations Murdoch and his associates employ. For example, the code for post-marital residence refers to normal residence without distinguishing between normal in the sense of on-the-ground etic averages or normal in the sense of normative, i.e., amicably agreed to as the proper or ideal form by a majority of those interviewed. As we shall see in Chapter 10, it is no accident that cross-cultural survey theories also look like open-ended laundry lists. Murdoch and his followers have operated under an eclectic research strategy whose characteristic substantive theoretical products are fragmentary, isolated, and mutually opposed generalizations of limited scope. The laundry list of categories out of which such generalizations are constructed both condition and reflect the chaotic nature of the theoretical products of most cross-cultural surveys. 50. Parsonian rubrics. In 1950, a group of 5 anthropologists and sociologists who subscribed to the research strategy of structural functionalism associated with the work of Harvard sociologist Talcott Parsons, CP 279, drew up a list of universal components based on the identification of the functional prerequisites of a society, Aberle et al., 1950. The authors specified 9 categories as the generalized conditions necessary for the maintenance of the system. 1. Provision for adequate relationship to the environment and 4. Sexual recruitment. 2. Role differentiation and role assignment. 3. Communication. 4. Shared cognitive orientations. 5. Shared articulated set of goals. 6. Normative regulation of means. 7. Regulation of effective expression. 8. Socialization. 9. Effective control of disruptive forms of behavior. The logic behind this list is that each item is supposedly necessary to avoid certain conditions which would terminate the existence of any society, namely, the biological extinction or dispersion of its members, the apathy of its members, the war of all against all, or the absorption of a society by another one. As the proponents of this scheme themselves insisted, their notions about functional prerequisites were integrally linked to their acceptance of Parsons's structural functionalist research strategy. Structural functionalism, the most influential strategy in the social sciences in the United States and Great Britain during the period 1940 to 1965, is a variety of cultural idealism, much criticized for its inability to deal with social evolution and political-economic conflict. Its strategic biases are implicit in the preponderance among the alleged functional prerequisites listed above of emic and mental items such as cognitive orientations, shared goals, normative regulation, and effective expressions. The commitment to the emics of mental life actually extends to the remaining 5 items as well, however, since in Talcott Parsons's theory of action, every aspect of social life must be approached from the standpoint of the actor's mental goals, thoughts, feelings, and values. The idealist bias here is also painfully evident in the proposal that shared cognitive orientations and shared articulated sets of goals are functional prerequisites for social survival, when as a matter of fact there is overwhelming evidence to the contrary, not only from complex state societies divided by bitter class, ethnic, and regional conflict, but in very simple societies as well, where sex and age antagonisms bespeak of fundamentally opposed value orientations. Note also the lack of concern with production, reproduction, exchange, and consumption demographic and economic categories that cannot easily be crammed into adequate relationship to the environment and sexual recruitment. Production, exchange, and consumption are not merely relationships with the environment, they denote relationships among people as well. Moreover, from retrospective comments made by Parsons, 1970, the absence of economy in this scheme can only be understood as a visceral rejection of any form of Marxist determinism. 51. Universal pattern in cultural materialist strategy. The universal structure of socio-cultural systems posited by cultural materialism rests on the biological and psychological constants of human nature, and on the distinction between thought and behavior and emics and ethics. To begin with, each society must cope with the problems of production behaviorally satisfying minimal requirements for subsistence, hence there must be an ethic behavioral mode of production. Second, each society must behaviorally cope with the problem of reproduction avoiding destructive increases or decreases in population size, hence there must be an ethic behavioral mode of reproduction. Third, each society must cope with the necessity of maintaining secure and orderly behavioral relationships among its constituent groups and with other societies. In conformity with mundane and practical conceit erratians, cultural materialists see the threat of disorder arising primarily from the economic processes which allocate labor and the material products of labor to individuals and groups. Hence, depending on whether the focus of organization is on domestic groups or the internal and external relationships of the whole society, one may infer the universal existence of ethic behavioral domestic economies and ethic behavioral political economies. Finally, given the prominence of human speech acts and the importance of symbolic processes for the human psyche, one can infer the universal recurrence of productive behavior that leads to ethic, recreational, sportive, and aesthetic products and services. Behavioral superstructure is a convenient label for this universally recurrent ethic sector. In sum, the major ethic behavioral categories together with some examples of socio-cultural phenomena that fall within each domain are mode of production, HIE technology and the practices employed for expanding or limiting basic subsistence production, especially the production of food and other forms of energy, given the restrictions and opportunities provided by a specific technology interacting with a specific habitat. Technology of subsistence. Techno-environmental relationships. Ecosystems. Work patterns. Mode of reproduction, the technology and the practices employed for expanding, limiting, and maintaining population size. Demography. Mating patterns. Fertility, natality, mortality. Nurturance of infants. Medical control of demographic patterns. Contraception, abortion, infanticide. Domestic economy, the organization of reproduction and basic production, exchange and consumption within camps, houses, apartments, or other domestic settings. Family structure. Domestic division of labor. Domestic socialization, inculturation, education age and sex roles domestic discipline, hierarchies, sanctions 52. Political economy, the organization of reproduction, production, exchange, and consumption within and between bands, villages, chiefdoms, states, and empires. Political organization, factions, clubs, associations, corporations division of labor, taxation, tribute political socialization, inculturation, education class, caste, urban, rural hierarchies discipline, police/military control war 53. Behavioral superstructure. Art, music, dance, literature, advertising. Rituals. Sports, games, hobbies. Science. I can simplify the above by lumping the modes of production and reproduction together under the rubric infrastructure, and by lumping domestic and political economy under the rubric structure. This yields a tripartite scheme. Infrastructure. Structure. Superstructure. However, these rubrics embrace only the ethic behavioral components of socio-cultural systems. About the mental components. Running roughly parallel to the ethic behavioral components are a set of mental components whose conventional designations are as follows. Ethic behavioral mental and emic. Components. Infrastructure ethnobotany, ethnozoology, subsistence lore, magic, religion, taboos. Ethic behavioral mental and emic. Components. Structure kinship, political ideology, ethnic and national ideologies, magic, religion, taboos. Ethic superstructure symbols, myths, aesthetic standards and philosophies, epistemologies, ideologies, magic, religion, taboos 54. Rather than distinguish the mental and emic components according to the strength of their relationship to specific etic behavioral components, I shall lump them together and designate them in their entirety as the mental and MIC superstructure, meaning the conscious and unconscious cognitive goals, categories, rules, plans, values, philosophies, and beliefs about behavior elicited from the participants or inferred by the observer. Four major universal components of socio-cultural systems are now before us: the etic behavioral infrastructure, structure, and superstructure, and the mental and emic superstructure. Language again. ONECONSPICUOUS omission from the above scheme is the category language. It should be clear from the discussion of speech acts, p. 42, that studies of etic components usually involve the identification of speech acts and other communication events. For example, the description of domestic hierarchies by means of requests and compliances to requests shows that such hierarchies involve communication components that can be studied by means of etic operations. Since communication acts, especially speech acts, usually occur in human scenes of even moderate duration, all major etic rubrics are to some degree built up out of the observation of communication events. Communication, including speech, serves a vital instrumental role in coordinating infrastructural, structural, and superstructural activity. Hence it cannot be regarded as belonging exclusively to any one of these divisions. Moreover, communication in the form of speech acts is also the very stuff out of which much of the mental and emic superstructure is built. Hence language per se cannot be viewed as an exclusively infrastructural, structural, or superstructural component, nor as an exclusively behavioral or mental phenomenon. Another important reason for not including language as a separate component in the universal pattern is that cultural materialism makes no claims concerning the functional relationship between infrastructure and the major phonemic and grammatical features of particular families of languages. Cultural materialism does not hold, for example, that particular modes of production and reproduction cause people to speak Indo-European rather than Uto-Aztecan languages. But cultural idealists have proposed the now discredited theory that Indo-European grammatical categories led to the Industrial Revolution. SEC Werf, 1956. We are now finally in a position to state the theoretical principles of cultural materialism. 55. The major principles of cultural materialism. THEKERNEL of the principles that guide the development of interrelated sets of theories in the strategy of cultural materialism was anticipated by Marx, 1970 1859, 121, in the following words: The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. As stated, this principle was a great advance in human knowledge, surely equivalent in its time to the formulation of the principle of natural selection by Alfred Wallace and Charles Darwin. However, in the context of modern anthropological research, the epistemological ambiguities inherent in the phrase "the mode of production," the neglect of the mode of reproduction, and the failure to distinguish emics from etics and behavioral from mental impose the need for reformulation. The cultural materialist version of Marx's great principle is as follows: the etic behavioral modes of production and reproduction probabilistically determine the etic behavioral domestic and political economy, which in turn probabilistically determine the behavioral and mental emic superstructures. For brevity's sake, this principle can be referred to as the principle of infrastructural determinism. The strategic significance of the principle of infrastructural determinism is that it provides a set of priorities for the formulation and testing of theories and hypotheses about the causes of socio-cultural phenomena. Cultural materialists give highest priority to the effort to formulate and test theories in which infrastructural variables are the primary causal factors. Failure to identify such factors in the infrastructure warrants the formulation of theories in which structural variables are tested for causal primacy. Cultural materialists give still less priority to exploring the possibility that the solution to socio-cultural puzzles lies primarily within the behavioral superstructure, and finally, theories that bestow causal primacy upon the mental and emic superstructure are to be formulated and tested only as an ultimate recourse when no testable etic behavioral theories can be formulated or when all that have been formulated have been decisively discredited. In other words, cultural materialism asserts the strategic priority of etic and behavioral conditions and processes over emic and mental conditions and processes, and of infrastructural over structural and superstructural conditions and processes, but it does not deny the possibility that emic, mental, superstructural, and structural components may achieve a degree of autonomy from the etic behavioral infrastructure. Rather, it merely postpones and delays that possibility in order to guarantee the fullest exploration of the determining influences exerted by the etic behavioral infrastructure. 56. W. High infrastructure. THESTRATEGIC priority given to etic and behavioral production. And reproduction by cultural materialism represents an attempt to build theories about culture that incorporate lawful regularities occurring in nature. Like all bioforms, human beings must expend energy to obtain energy, and other life-sustaining products. And like all bioforms, our ability to produce children is greater than our ability to obtain energy for them. The strategic priority of the infrastructure rests upon the fact that human beings can never change these laws. We can only seek to strike a balance between reproduction and the production and consumption of energy. True, through technology we have achieved a considerable capacity to raise and lower productive and reproductive rates. But technology in turn confronts a series of physical, chemical, biological, and ecological laws that likewise cannot be altered and that necessarily limit the rate and direction of technological change and hence the degree of control which can be achieved over production and reproduction by technological intervention in a specific environmental context. Moreover, all such interventions are limited by the level of technological evolution, a level that cannot be altered by an instantaneous act of will and by the capacity of particular habitats to absorb various types and intensities of techno-economies without undergoing irreversible changes. Infrastructure, in other words, is the principal interface between culture and nature, the boundary across which the ecological, chemical, and physical restraints to which human action is subject interact with the principal socio-cultural practices aimed at overcoming or modifying those restraints. The order of cultural materialist priorities from infrastructure to the remaining behavioral components and finally to the mental superstructure reflects the increasing remoteness of these components from the culture/nature interface. Since the aim of cultural materialism, in keeping with the orientation of science in general, is the discovery of the maximum amount of order in its field of inquiry, priority for theory building logically settles upon those sectors under the greatest direct restraints from the givens of nature. To endow the mental superstructure with strategic priority, as the cultural idealists advocate, is a bad bet. Nature is indifferent to whether God is a loving father or a bloodthirsty cannibal. But nature is not indifferent to whether the fallow period in a Swidden field is 1 year or 10. We know that powerful restraints exist on the infrastructural level, hence it is a good bet that these restraints are passed on to the structural and superstructural components. To be sure, much attention is now being paid to pan-human neuropsychological structural restraints that allegedly oblige human beings to think in predetermined patterns. Later on I shall examine these structuralist claims rather carefully. In the meantime, what needs to be said is that if, as Levi Strauss claims, the human mind only thinks thoughts that are good to think, the menu allows for an extraordinary diversity of tastes. No doubt human beings have species-specific patterns of thought just as we have species-specific patterns of locomotion and body heat disposal. But how shall we use this fact to account for the tremendous variation in worldviews, religions, and philosophies, all of which are indisputably equally good to think? Structural 57. Ists and other varieties of idealists are no more capable of answering this question than they are capable of explaining why human beings, who are naturally terrestrial bipeds, sometimes ride horses and sometimes fly through the air, or why, given a species-specific endowment of sweat glands, some people cool off by sitting in front of air conditioners while others sip hot tea. The strategic advantage of infrastructural determinism as opposed to structuralism and sociobiology is that the recurrent limiting factors are variables that can be shown to exert their influence in measurably variable ways. This enables cultural materialism to construct theories that account for both differences and similarities. For example, the need to eat is a constant, but the quantities and kinds of foods that can be eaten vary in conformity with technology and habitat. Sex drives are universal, but their reproductive consequences vary in conformity with the technology of contraception, perinatal care, and the treatment of infants. Unlike ideas, patterns of production and reproduction cannot be made to appear and disappear by a mere act of will. Since they are grounded in nature, they can only be changed by altering the balance between culture and nature, and this can only be done by the expenditure of energy. Thought changes nothing outside of the head unless it is accompanied by the movements of the body or its parts. It seems reasonable, therefore, to search for the beginnings of the causal chains affecting socio-cultural evolution in the complex of energy-expending body activities that affect the balance between the size of each human population, the amount of energy devoted to production, and the supply of life-sustaining resources. Cultural materialists contend that this balance is so vital to the survival and well-being of the individuals and groups who are its beneficiaries that all other culturally patterned thoughts and activities in which these individuals and groups engage are probably directly or indirectly determined by its specific character. But we do not contend this out of any final conviction that we know what the world is really like. We contend it merely to make the best possible theories about what the world is probably like. 58. Thought and Behavior. Muchofthe razi stan ce to c ultural materialism stem s from what. Seem stobethe self-evident true ththat bavi or is governed by thought. That human social life is rule-governed. I criticize this viewpoint in Chapter 9, but some preliminary clarifications may be appropriate in the present context. What puzzles many people is how it can be maintained that behavior determines thought when their own behavior intuitively appears to be an acting out of mental goals and moral precepts. Take the case of technological change, which is so vital to the evolution of culture. In order for cultures to develop stone tools, bows and arrows, digging sticks, plows, ceramics, and machinery, didn't somebody first have to think about how to make such things? Cultural materialism does not view inventors or any other human beings as zombie-like automata whose activities are never under conscious control. In asserting the primacy of the behavioral infrastructure over the mental and emic superstructure, cultural materialism is not addressing the question of how technological inventions and other kinds of creative innovations originate in individuals, but rather how such innovations come to assume a material social existence and how they come to exert an influence on social production and social reproduction. Thoughts in the minds of geniuses like Hero of Alexandria, who invented the steam turbine in the 3rd century, or Leonardo da Vinci, who invented the helicopter in the 16th century, cannot assume a material social existence unless appropriate material conditions for their social acceptance and use are also present. Furthermore, the recurrence of such inventions as ceramics and metallurgy independently in different parts of the world under similar infrastructural conditions suggests that not even the most original ideas happen only once. Indeed, from the uncanny way in which the invention of the steamship, telephone, airplane, photography, automobile, and hundreds of other patentable devices have been subjected to conflicting claims of priority by independent individuals and laboratories, cf. Kroeber, 1948, the conclusion seems inescapable that when the infrastructural conditions are ripe, the appropriate thoughts will occur, not once but again and again. Furthermore, there is ample evidence to indicate that some of the greatest inventions ever made, for example, agriculture, were known in thought for thousands of years before they began to play a significant role in the infrastructures of prehistoric societies, see pages 85 ff. The intuition that thought determines behavior arises from the limited temporal and cultural perspective of ordinary experience. Concise thoughts in the form of plans and itineraries certainly help individuals and groups to find a path through the daily complexities of theoretical principles of cultural materialism 5960. Social life. But these plans and itineraries merely chart the selection of pre-existing behavioral mazeways. Even in the most permissive societies and the richest in alternative roles, the planned actions lunch, a lover's tryst, an evening at the theater are never conjured up out of thin air but are drawn from the inventory of recurrent scenes characteristic of that particular culture. The issue of behavioral versus mental determinism is not a matter of whether the mind guides action, but whether the mind determines the selection of the inventory of culturally actionable thoughts. As Schopenhauer said, we want what we will, but we don't will what we want. Thus the human intuition concerning the priority of thought over behavior is worth just about as much as our human intuition that the earth is flat. To insist on the priority of mind in culture is to align one's understanding of socio-cultural phenomena with the anthropological equivalent of pre-Darwinian biology or pre-Newtonian physics. It is to believe in what Freud called the omnipotence of thought. Such a belief is a form of intellectual infantilism that dishonors our species-given powers of thought. Individual versus group selection. It is essential to the task of constructing cultural materialist theories that one be able to establish a link between the behavioral choices made by definite individuals and the aggregate responses of socio-cultural systems. One must be able to show why one kind of behavioral option is more likely than another, not in terms of abstract pushes, pulls, pressures, and other metaphysical forces, but in terms of concrete biopsychological principles pertinent to the behavior of the individuals participating in the system. Another way to phrase this imperative is to assert that the selection processes responsible for the divergent and convergent evolutionary trajectories of socio-cultural systems operate mainly on the individual level. Individuals follow one rather than another course of action, and as a result the aggregate pattern changes. But one don't mean to dismiss the possibility that many socio-cultural traits are selected for by the differential survival of whole socio-cultural systems, that is, by group selection. Because intense intergroup competition was probably present among early human populations, provision must be made for the extinction of systems that were biopsychologically satisfying to the individuals concerned, but vulnerable to more predatory neighbors. With the consequent loss of certain cultural inventories and the preservation and propagation of others. However, such group selection is merely a catastrophic consequence of selection operating on or through individuals. Cultural evolution, like biological evolution, has, up to now at least, taken place through opportunistic changes that increase benefits and lower costs to individuals. Just as a species does not struggle to survive as a collective entity, but survives or not as a consequence of the adaptive changes of individual organisms, so too do socio-cultural systems survive or not as a consequence of the adaptive changes in the thought and activities of individual men and women who respond opportunistically to cost-benefit options. If the socio-cultural system survives as a result of patterns of thought and behavior selected for on the individual level, it is not because the group as such was successful but because some or all of the individuals in it were successful. Thus a group that is annihilated in warfare can be said to have been selected for as a group, but if we want to understand why it was annihilated, we must examine the cost-benefit options exercised by its individual members relative to the options exercised by its victorious neighbors. The fact that some people sincerely act in order to help others and to protect the group does not alter this situation. Saints and heroes sacrifice their lives for the good of others. But the question of whether the others accept or reject that good remains a matter of the balance of individual costs and benefits. Society does not live by saints alone. Altruism, to be successful, must confer adaptive advantages on those who give as well as on those who take. This is not to say that the direction of cultural change in the short run can be predicted by summing up what is the greatest good for the greatest number of people. Obviously there are many innovations which are biopsychologically more satisfying to some members of a society than to others. Purdah, the veiling of women in Muslim societies, facilitates domestic and political control by men over women. Presumably the biopsychological rewards of PERDA are greater for men than for women. Indeed, one might say that for the women there are severe penalties. But the men have the power to make their own well-being weigh more heavily in the balance of advantages and disadvantages than the well-being of women. The more hierarchical the society with respect to sex, age, class, caste, and ethnic criteria, the greater the degree of exploitation of one group by another, and the less likely it is that the trajectory of socio-cultural evolution can be calculated. 61-62. From the average biopsychological utility of traits. This leads to many puzzling situations in which it appears that large sectors of a society are acting in ways that diminish their practical well-being instead of enhancing it. In India, for example, members of impoverished menial castes avidly uphold the rule of caste endogamy and insist that marriage be legitimized by expensive dowries. Abstractly, it would appear that the members of such impoverished castes would be materially better off if they practiced exogamy and stopped insisting on big marriage payments. But the victims of the caste system cannot base their behavior on long-term abstract calculations. Access to such menial jobs as construction worker, toddy winemaker, coir maker, and so forth depends on caste identity validated by obedience to caste rules. In the lower castes, if one fails to maintain membership in good standing, one loses the opportunity to obtain work even of the most menial kind, and plunges still further into misery. To throw off the weight of the accumulated privileges of the upper castes lies entirely beyond the practical capacity of those who are at the bottom of the heap. Hence, perverse as it may seem, those who benefit least from the system ardently support it in daily life. Biopsychological constants. THERD-WORLDISM in postulating pan-human biopsychological drives and predispositions is that one is tempted to reduce all socio-cultural similarities to an imaginary genetic biogram, CP 127, whereas most similarities as well as differences are due to socio-cultural evolutionary processes. For reasons that I shall spell out during the discussion of biological reductionism in the next chapter, the most important observation that one can make about the human biogram is that it is relatively free from species-specific biopsychological drives and predispositions. As a species, we have been selected for our ability to acquire elaborate repertories of socially learned responses, rather than for size-specific drives and instincts. Nonetheless, without postulating the existence of selective principles operating at the biopsychological level, one cannot explain how infrastructure mediates between culture and nature. It is better to begin with a minimal set of human biopsychological selective principles than with one that tries to render a complete account of what it is to be human. Hence I shall list only 4. 1. People need to eat and will generally opt for diets that offer more, rather than fewer calories and proteins and other nutrients. 2. People cannot be totally inactive, but when confronted with a given task, they prefer to carry it out by expending less rather than more energy. 3. People are highly sexed and generally find reinforcing pleasure from sexual intercourse more often from heterosexual intercourse. 4. People need love and affection in order to feel secure and happy. And other things being equal, they will act to increase the love and affection which others give them. My justification for this list is that its generality is guaranteed by the existence of similar biopsychological predispositions among most members of the primate order. You may wish to postulate that human beings also naturally seek to create music and art, to dichotomize, to rationalize, to believe in God, to be aggressive, to laugh, to play, to be bored, to be free, and so forth. By succumbing to the temptation to open this list to all nominations, you will rapidly succeed in reducing every recurrent cultural trait to the status of a biological given. But the adequacy of the list must be judged by the adequacy of the theories it helps to generate. The more parsimonious we are about granting the existence of biopsychological constants, the more powerful and elegant will be the network of theories emanating from socio-cultural strategies. Our object is to explain much by little. Despite the parsimony of my list, everyone can immediately think of antithetical behaviors and thoughts. For the first, there is obesity, voluntary starvation, vegetarianism, and self-inflicted dietary pathology. For the second, there is the intensive expenditure of energy in sports and artistic performance. For the third, there is abstinence, homosexuality, masturbation. And for the fourth, there is infanticide, domestic strife, and exploitation. However, the existence of these apparently contradictory patterns is not necessarily fatal to the scheme as proposed. Nothing in the statement of panspecific biopsychological principles indicates that selection acting through the preferences of individuals will in the long term contribute to the maximization of anticipated results. On the contrary, the selection of maximizing traits recurrently leads to ecological depletions. Thus the pursuit of more proteins frequently ends up with people getting fewer proteins, the adoption of labor-saving devices ends up with people working harder, the escalation of male sexual activity leads to a systemic shortage of *63 women, and greater effective bonding transmuted by politics leads to greater exploitation of one class by another. These paradoxes do not invalidate the list of universal nor falsify the principles of cultural materialism, they merely expose the puzzles that cultural materialism proposes to solve more effectively than rival strategies. 64. Mode of production and relations of production. No generalagreement exists as to what Marx meant by infrastructure or the mode of production, Legros, 1979. While he distinguished between the relations and the forces of production, both of these concepts involve fatal ambiguities. As I stressed in the previous chapter, Marx left the problem of objectivity unresolved. Lacking the concepts of emic and tic operations and indiscriminately mixing mental and behavioral phenomena, he bequeathed a heritage of Hegelian dialectical double talk now being pushed to extremes by new wave Marxists, to be discussed in Chapter 8. I do not believe it is possible to divine what Marx really meant by the mode of production, nor what components he intended to put into it or take out of it. Rather than argue about what Marx intended, let me simply explain my reasons for the inclusions and omission on p. 52. As a cultural materialist, I hold that infrastructure should consist of those aspects of a socio-cultural system which enable one to predict a maximum number of additional components up to the behavior of the entire system if possible. I have therefore removed certain key aspects of what many Marxists mean by relations of production from infrastructure to structure and superstructure. The classic Marxist concept of ownership of the means of production, for example, denotes differential access to the technology employed in subsistence production and hence is an organizational feature of structure rather than a part of infrastructure. The strategic significance of this departure is that one think it is possible to explain the evolution of the ownership of means of production as a dependent variable in relation to the evolution of demography, technology, ecology, and subsistence economy. It would seem futile to object to the removal of ownership from infrastructure until it can be shown that such an explanation cannot be achieved. Similarly, I view patterns of exchange, example reciprocity, redistribution, trade, markets, employment, money transactions not as infrastructure but partly as etic structural components, aspects of domestic and political economy, and partly as emic and mental superstructural components. Once again, the justification for this decision lies in the hope that patterns of exchange can be predicted from a conjunction of more basic variables. Clearly, some aspects of ownership and exchange will never be predicted simply from a knowledge of the demographic, technological, economic, and environmental components. There are whole universes of phenomena concerning ownership and exchange in price market settings, for example, which must be approached by means of the categories and models by which economists describe and predict monetary inputs and outputs, capital investments, wages, and prices, and so forth. Let me emphatically renounce any pretension that all economic events and processes can be understood as mere reflexes of the modes of production and reproduction. Remember that cultural materialism asserts the strategic priority of etic and behavioral conditions and processes over emic and mental conditions and processes, and of infrastructural over structural and superstructural conditions and processes, but it does not deny the possibility that emic, superstructural, and structural components may achieve a degree of autonomy from the etic infrastructure. Rather, it merely postpones and delays that possibility in order to guarantee the fullest exploration of the determining influences exerted by the infrastructure. To regard price values, capital, wages, and commodity markets as structure and superstructure rather than infrastructure, and to accord them a degree of autonomy in determining the evolution of contemporary socio-cultural systems is not to reverse or abandon the strategic priorities of cultural materialism. The principles of cultural materialism remain applicable. These principles direct attention to the predominance of the behavioral ethics of exchange over the mental emics of exchange, and to the role of the etic behavioral infrastructure in determining the conditions under which price-making markets and money economies have come into existence. Indeed, cultural materialism cannot be reconciled with classical Marxist interpretations of the inner dynamics of capitalism precisely because Marx accorded the essentially emic mental categories of capital and profits a predominant role in the further evolution of modern industrial society, whereas from the cultural materialist perspective the key to the future of capitalism lies in the conjunction of its etic behavioral components and especially in the feedback between political economy and the infrastructure, see pages 226 ff. 65-66. The modes of reproduction and production. Culturalmaterialist principles also depart radically from classical Marxism in regarding the production of children as part of the infrastructure. I believe that this departure is necessary in order to explain why modes of production undergo changes that result in systemic transformations and divergent and convergent evolution. Marx attempted to explain the change from one mode of production to another by relying on the Hegelian idea that social formations during the course of their existence develop internal contradictions that are at once the cause of their own destruction and the basis for the emergence of new social formations. According to Marx, modes of production evolve through the development of contradictions between the means of production and the relations of production. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relation of production. That is, the relations of production, as, for example, private ownership and the profit motive, hold back the provision of material satisfactions, they become fetters on the production process. They are destroyed and replaced by higher relations of production, for example, communal ownership, that permit a more ample expression of the potential of the means of production, an economy of abundance instead of scarcity. In Marx's dialectic of history no less than in Hegel's, each epoch or social formation is urged onward toward its inevitable negation by an uncanny teleological thrust. For Hegel, it was the growth of the idea of freedom; for Marx, the development of the forces of production. In order for Marx's contradiction between forces and relations to provide the motive force of a socio-cultural evolution faithful to Hegel's vision of a spiritualized cosmos dialectically negating itself into a heavenly utopia, the mode of production must tend toward maximum realization of its power over nature. As Marx put it, no social order ever disappears before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have been developed. 1970-1859, 21. Why should one expect this to be true? I believe that demographic factors help to explain the historic expansion of productive forces. Hence, the necessity arises for speaking of a mode of reproduction whose effect upon social structures and ideology is no less important than that of the mode of production. Anthropologists have long recognized that in broadest perspective cultural evolution has had three main characteristics: escalating energy budgets, increased productivity, and accelerating population growth. 1. Over the long haul the amount of energy per capita and per local system has tended to increase. Cultures at the band level of development used less than 100,000 kilocalories per day, cultures at the level of tropical forests/and burn farming villages, used about 1 million per day, Neolithic mixed dry farming villages, about 2 million per day, the early irrigation states of Mesopotamia, China, India, Peru, and Mesoamerica about 25 billion per day, and modern industrial superstates over 50 trillion per day. 2. Production efficiency, measured as energy output per unit of human labor, has also increased, rising, for example, from about 10 to 1 among hunters and gatherers to 20 to 1 among swidden farmers to 50 to 1 among irrigation agriculturalists. 3. And human population has increased. There was a global density of less than 1 person per square mile in 10,000 BC. Today there are over 65 persons per square mile. Settlements grew from 25 to $0 persons per band, 150 to 200 per slash and burn village, 500 to 1,500 per Neolithic mixed farming village. By 200 BC, there were more people living in the great pre-industrial Oriental empires than in all the world 10,000 years earlier. Why should all three of these factors have increased in unison? Marx never really confronted this question because, like Malthus, he implicitly assumed that population growth was inevitable. Modern anthropological and archaeological findings, however, don't support this assumption. During as many as 2 or 3 million years, hominid populations probably remained stationary or fluctuated within rather narrow limits. Why should population ever have begun to increase? It cannot be argued that it increased as a result of technological progress and rising standards of living. 2 additional major evolutionary trends negate such an interpretation. First, despite the increase in technological efficiency, numbers of hours per capita devoted to subsistence increased rather than decreased, reaching a peak with the industrial wage labor system of 19th century capitalism. Second, substantial decrements in quality of life measured in terms of nutritional intake, health, and longevity can be linked to population growth. In other words, cultures have not generally applied the increments in techno-environmental efficiency brought about by the invention and application of labor-saving devices to saving labor, but to increasing the energy throughput, which in turn has not been used to improve 67-68 living standards but to produce additional children. This paradox cannot be explained by the development of class stratification and exploitation, since it was also characteristic of classless societies and was, if anything, a cause rather than a consequence of the evolution of the state. See pages LUF. The solution to the problem of why new and more efficient modes of production produced people rather than reduced labor and or increased per capita consumption lies in the methods employed by pre-modern societies to limit population growth. Malthus correctly perceived that the mode of reproduction throughout the pre-industrial epoch was dominated by malign population regulating techniques involving severe forms of psychobiological violence and deprivation. It is true that relatively benign techniques were also available, principally homosexuality, coitus interruptus, delayed marriage, postpartum sexual abstinence, masturbation, and prolonged lactation. But these measures alone or in combination in historically or ethnographically ascertainable frequencies cannot account for the remarkably slow, 0.0007% to 0.0015% per annum, rate of increase prior to the Neolithic, nor for the less than 0.056% rate between the Neolithic and the emergence of the first states, Carnier, Rowe and Hills, 1966, Cole, 1974, Kalata, 1974, Van Ginneken, 1974. Additional means of regulation must be invoked to account for the small size of the human global population prior to 3000 BC. In view of the inherent capacity of healthy human populations to double their numbers in less than 25 years, Hassan, 1973. I believe that these additional measures involved assault against mother and fetus with whole-body trauma, abortifacients, infanticide, especially female infanticide, and systematic selective nutritional neglect of infants, especially of female infants and of pre-adolescent girls, Dybel and Harris, 1976, Polgar et al., 1972, Birdsell, 1968, Devereux, 1967. If mode of production held constant, and an average of only 4 births per woman, almost 50% of the females born must be prevented from reaching reproductive age if a population initially in reasonably good health is not to suffer severe cutbacks in the quality of life in a very short time. This exigency constitutes a great determining force of prehistory. Before the development of the state, infanticide, body trauma aversion, and other malign forms of population control predisposed cultures which were in other respects adjusted to their habitats to increase production in order to reduce the wastage of infants, girls, and mothers. In other words, because prehistoric cultures kept their numbers in line with what they could afford by killing or neglecting their own children, they were vulnerable to the lure of innovations that seemed likely to allow more children to live. Thus Malthus was correct in his surmise that population pressure exerted an enormous influence on the structure of pre-state societies, cf. Daly, 1971. It has lately been established that pre-state populations generally stop growing when they reach as little as one-third of the maximum carrying capacity of their techno-environmental situation, Lee and DeVore, 1968, Castile, 1972. As we shall see, this has been interpreted by structural Marxists and others as a refutation of the importance of Malthusian forces. Yet no such interpretation is warranted until the nature of the restraints on population growth has been clarified. As I have just said, the evidence indicated that slow rates of population growth were achieved only at great psychobiological costs through infanticide, abuse, and neglect. This means that even societies with constant or declining populations may be experiencing severe population pressure, or better said, severe reproductive pressure. The payment of Malthusian costs may account for many specific features of pre-state societies. The most important of these is warfare. Malthus correctly identified warfare as one of the most important checks on population, but he misunderstood the conditions under which paleotechnic warfare occurred and how it functioned to control population growth. He also overestimated the influence of combat deaths upon the rate of growth of modern societies. Pre-state warfare probably does not regulate population through combat deaths but through its effect on the sex ratio, encouraging people to rear maximum numbers of males and minimum numbers of females. Thus pre-state warfare occurs not simply as an aberration caused by the failure of the mode of production to provide adequate subsistence of Marx, 19731857-58607-608, surprisingly enough shared with Malthus. Warfare also occurs as a systemic means of slowing population growth, conserving resources, and maintaining high per capita levels of subsistence. As for state-level warfare, it is not a check on population but an incentive for rapid population increase and resource depletion. CP 102. The inadequacy of Marx's treatment of what I have called the mode of reproduction resulted from high-dollar contemptuous dismissal, 1857-58, 69. 1973:606, of the works of the baboon * Malthus. Marx's rejection of Malthus was motivated by Malthus's contention that no change in political economy could eliminate poverty, cf. Meek, 1971. But one can recognize the importance of the mode of reproduction in determining the course of socio-cultural evolution without endorsing Malthus's reactionary view of history. By rejecting the totality of Malthus's work, Marx cut his followers off from collaborating in the development of a theory of human demography and ecology without which the divergent and convergent transformations of modes of production and their corresponding superstructures cannot be understood. There is no more important aspect of production than reproduction, the production of human beings. While there are structural and superstructural aspects to the modes of population control, the central issue has always been the challenge the biology of sexual reproduction presents to culturally imposed restraints. In this sphere, as in subsistence production, technological advances are of the greatest import, the only difference being that for production it is the means of increase that is decisive, while for reproduction, it is the means of decrease that is decisive. The failure to accord the development of the technology of population control a central role in the evolution of culture does great damage to the credibility of both classical and new wave Marxist principles and theories. If it is objected that much of what I have been saying about the relationship between production and reproduction is speculative and in need of further empirical tests, I surely agree. but the fact that an important original and coherent set of testable theories, one shall present more of them in the next chapter, can be formulated by including the mode of reproduction in the infrastructure is a cogent reason for doing so, even though the theories themselves need to be tested by further research. 70. The role of structure and superstructure. ONECOMMON criticism of cultural materialism is that it reduces structure and superstructure to mechanical epiphenomena that play only a passive role in the determination of history. From this, critics infer that cultural materialism is a doctrine of political and ideological. Among the other characterizations reserved for Malthus, plagiarist by Profession/shameless sycophant, a bought advocate. Apathy and inaction. One might very well wish to question the value of a research strategy which holds that political and ideological struggle are futile because the outcome is determined exclusively by the infrastructure. However, the strategy of cultural materialism is incompatible with any such conclusion. Then what precisely is the role of structure and superstructure in the causal determinations anticipated by cultural materialist strategy? As one have said in previous sections, infrastructure, structure, and superstructure constitute a socio-cultural system. A change in any one of the system's components usually leads to a change in the others. In this regard, cultural materialism is compatible with all those varieties of functionalism employing an organismic analogy to convey an appreciation of the interdependencies among the cells and organs of the social body. The conceptualization of the interrelationships in question can be improved by introducing a distinction between system-maintaining and system-destroying interdependencies. The most likely outcome of any innovation, whether it arises in the infrastructure, structure, or superstructure, is system-maintaining negative feedback, the dampening of deviation resulting either in the extinction of the innovation or in slight compensatory changes in the other sectors, changes which preserve the fundamental characteristics of the whole system. For example, the introduction of progressive federal income taxes in the United States was followed by a series of privileged exemptions and shelters that effectively dampened the movement toward eliminating extremes of wealth and poverty. However, certain kinds of infrastructural changes, for example, those which increase the energy flow per capita and or reduce reproductive wastage, are likely to be propagated and amplified, resulting in positive feedback throughout the structural and superstructural sectors, with a consequent alteration of the system's fundamental characteristics. Cultural materialism denies that there is any similar class of structural or superstructural components whose variation leads as regularly to deviation amplification rather than to negative feedback. The causal priority of infrastructure is a matter of the relative probability that systemic stasis or change will follow upon innovations in the infrastructural, structural, or superstructural sectors. Cultural materialism, unlike classical structural functionalism, holds that changes initiated in the etic and behavioral modes of production and reproduction are more likely to produce deviation amplification. 71. Throughout the domestic, political, and ideological sectors than vice versa. Innovations initiated in the etic and behavioral structural sectors are less likely to produce system-destroying changes, and innovations arising in the emic superstructures are still less likely to change the entire system, due to their progressively remote functional relationships with the crucial infrastructural components. To take a familiar example, during the late 1960s many young people believed that industrial capitalism could be destroyed by a cultural revolution. New modes of singing, praying, dressing, and thinking were introduced in the name of a counterculture. These innovations predictably had absolutely no effect upon the structure and infrastructure of U.S. capitalism, and even their survival and propagation within the superstructure now seems doubtful except insofar as they enhance the profitability of corporations that sell records and clothes. Nothing in this formulation of the probabilistic outcome of infrastructural changes warrants the inference that structure or superstructure are insignificant, epiphenomenal reflexes of infrastructural factors. On the contrary, structure and superstructure clearly play vital system-maintaining roles in the negative feedback processes responsible for the conservation of the system. Productive and reproductive processes are functionally dependent on etic domestic and political organization, and the entire etic conjunction is functionally dependent on ideological commitments to values and goals that enhance cooperation and or minimize the costs of maintaining order and an efficient level of productive and reproductive inputs. It follows from this that ideologies and political movements which lessen the resistance to an infrastructural change increase the likelihood that a new infrastructure will be propagated and amplified instead of dampened and extinguished. Furthermore, the more direct and emphatic the structural and superstructural support of the infrastructural changes, the swifter and the more pervasive the transformation of the whole system. In other words, although I maintain that the probability is high that certain kinds of changes in the modes of production and reproduction will change the system, I also maintain that functionally related changes initiated simultaneously in all three sectors will increase the probability of systemic change. Indeed, it would be irrational to assert that ideological or political struggle could not enhance or diminish the probability of systemic changes involving all three sectors. But the crucial question that separates cultural materialism from its rivals is this: to what extent can fundamental changes be propagated and amplified by ideologies and political movements when the modes of production and reproduction stand opposed to them? Cultural materialism holds that innovations are unlikely to be propagated and amplified if they are functionally incompatible with the existing modes of production and reproduction, more unlikely than in the reverse situation, that is, when there is an initial political and ideological resistance but none in the modes of production and reproduction. This is what cultural materialists mean when they say that in the long run and in the largest number of cases, etic behavioral infrastructure determines the nature of structure and superstructure. To illustrate, let us consider the relationship between procreative ideologies, domestic organization, and the mode of production in the United States. When there was an agrarian homesteading, frontier infrastructure, families were large and women's roles as mother and unpaid domestic laborer were emphasized. With urbanization and the increasing cost of reproduction relative to benefits expected from children, women began to raise their consciousness, demanding entrance to the general employment market on an equal basis with males. Clearly, the consciousness-raising process has been an important instrument for liberating women from the role of domestic drudge. But one cannot argue that political ideological struggle by women was responsible for the vast shifts in technology, production, demand for cheap labor, rise of cities, and increased costs of rearing children, and so forth, all of which provide the functional infrastructural conditions upon which the propagation and amplification of modern feminist political ideological struggle is premised. In order to grasp the asymmetrical nature of the causal relationships between superstructure and infrastructure, let us suppose that somewhere isolated groups of men are beginning to engage in ideological and political struggle aimed at the revival of 19th-century sex roles. Can one assert that the decisive factor in their success or failure will be their commitment to their goal, their degree of political ideological struggle? Scarcely, because in effect their viewpoint is not likely to be propagated or amplified as long as the present urban industrial infrastructure holds sway. On the other hand, cultural materialism does not propose that goals will be achieved regardless of whether people struggle consciously to achieve them. Conscious political ideological struggle is clearly capable of sustaining, accelerating, decelerating, and deflecting the direction and pace of the transformational processes initiated within the infrastructure. 73. The fear that infrastructural determinism deprives people of the will to engage in conscious struggle is based on an entirely false understanding of the status of politically and ideologically relevant cultural materialist theories. Infrastructure is not some simple, transparent, single-factor prime mover, rather, it is a vast conjunction of demographic, technological, economic, and environmental variables. Its description and analysis require enormous amounts of research whose results can only be presented as tentative and probabilistic theories and hypotheses. While some alternative political ideological courses of accession can be dismissed as virtually impossible, several alternative courses of action may appear to be supported by theories and hypotheses to which decisively different degrees of certainty cannot be assigned. Where equally probable alternative cultural materialist theories hold sway, as is often the case, the outcome of political ideological struggle will appear to be decisively influenced by the degree of commitment of the opposing factions and parties. For example, it is difficult to decide whether the productive and reproductive interests of certain low population density underdeveloped countries are effectively served by rapid or slow population increase. On the one hand, high rates of population growth intensify the exploitation of the poor, but on the other, slow rates of population growth may lead to labor shortages, underproduction, and the prolongation of economic and political military subordination to imperialist superpowers. Theoretical ambiguities of this sort can be interpreted in two ways: either the outcome is genuinely open-ended, i.e., not infrastructurally determined but largely dependent upon the respective political ideological commitments to population growth versus population control, or the outcome is highly determined, but the researchers have failed to provide the amounts or kinds of data necessary for identifying what that determined outcome is likely to be. I contend that from the point of view of the active participants it makes no difference which of these two interpretations one wishes to accept. Unless the theoretical ambiguity can be resolved, the outcome will appear to result from the degree of political ideological commitment of the opposing factions. However, the hope always remains that better data collection and better theories will eventually reduce the uncertainties. To sum up, cultural materialist theories may invoke different degrees of infrastructural causation ranging from virtual certainty to virtual indeterminacy. Along this entire range, structural and superstructural commitments appear to shape the final outcome through -74 and positive feedback processes, in inverse relationship to the ability of existing theories to identify the infrastructural determinants. Some people assert that by upholding the primacy of the infrastructure, cultural materialism contributes to the dehumanization of the social sciences. To this I would reply that failure to attempt an objective analysis of the relationship between infrastructure and a particular set of political ideological goals serves only those who benefit from the wanton waste of other people's lives and possessions. Self-deception and subjectivity are not the measures of being human. One do not accept the moral authority of obscurantists and mystics. They cannot take away the humanity of people who want to understand the world as well as to change it. See Chapter 11. 75. Dogmatism. Is no doubt an appropriate moment for me to reaffirm the scientific expectations that underlie these apparently dogmatic assertions. My scientific aim is to formulate interpenetrating sets of theories of broad scope and wide applicability. Such theories can arise only in the context of a definite strategy. It is by requiring every hypothesis worthy of research to implicate etic and behavioral demo-techno-econo-environmental variables that cultural materialism hopes to avoid the proliferating fragmentation of disconnected and mutually contradictory theories. Against the charge that commitment to cultural materialism is dogmatism, C.F. Anderson, 1973:187, there are three rejoinders. First, the credibility of the entire strategy rests upon the empirical status of the interpenetrating theories, and upon their continuous refinement and replacement by more powerful theories. In other words, all of the specific theories that flow from the principle of infrastructural determinism must be the object of continuing critical scrutiny and are held only as tentative approximations. Second, as a matter of existential fact, many competitive research strategies are now actively confronting each other in the social sciences. One do not advocate the elimination of these alternatives, I advocate professional and public evaluations of their respective ability to solve puzzles pertaining to socially significant issues. Elimination of all or most alternative strategies would be a scientific disaster, since the advance of science, as I have said, requires competitive strategies. It is senseless £0 criticize cultural materialism in terms of a wholly imaginary future state of affairs in which all other strategic alternatives have somehow been eliminated, when under acetwal conditions, cultural materialism holds a subordinate, minority position within the social science establishment, and is subject to attack from numerous critics on both the left and right of the political spectrum. Third, the charge of dogmatism can easily be flung back at those who make it. If the strategic program advocated here is not acted upon, how can those who reject it pretend to know for certain that cultural materialism is not a more scientifically efficacious way to explain socio-cultural differences and similarities than their own? The charge of dogmatism is admissible only on the level of theory. Cultural materialists are fully committed to operationalism and to tests of verifiability and falsifiability. To repeat, research strategies cannot be falsified, only theories can be falsified, and only by those who offer better theories. Nothing corresponds as much to the essence of dogma therefore as the belief that social scientists do not need to choose among research strategies before they embark upon the study of human social life. 76. Amtir Ifa. The scope of cultural materialist theories. The of a research strategy does not reside in the profundity of its epistemological viewpoint or the luminosity of its abstract theoretical principles, it lies in the cogency of its substantive theories. Only the capacity of a research strategy's theories to penetrate beneath the surface of phenomena, to reveal new and unsuspected relationships, to tell us why and how things are what they are, can justify its existence. Furthermore, what we want from a strategy is not just a list of disjointed, isolated, and mutually irrelevant or contradictory theories, but an organized set of consistent and concise theories, not the definitive answer to every conceivable question, but tentative answers to important questions over broad and continuously expanding frontiers of knowledge. A detailed exposition of the total corpus of cultural materialist theories together with the archaeological and ethnological evidence upon which they are based would fill many volumes. Obviously, in a single chapter I cannot hope to satisfy the reader's right to know what these theories are about and at the same time provide a satisfactory account of their evidentiary basis. What I can show, however, is that since the issues covered in this chapter correspond to the subject matter of the entire field of social and cultural anthropology, I have refrained from attempting to *78. The theories generated by cultural materialist principles are of broad scope and wide applicability, that they are highly parsimonious explaining much with little and that they form a compact, logically coherent, and interpenetrating set of answers to why human socio-cultural systems are both similar and different. Nomothetic versus ideographic theories. ATTHEHEART of the cultural materialist theoretical corpus is a set of theories dealing with the origin of the principal varieties of pre-state societies, the origin of sexism, classes, castes, and the state, and the origin of the principal varieties of state-level systems. By origin I do not mean the unique concatenation of historical events leading to the first appearance of a particular thought or practice in a particular geographical spot, but to the nomothetic process giving rise to a type of institution under a set of recurrent conditions. Let me draw this distinction between nomothetic and ideographic events more sharply. In the extreme instance, the distinction between nomothetic and ideographic explanations poses few difficulties. Nomothetic explanations deal with recurrent types of conditions, general causes, and general effects. For example, warfare, patrilocal residence, astronomical calendars, and ancestor worship, recur under definite but highly general types of conditions in different parts of the world. In contrast, the explanation of a particular instance of warfare, say, the Battle of Waterloo, or of the introduction of a particular calendar, say, the one Julius Caesar reformed in 45 BC, in terms which make no reference to any general theories of warfare or calendrical record-keeping would constitute an ideographic explanation. Such explanations usually stress the unique sequential thoughts and activities of prominent individuals rather than recurrent causal processes. I do not wish to propose that nomothetic strategies can deal only with events that occur more than once. The origins of Christianity and Buddhism, for example, are unique localized events associated with the provide references for each sentence. References are supplied instead only at critical junctures. One have, however, relied throughout this chapter on the evidence and citations in my textbook, Culture, People, Nature, An Introduction to General Anthropology, 3rd edition. personal lives of two discrete individuals. Yet it is possible to give nomothetic explanations of the origins of Christianity and Buddhism which contrast strongly with common ideographic explanations. The difference is this: in the ideographic explanations, the personalities of Jesus and Gautama impose themselves as unique forces twisting events along unpredictable pathways. In the nomothetic approach, the forces characteristic of the imperial periods in which Jesus and Gautama lived create their personalities. The events unfold along predictable pathways, and the particular individuals involved respond in ways typical of messianic reformers during periods of corruption, exploitation, and widespread misery. The tension between the unique and the recurrent exists in every field that concerns itself with diachronic processes. Evolution is the record of how out of sameness differences emerge. Although it is always easier to identify the causes of recurrent phenomena, one must recognize that unique happenings result from unique combinations of nomothetic processes. In this regard, cultural materialist theories resemble biological theories that explain the origins of species. Certain recurrent processes account for such recurrent phenomena as DNA replication, photosensitive receptors, and organs of locomotion such as fins, legs, and wings. But the same recurrent processes also account for the uniqueness of each of the millions of species shaped by natural selection. 79. Hunter-gatherer systems. Anthropolog's fascination with what Eurocentric historians and philosophers once arrogantly dismissed as prehistory confers a distinct advantage in the struggle to create a science of human social life. 90% of all the human beings ever born not only lived during prehistory but lived during that immensely long epoch before the domestication of plants and animals, when hunting, fishing, and the collection of wild seeds, nuts, tubers, fruits, and berries was the universal mode of production. The explanation of the principal varieties of hunter-gatherer societies therefore cannot be regarded as a mere footnote to theories that concentrate on more familiar historical periods and on technologically more advanced modes of production. From an aim-oriented view of science, strategies that cannot cope with the similarities and differences found among hunter-gatherer societies suffer greatly by comparison with strategies that can cope with them. Cultural materialism offers a coherent perspective on the social life of hunting and gathering peoples. To begin with, the reliance of hunter-gatherers on dispersed wild flora and fauna explains why hunter-gatherers typically lead a mobile existence. Inability to control the rate of reproduction of the biota, especially of prey species, necessitates a low regional density of human population as well as small, mobile camp-like settlements. Hence, political organization into bands is a predictable theoretical consequence of the infrastructure of Paleolithic peoples and of many surviving groups of recent and modern-day hunter-gatherers. Characteristically, hunter-gatherer bands have between 25 and 50 people aggregated at one camp and a regional density of less than one person per square mile. The membership is fluid, however, and band size typically fluctuates with seasonal and other forms of environmentally induced variations in the abundance and distribution of the biotic targets. Since the maintenance of nutritional standards requires seasonal aggregation and disaggregation, as well as daily dispersal and assemblage as seeds ripen, water holes dry up, animal species appear and disappear, the band benefits from having a label structure. Throughout the year, small family groups benefit from the freedom to move between campsites, and under duress, to make camps on their own. Lee and DeVore, 1968, Baikiari, 1972, Lee and DeVore, 1976. Hence the domestic life of hunter-gatherer bands typically revolves around independent nuclear families related through marriage and descent who maintain separate hearths but share food through reciprocal exchanges. Due to differences in the resource base, to the need for mobility, and to seasonal variations in camp size, one does not expect to find many instances of extended families, lineages, or SIBs based on unilocal residence among hunter-gatherers. Hunter-gatherers achieve their lability on the structural level by intermarriages between neighboring bands. The resultant network of kin ties facilitates visiting throughout the year. Bands reinforce their intergroup solidarity by making joint encampments and by engaging in common ceremonial activities during seasons when resources are abundant. This leads to a theory of incest regulation. Restrictions on brother-sister, father-daughter, and mother-son sexual intercourse within the nuclear family probably reflect selection against groups who failed to develop interband marital alliances and who therefore suffered from a lack of lability and mobility and who consequently had a constricted resource base and lacked trading partners and allies in the event of armed conflict. Cohen, 1978. The investment of the incest taboos with so much guilt, anxiety, and symbolism reflects deep confusion and ambivalence concerning the costs/benefits of incest, hence the need for the imposition of unquestionable sacred social rules that cut through that ambivalence and prevent each new generation from repeating the trials and errors of past generations. The same relationship between the sacred and long-term benefits lies behind many food taboos. See pages I-94 ff. Political economic egalitarianism is another theoretically predictably structural consequence of the hunter-gatherer infrastructure. Since settlements are small, membership is labile, and production goes from hand to mouth, therefore daily reciprocal exchanges among campmates cut labor costs. Hunters and collectors can afford to return empty-handed or with half-filled baskets on the expectation that some campmates will be luckier. The balance between giver and taker shifts from day to day, thereby ensuring everyone that individual misfortunes will routinely be buffered by the group's collective product. This leads to a theory of economic exchange. Reciprocity is the dominant form of hunter-gatherer exchanges, while big man redistributive types of exchange systems are correspondingly rare. The infrastructural reason for this is that big manship is a political economic instrument for the intensification of production. But intensification, however, poses an immediate threat to hunter-gatherer ecosystems, especially with respect to prey species. Hunters are active no more than 1 or 2 days a week. More frequent hunting under the goad of big man redistributors would rapidly deplete the harvestable animal biomass. Hence hunter-gatherer political economic ideologies are more likely to insist that the successful hunter be modest and reticent about his productivity. Denton, 1968. Boasting is bad form when extra effort cannot increase the overall availability of animal protein, but can easily and permanently destroy its availability for everyone. Lee and DeVore, 1976. Egalitarianism is also firmly rooted in the openness of resources, the simplicity of the tools of production, the lack of non-transportable property, and the label structure of the band. Friction between those who live at a campsite can easily be resolved by the movement of aggrieved parties to new campsites or to the campsites of their relatives. Since there are no standing crops, permanent houses, or heavy equipment, the question of who gets up and moves away and who stays is of little significance. Hence extremes of subordination and superordination are unknown. Headman, if they are identifiable at all, 81-82. Make suggestions but issue no orders. Fried, 1967. The nature of sex roles and of the relationship between the sexes in band societies is obscured by a lack of information on Paleolithic modes of reproduction. One set of cultural materialist theories depicts females as homebodies and specialists in the gathering of plant foods, while males are seen as specialists in big game hunting. Many believe that this hypothetical division of labor reflects the relative immobility of women because of their frequent pregnancies and their need to nurse children. Men are free of such encumbrances, enjoy a height and weight advantage, have narrower pelvises, and therefore can run faster, all of which combine to make them more efficient hunters. While this theory is supported by the actual division of labor in the surviving hunter-gatherer groups of modern times, I am reluctant to project the modern-day picture of sex roles back upon the entire Paleolithic period. It seems to me not unlikely that women played a more active role in the hunting of big game animals during Pleistocene times, when such animals were more abundant than they are now. This alternative cultural materialist theory of hunter-gatherer sex roles begins with the hypothesis that prolonged and intensive lactation was an important means of fertility control throughout much of the Paleolithic. The effectiveness of the lactation method for spacing births appears to be related to the balance between protein calories and carbohydrate calories in the diet. Frisch and MacArthur, 1974, Frisch, 1975, Trussell, 1978, Frisch, 1978. A diet high in protein and low in carbohydrates is optimal for the lactation method because it prevents the accumulation of body fat, the putative signal for the resumption of postnatal ovulation, while sustaining the health of the mother through the strain of producing milk for 3 or 4 years at a time. According to this theory, there would be few benefits to be derived from making women into specialist homebodies and plant gatherers. Women are not continuously pregnant, nor are they always nursing helpless infants. There are long intervals between births, and nursing children aren't big enough to be left at the campsite in the company of older children or other campmates. Since the Paleolithic hunter-gatherers appear to have hunted big game herd animals mainly by driving them into pitfalls, over cliffs, and into bogs, women would be important at least as drivers and beaters and would also render valuable service as butchers and bearers once the wounded animals had been dispatched. Nor is there any reason to suppose that women did not carry spears and participate in the actual killing of the trapped animals. Under optimum ecological conditions, therefore, the relatively slight degree of human sexual dimorphism, slight in comparison with that of the Pongids, for example, would not impair the highly egalitarian bent of hunter-gatherer social life. Theoretically, the more abundant the game and the more effective lactation as a means of fertility control, the less common such alternative fertility control measures as abortion and infanticide would be. Abundance of game would also have a dampening effect on intergroup hostility, so warfare would be infrequent. This in turn would dampen any tendency to overvalue males and undervalue females. Women would not be used as the reward for male bravery in combat, sex ratios would be in balance, and serial monogamy for both sexes would prevail. C.F. Leacock, 1978. The advantage of this theory is that it provides a means of predicting the conditions under which patterns associated with ethnographically known hunter-gatherer social life would be innovated and amplified. With less abundant sources of animal protein, lactation would have to be supplemented by higher rates of abortion and infanticide, especially female infanticide. The length of the intervals between births decreases, women get pregnant more often, and their mobility is decreased. At the same time intergroup tensions rise, the frequency of warfare goes up, a premium is placed on rearing combat-ready males, and females are devalued and reared to be the passive rewards for aggressive males. Marriage tends toward polygyny, band territories get defined more sharply, and residence and descent become patrilaterally biased. Thus the cultural materialist strategy previsions the rather complex variations in band-level systems of locality and descent that are recorded in the ethnographic literature. Ember, 1978. Many of these complexities occur among the Aboriginal hunter-gatherers of Australia, where the largest game animals were kangaroos and wallabies, and desert or semi-desert conditions prevailed throughout much of the interior. Because of their prolonged isolation and the peculiar pattern of resource distribution, Australian bands developed a unique set of formal intergroup marriage alliances based on moieties, sections, and subsections. Under the moiety system, there were two types of bands, A and B, with the marriage rule A equals B. In the four-section system, there were also two types of bands, but the adjacent and alternating generations were distinguished. The marriage rule was 83-84. AJ equals B. A2 equals B2. In the 8-section system, the generations continued to be distinguished, but there were four types of bands and the marriage rule was AJ equals BJ, CJ equals DJ equals A2, B2 equals C2, D2 equals. These marriage rules have the effect of ensuring that marriage alliances involve appropriately wide networks of bands. Where the simple moiety prevails, only two bands are needed to form a marriage network. With four sections, the marriage network is more likely to involve several type A bands and several type B bands, since one must find a spouse who belongs both to the proper band type and to the proper generation type. In the 8-section system, the obligatory kin network is still larger, since there are 4 types of bands and a male ego cannot take a spouse from the band type his mother was born in nor from his father's generation type. The infrastructural key to these structural and superstructural features is that the 2, 4, and 8 systems are found in roughly concentric circles from the coast of Australia inward and are correlated with increasing aridity and decreasing population density. The more arid the habitat, the more dispersed the bands, the more vital it becomes to establish multi-band alliance networks, see pages 23 LFF. An important factor in the evolution of these Australian special ties may have been the relative paucity of large animals, the localization of bands near water holes, and the regularity with which various plant foods became available at known sites. Although ecologically marginal, the interior habitats were homogeneous over vast areas, Colaby, 1971, thus allowing for geographical configurations of bands that remain stable for long periods of time. This stable ity is attested to by the antiquity of ancestral relics, chungas, which are disinterred from their sacred hiding places during annual ceremonies in order to validate the band's territorial claims. Other hunter-gatherers who have survived into the present in marginal regions exploit different combinations of floral and faunal resources and confront more irregular and unpredictable cycles of scarcity and abundance. The hunter-gatherers of the Kalahari, for example, may lack long-term territorial stability due to shifts in the ranges of their prey species. Marriage classes are also impractical for the Eskimo, who are almost totally dependent upon wide-ranging animal species. Under conditions of extreme techno-environmental scarcity, hunter-gatherers are organized into small, highly labile, nomadic bilateral camp groups that spend a good part of the year fragmented into nuclear families as, for example, the Shoshone of the North American Great Basin, Stewart, 1938, Thomas, 1972. On the other hand, where biotic resources are especially abundant and resistant to depletions, hunter-gatherers may develop many of the characteristics of sedentary agriculturalists. The Pacific Northwest provides vivid evidence of the importance of the specific quantitative and qualitative features of the infrastructural conjunction in determining the structural and superstructural features of hunter-gatherer societies. By exploiting rich coastal and riverine resources, groups such as the Haida, Tlingit, Nootka, and Kwakiutl were able to live in large plank houses and permanent villages without possessing domesticated food crops or domesticated animals. Along the coast, dried fish and fish oil played a role analogous to stored plant foods in the creation of asymmetric redistributive systems, incipient classes, intense warfare, and a florescence of woodcrafts and monumental sculpture, Donald and Mitchell, 1975. Post-contact distortions of the infrastructures of these groups, depopulation due to European diseases, trade for guns and bullets, wage labor in Canadian lumber camps and fisheries also provide the means for comprehending the development of Aboriginal redistributive feasts into highly competitive and destructive potlatch ceremonies, Ferguson, N.D. 85. The origin of Neolithic modes of production. As ARCHAEOLOGIST Mark Cohen, 1977:5, has stressed, there are 2 basic questions to be answered about the rise of modes of production based on domesticated plants and animals, why human populations chose agriculture as a strategy over hunting and gathering, and why so many of the world's people chose it during one brief time span. Between 10,000 and 2000 BC. The strategy of cultural materialism offers parsimonious answers to these questions. Alternative research strategies may cope with either one or the other aspect of the puzzle, but not with both. From an idealist perspective, for example, agriculture and stock raising were great ideas that had to wait upon the appearance of unknown geniuses to unravel the mystery of how to plant seeds and tame wild animals. But how are we to account for the fact that the idea for the domestication of plants occurred to so many geniuses all over the world at approximately the same time? Moreover, why were so many different complexes of plants and animals brought into production in differing parts of the world? The proposal that the idea of domestication diffused from some central hearth to be reproduced in each region in conformity with local ecological possibilities also has relatively little merit. We are dealing with are complex associations of specialized plants and animals whose overall configurations contrast markedly from region to region. Flannery, 1973. The domestication of gourds, tubers, and pulses took place as early as the domestication of grains. Zohari and Hopf, 1973, McNeish, 1978. If a genius was needed to initiate the planting of grains in the Near East, he or she was thrice a genius who in South America and Southeast Asia got the idea of planting manioc or yam cuttings from hearing rumors about lands over the horizon where people planted seeds. Idealist theories of agricultural origins are also at odds with the fact that surviving hunter-gatherer groups know about the reproductive functions of plants and under certain conditions engage in activities aimed at increasing the abundance of preferred species. Techniques commonly employed include avoidance of harvesting during the season when wild tubers regenerate, Andaman Islanders, deliberately incomplete harvests of wild grains and scattering of seeds at harvest, Menominee, the use of fire to increase the abundance of plants that are good colonizers of recently burnt land, Western Desert Australian Aborigines, and diversion of meltwaters to irrigate favorite fields of wild turnips and carrots, Paiute. Hunter-gatherers are keen observers of the biota upon which they depend, and they cannot fail to note the relationship between seeds, shoots, and mature plants. Ignorance of this basic principle is almost inconceivably, Cohen, 1977:23. To be plausible, agricultural transition theories must be theories of processes, not of singularities. Cultural materialist theories envision these processes as fundamental shifts in the cost-benefits of hunting-gathering as opposed to the cost-benefits of farming and stock-raising. These shifts were probably related to the global climatological changes marking the onset of the present interglacial period about 13,000 years ago. The global scale of this event provides an explanation for the simultaneous emergence of agricultural systems and the diversity of 86. Its effects in different ecozones accounts for the diversity of scenarios leading to Neolithic types of transitions in different parts of the world. One widespread effect was the depletion or outright extinction of the Pleistocene megafauna that had been the preferred prey species for tens of thousands of years. This must have been a major stimulus for the development of new modes of production regardless of whether the depletions and extinctions resulted primarily from overpredation or from the reduction in suitable grazing and browsing habitats. Hunter-gatherer cost benefits were also widely affected by geostatic changes, but especially in Southeast Asia, where the post-Pleistocene rise in sea level reduced available land area by half. In all centers of early agricultural activity, the end of the Pleistocene saw a notable broadening of the subsistence base to include more small mammals, reptiles, birds, mollusks, and insects. Such broad-spectrum systems were a symptom of hard times. As the labor costs of the hunter-gatherer subsistence systems rose, and as the benefits fell, alternative sedentary modes of production became more attractive. At the same time, lower protein rations may have decreased the effectiveness of the lactation method. More children per female meant higher energy costs for women who had to carry 2 children at a time over long distances. Or it meant higher rates of abortion and infanticide. Or it meant more disease and hunger, or shorter lifespans. All of these costs acted in synchrony but in different proportions in different habitats. The net result, however, was a widely recurrent predisposition for hunter-gatherers to accept modes of production whose start-up costs and cost-benefit ratios had previously been bad bargains. Mark Cohen's explanation of the transition to agriculture is similar to the above in many respects. However, in accounting for the global synchrony of the development, Cohen attributes little importance to the termination of the last glacial period. Instead, he proposes that the initial period of agricultural investment began simply when hunter-gatherers had occupied every available ecozone and population pressure made the switch to agriculture unavoidable. The only possible recession to further growth in population, worldwide, was to begin artificial augmentation of the food supply. 270. I think this theory is somewhat misleading because population pressure is itself a process that can only be described and measured in terms of the relative costs and relative benefits of alternative modes of production and reproduction. It was not the fact that numbers of persons per square mile had reached a particular level that created the pressure for change, but rather the 87-88 fact that under the particular techno-environmental conditions at the end of the last glaciation the harvesting of natural biota could no longer sustain a standard of living higher and less costly than that which agriculture and stock raising could sustain. The massive faunal depletions must be added to the side of the balance weighing against the continuation of the hunting-gathering mode. Although other factors may have been responsible for population pressure, the depletion of resources as a result of the interaction of cultural and natural factors certainly did not improve matters. In Cohen's view, the recourse to agriculture and stock raising was carried out in extremis as if to ward off a total Malthusian collapse. In my view there were many pulls as well as pushes in the transition. The astonishingly rapid fluorescence of art and architecture at early Neolithic sites such as Kittilhuyuk and Jericho suggests that when Neolithic economies were based on both agriculture and stock raising they were extremely efficient and that their standard of living quickly, if temporarily, rose beyond that of the terminal hunter-gatherers. One of the strongest pulls was the intensifiability of agriculture and stock raising through the use of child labor. In many hunter-gatherer groups, children play only a marginal role in the labor force until adolescence. Child labor, however, can be extremely productive in such operations as weeding, harvesting, herding, and retrieving animal drop pings. With low population densities in favored habitats during the early phases of the Neolithic, 4 or 5 children could probably be reared per mother at low cost, yielding a net advantage without depleting the essential non-renewable resources. Although cultural materialist theories of the origins of Neolithic modes of production remain tentative and imperfect, they have an advantage over theories emanating from rival strategies. Structuralism, for example, has virtually nothing to say on the subject, and dialectical materialism suffers as much from its notion of inner contradictions as cultural idealism does from its reliance on great ideas. Marx's fetters on production, the contradiction between forces of production and relations of production, sheds no light on hunter-gatherer transformations. Nature and technology, not the relations of production, held back the productivity of hunter-gatherers. If there was a dialectic at work, it was a dialectic between population and resources, the rejected dialectic of Malthus, that execrable plagiarist and baboon in Parsons' Clothing. 89. Varieties of pre-state village societies. The infrastructures of village societies prior to the evolution of the state acquired specific characteristics in conformity with the adaptive opportunities presented by regional or local ecosystems. Fully sedentary villages based on grain farming and animal husbandry dominate the early phases of the Neolithic throughout much of southern Eurasia and North Africa. Sedentism in the Near East, in fact, was already well advanced even before the grains and animals were fully domesticated. New World agricultural villages, however, became fully sedentary at a much slower rate. Because there were no large domesticable herbivores and ruminants in the New World regions where agriculture first developed, New World settlement patterns long continued to be shaped by the quest for animal protein through hunting and fishing. This difference in turn rested on the greater severity of the Pleistocene megafaunal extinctions in the New World, which ultimately may have resulted simply from the lesser land mass of the Americas as compared with Eurasia, Africa, and the consequent lack of areas capable of providing refuge for the American megafauna. Whatever its ultimate cause, the extinction of American bovines, equines, domesticable sheep and goats, and pigs played an important role in creating the divergent evolutionary pathways of the New and Old World pre-state agriculturalists. This factor theoretically also helps to explain why agriculture itself was rejected by so many North American hunter-gatherers, especially those in California and the Pacific Northwest. The New World Aboriginal Neolithic package contained few enticements for people who could only obtain animals or fish by continuing a semi-migratory existence. Beyond the broad differences between the hemispheres in terms of faunal endowment, we come to regional and local differences in basic techno-environmental relationships, species and varieties of domesticates, crop patterns, hydraulic versus rainfall technologies, plows versus hoes and digging sticks, intensive versus extensive regimens, short versus long fallow periods, and so forth. Many major structural and superstructural variations in pre-state agricultural societies are associated with the regimen employed to maintain the nitrogen balance in the soil. In the absence of domesticated herbivores, rainfall agriculture requires frequent fallowing. This leads to various forms of shifting cultivation in which the forest and bush cover are burned and then allowed to regenerate over shorter or longer fallow cycles. Populations dependent on shifting cultivation in tropical rainforests tend to live in surprisingly small villages under 200 persons and to have regional densities not much different from those of hunter-gatherers. Why tropical forest villages remain so small and move to new sites so often is a much debated subject. In the Amazon and other rainforest areas, the most important limiting factor was probably the rapid decline in the quantity and quality of game animals available on the peripheries of settlements. Gross, 1975. Villages tended to be much larger and more sedentary along the main branches of the Orinoco and Amazon rivers, where aquatic mammals, turtles, and large fish supplement the monkeys, birds, and rodents upon which non-riverine peoples had to depend for most of their meat supply. The occurrence of taboos on the slaughter or consumption of many species of comestible forest animals has long obscured the importance of protein as a limiting factor among shifting cultivators. Cultural idealists, structuralists, and eclectics all invoke these taboos as a challenge to the cultural materialist strategy. But as Eric Ross, 1978-1979, has suggested, many of these taboos are themselves evidence of the need for conservation practices, since they are applied to currently or formerly endangered species. In addition, taboos on species such as sloth, tapir, or deer may also reflect ambiguous cost/benefit situations in which hunters are well advised not to waste their time pursuing hidden animals or solitary specimens that flee into swamps or other remote areas. In this regard, cultural materialism offers theories of resource exploitation that have been independently elaborated and tested by animal ecologists concerned with predation and foraging behavior. There is every reason to believe that the major variations in human and animal foraging strategies are governed by similar adaptive principles. Pike, Pullman, and Kamoth, 1977, Winterhalter, 1977, MacDonald, 1977. The widespread occurrence of intense patterns of warfare among low-density shifting cultivators has also raised doubts about the cultural materialist strategy. But a better understanding of the severity of the techno-environmental limits within which shifting cultivators are obliged to live makes their widespread raiding, wife-stealing, counter-raiding, trophy-taking, and terroristic cannibalism highly intelligible within the cultural materialist framework. Like band-level populations, shifting cultivators lack benign or inexpensive alternatives for regulating population growth. This makes warfare theoretically the least costly of the available alternatives. Warfare regulates village populations in two ways: first, by promoting female infanticide and the abuse and selective nutritional neglect of young girls, Lindenbaum, 1979, Bookbinder, in Press, and second, by promoting the dispersion of enemy villages. Combat deaths are a less important form of demographic control, since males rather than females are the principal combatants. Warfare promotes female infanticide and the abuse and selective nutritional neglect of young girls by placing a premium on the rearing of aggressive combat-ready males. Dival and Harris, 1976, Dival, Harris, and Williams, 1978. Because of the decisive advantage of males over females in muscle-powered hand-to-hand combat, the survival of each village depends on rearing maximum numbers of brawny males. As villages increase in size, they deplete their habitats and become less affluent. To protect their living standards, they split and spread apart, opening up no man's lands on the peripheries of their hunting territories. These no man's lands in turn play a vital role in maintaining regional populations at densities compatible with the densities of game animals and other resources. They probably also function as game preserves where endangered species can find refuge from their human predators. Hickerson, 1965. Warfare in turn initiates and sustains lengthy theoretical causal chains which partially or wholly account for many features of domestic and political economy and the emic superstructure of village peoples. When warfare is carried out in the form of raids and counter-raids between neighboring villages, it tends to strengthen the formation of solidary male fraternal and paternal interest groups. Groups of fathers, brothers, and sons exchange women with other groups of fathers, brothers, and sons in order to obtain and consolidate within village and between village military alliances. Males therefore tend to constitute the residential core of households and village. Post-nuptial locality tends to be virilocal and patrilocal, and filiation and descent tend to be reckoned in the male line. To encourage male aggressiveness, wives are withheld from junior males and awarded to dominant seniors. This theory accounts for the prevalence of polygyny even in groups that have more men than women in the nubile cohorts. Training for aggression also gives rise to severe male puberty ordeals involving mutilations, scarification, and drug-induced hallucinations. Male aggressiveness engenders strong antagonisms between males in adjacent generations, giving rise to Oedipal motifs in dreams and mythology. At the same time, male dominance gives rise to marked sex antagonism and to 91 myths and rituals involving body paint, masks, bull roarers, and other paraphernalia whose function it is to mystify and justify male supremacy. Cultural materialism therefore supplies a coherent set of theories linking early farming infrastructures to characteristic features of etic and emic behavioral and mental superstructures, including the entire Freudian approach to culture and personality. See pages 263 ff. 92. The rise of chiefdoms. Village-level big men play a central role in cultural materialist theories concerning the origin of advanced forms of inequality. These big men act as the nodes of three important institutional complexes: they intensify production, they carry out redistribution of the resultant temporary harvest surpluses and of trade goods, and they use their prestige and material wealth to organize trading expeditions and military engagements against enemy villages. The expansion of the managerial aspects of these functions rapidly leads to permanent and severe forms of hierarchy, which eventually culminates in there being differential access to strategic resources. This in turn lays the basis for the emergence of classes and of the state. Simple chiefdoms come into being with the first intensify or redistributor warrior complexes. The more production is intensified, the more there is to redistribute and to trade. The larger the population, the more intense the warfare, the more complex and powerful the chiefly sector. Other things being equal, all such systems tend to move from symmetric forms of redistribution, in which the primary producers get back everything they produce, to asymmetric forms, in which the redistributors retain more of what is produced for longer and longer periods. Eventually the retained portion of the harvest surplus provides the chief with the material means for coercing his followers into further intensifications. For example, as in Hawaii, where the chief acquired a permanent military retinue. Contributions to the redistributive portion of the economy gradually cease to be voluntary, soon they verge on taxation, and at that point, chiefdoms stand poised at the threshold of becoming states. The extent to which a particular chiefdom will move along this trajectory is largely, if not entirely, a matter of the demo-techno-econo-environmental conditions peculiar to each instance. Various kinds of limiting factors: soils, space, as on islands, water, availability of domesticated plants and animals, such seasonal events as storms and frosts, and disease vectors will block off further growth in the size and complexity of the redistributive networks and prevent the emergence of marked differences in rank and power. The advantage of cultural materialism over most of its rival straight geese again lies in its ability to account for variations in this case, to account for the quantitative and qualitative variations in the structural and superstructural features associated with trends leading toward state-level societies. Since the infrastructures of village societies are based on profoundly different combinations of domesticated animals and plants, One expects profoundly different varieties of intensifications, redistributions, trade and military activities, and divergent as well as convergent forms of managerial functions within the chieftain SEC tour. In order for large, asymmetrical redistribution systems to develop, the redistributors must be able to act as energy gates/opening and shutting the flow of critical amounts of proteins and calories needed by the primary producers, cf. Odom, 1971. Certain crops can be made to function as energy gates more readily than others. Melanesian yams, for example, are poor energy gates. They are high in calories but low in protein, and cannot be stored for long periods without rotting. As a consequence, in Melanesia, where yams are the staple crop, the managerial functions of island big men seldom involve much more than the building of a few communal men's houses or one or two seagoing canoes. Manioc is another low-protein, high-calorie crop. When made into a flour and toasted, manioc has good preservation characteristics. Nonetheless, it is not suited to act as an energy gate. The best way to preserve manioc is to let the mature tubers remain in the ground until they are needed. Since there are no well-defined harvest periods, marked managerial functions cannot develop on the basis of manioc redistributions. Grains are inherently more valuable than tubers and gourds, since their higher protein content may constitute a vital component in the nutritional balance. Anna Roosevelt, 1977, has shown that the introduction of maize along the Orinoco River resulted in a rapid growth of village populations, possibly because of maize's higher protein content as compared with that of manioc. Similarly, the adoption of maize by the archaic Olmec and Maya laid the basis for rapid population growth and the emergence of complex chiefdoms at an early period. Hammond, 1978, Harrison and Turner, 1978, Adams, 1977. 93. The absence of domesticable ruminants and pigs in the Americas and the absence of storable grains in Oceania influenced the intensification and redistributive complexes of each region in different ways. In the Americas, the lack of ruminants or pigs slowed the rate at which managerial functions were taken over by headmen and chiefs, but it did not ultimately prevent the emergence of huge harvest surpluses of maize. In Oceania, many precocious forms of redistributive systems based on yams and pig raising have been identified. But the evolutionary potential of these systems appears not to have been much greater than that of interfluvial Amazonian villages lacking maize, cf. Morin, 1974, Lathrap, 1973. The shifting cultivators of New Guinea and Melanesia who possess the domesticated pig resemble the interfluvial Amazonians in having many of the features of the military male supremacist complex I described in the last section, even though New Guinea population density is much higher and the people are much more preoccupied with rank differences validated through redistributions. As suggested in the work of Roy Rappaport, 1967, such specific features of the superstructure as feasting, dancing, myth-making and animal sacrifice arise from the infrastructural conjunction and may play a regulatory role with respect to the use of forest resources and the alternation of periods of war and peace. But once again, there is considerable variation, as, for example, between highland and lowland New Guinea, and it is cultural materialism that offers the best if not the only hope of providing nomothetic solutions to the many puzzles that remain. C.F. Brown, 1978. The paleotechnic infrastructures most amenable to intensification, redistribution, and the expansion of managerial functions were those based on the grain and ruminant complexes of the Near and Middle East, Southern Europe, Northern China, and Northern India. Unfortunately, these were precisely the first redistributive systems to cross the threshold into statehood, and they therefore have never been directly observed by historians or ethnologists. Nonetheless, from the archaeological evidence of storehouses, monumental architecture, temples, high mounds and tells, defensive moats, walls, towers, and the growth of irrigation systems, it is clear that managerial activities similar to those observed among surviving pre-state chiefdoms underwent rapid expansion in these critical regions immediately prior to the appearance of the state. Furthermore, there is abundant evidence from Roman encounters with barbarians in northern Europe, from Hebraic and Indian scriptures, and from Norse, Germanic, and Celtic sagas that 94 intensifier distributor warriors and their priestly retainers constituted the nuclei of the first ruling classes in the Old World. Piggott, 1965, 1975, Smith, 1956, Renfrew, 1973. Similarly, the appearance of the first masonry temple structures in lowland Tabasco, Veracruz, and Yucatan among the early Olmec and Maya correlates with the adoption of maize as the primary source of carbohydrates. Gifford, 1974, Co., 1968, Sanders, 1972. I.e. Scope of Cultural Materialist Theories 95. Varieties of pre-state village structures and superstructures. The intensifier redistributor warrior complexes provide the theoretical key to understanding additional aspects of pre-state village life. As ranking becomes an ever more conspicuous feature of domestic and political economy, competitive relationships within villages are exacerbated. The male-centered king groups find themselves competing for permanent garden and grazing lands, and they develop valuable patrimonies consisting of animal herds, stored crops, granaries, family shrines, and burial grounds. Hence the question of the transmission or devolution of property can no longer be settled by burning it or burying it, as is the custom among less affluent and less sedentary band and village societies. Thus there arise the classic instances of narrowly restricted king groups based on patrilineal descent, the patrilineage or the patricib. As Michael Harner, 1970, has shown, among pre-state societies, the greater the intensity of agricultural production, measured by decline in dependence upon hunting, the greater the likelihood of unilineal descent groups. Such groups constitute a systemic attempt to reconcile the claims of the close kinsmen of redistributor big men to a share in the permanent forms of property and wealth they have helped to create. While not yet private property, since land is held in common by the king group lineage and sib patrimonies nonetheless constitute a definite step toward the development of marked inequalities in access to strategic resources. By emphasizing the significance of strategic property in the affairs of unilineal descent groups, many puzzling variations and associated features can be brought within a single coherent explanatory framework. For example, as I will show later in my discussion of structuralist theories of circulating connubia and asymmetrical cross-cousin Mar 96. Ryak, the struggle for material resources, not the fancied structure of the mind, accounts for the superordinate status of wife-givers over wife-takers in pre-state situations. Similarly, the solution to conundrums such as the occurrence of Crow and Omaha-type kinship terminologies, in which descent group identity overrides generational identity, lies in a better understanding of the quantitative and qualitative features of descent group patrimonies and the struggle by descent groups for autonomy and hegemony. A major puzzle is why a small proportion of unilinear descent groups are matrilineal instead of patrilineal. Here let me point first to the relatively unsatisfactory status of explanations put forth under idealist auspices. Lewis Henry Morgan, for example, proposed that matrilineality was a survival of the period of group marriage when the identity of one's father could not be ascertained. It is now clear that group marriage never existed, that in polyandrous situations such as in Tibet, paternity is easily reckoned by assigning it arbitrarily first to one husband and then to another, and that most matrilineally organized societies are not polyandrous anyway and hence have no difficulty whatsoever in knowing who fathered whom. That leaves us with the ultimate idealist wisdom that matrilineal societies are matrilineal because they want to be matrilineal. Structuralists have little to add other than that since there is patrilineality, its dialectical opposite, matrilineality, should also occur. Following suggestions by Morgan and Engels, plausible materialist theories of the origins of matrilocality have emphasized the increased significance of women's labor resulting from the shift from hunting-collecting to simple forms of horticulture. Since women work the fields, they gain control over them. This approach, however, has too many factual and logical flaws. Sandy, 1973. Horticultural societies are 5 times more likely to be patrilineal than matrilineal, Murdoch, 1967. Furthermore, even in many hunter-collector societies female labor is more important than male labor. And finally, there is no compelling reason to expect that people who work the land will gain control over its inheritance. Indeed, one could argue that generally the people who work the least have the greatest control over strategic resources. A more powerful theory of matrilineal phenomena can be constructed by starting from the fact that males continue to control access to strategic property and to dominate the military and political economic functions of matrilineal societies. In other words, matrilineal systems are not matriarchies, Rosaldo and Lamphere, 1974. Under what conditions, then, would it be compatible with a male's interests in the control over the management and devolution of property to permit the focus of domestic organization to shift from himself to his sister, and from his son to his sister's son? The appropriate conditions probably exist when a man is obliged to be absent from his lands, animals, children, and food stores for several weeks or months at a time. Long-distance warfare, long-distance hunting expeditions, and long-distance trading expeditions are the most important reasons for staying away. Under patrilocal or virilocal forms of residence, the proximate causes of patrilineality, prolonged absence of males means that a man's wife, a woman whose alien descent group loyalties override any obligation to her husband, becomes the de facto boss of the domestic corporation. With uxarolocality and matrilocality, however, a man in effect puts his sister in charge of their joint patrimony. His sister stays at home where she is joined part of the year by a husband, while her brother goes to live nearby in his own wife's residence also for only part of the year. The rest of the time most of the able-bodied men arc away on joint expeditions, relatively secure in the knowledge that the administration of their respective patrimonies is being carried out by someone whose interests correspond to their own and not to those of an alien descent group. This model fits the archaeological and historical evidence concerning the emergence of matrilineality in eastern North America and elsewhere. For example, with the introduction of maize, Middle Woodlands Iroquois settlements became more sedentary and their average size increased. Local faunal resources, especially deer, needed for clothing as well as for food, were depleted, warfare intensified and trade increased. Men remained absent for half the year in long-distance combined hunting, trading, and raiding expeditions, and residence shifted from bilocally or virilocality to matrilocality. Trigger, 1978, Granby, 1977. Many apparently anomalous combinations of descent rules and locality practices become theoretically intelligible if we keep in mind the fact that males do not relinquish their political economic hegemony in matrilineal societies. The so-called strains of matrilineal organizations, for example, reflect the tendency of males to reassert control over their own children as well as over their sisters' children, cf. Schneider and Goff, 1961. Moreover, the frequent association of avunculocal residence with matrilineal descent, Murdoch, 1967, can be seen either as a step in the direction of returning to male-centered 97*98. Domestic units or as a means of partially overcoming some of the costs which uxarolocality exacts from the male. Polygyny, for example, is difficult to arrange when a man is a temporary sojourner in his wife's household. While avunculocality means that an absent male must entrust his homestead to his wife, various forms of preferential marriage mitigate the penalties. For example, matrilateral cross-cousin marriage occurs often among avunculocal peoples, Ibid. This leads to households in which a man's daughter marries his sister's son. Hence the female resident core consists of daughters as well as alien wives. Moreover, as we will see later on when one turn to the critique of structuralist explanations of asymmetrical cross-cousin marriage, matrilateral cross-cousin marriage sets up ranked wife-giving and wife-taking relationships between kin groups. These relationships are characteristic of societies in which the struggle between domestic groups for resources and labor has become acute. In the matrilineal avunculocal context, This means that a man's sister's sons join his household as dependents and that they usually must furnish bride wealth or render suitor service to him. Unlike matrilineal households, in other words, matrilineal avunculocal households permit aggressive male intensifier distributor warriors to build up large menages consisting of many wives, daughters, and dependent sons-in-law. Another kind of compromise can be achieved by combining matrilocality with preferential patrilateral cross-cousin marriage, see pages 18 IFF. This combination results in setting up domestic groups in which a man's sons and daughters leave his household, while his grandchildren through his sons return to it. In other words, patrilateral cross-cousin marriage in a matrilineal context represents a step toward the restoration of a man's control over his own children without sacrificing control over his sister's children. William Dybel has shown that the practice of external warfare is strongly associated with matrilocality and matrilineal descent. Dybel's, 1975, explanation for this association is that in order to wage successful large-scale warfare against distant enemies, or in order to defend oneself successfully against enemies who come in force from distant lands, the fraternal-paternal interest groups characteristic of male-centered domestic economies have to be broken up. Matrilocality does this. It promotes the formation of male combat teams whose members are drawn from different lineages and who have learned to live together even though they do not belong to the same descent group. Matrilocal ity in a sense renders males less parochial and prepares them to cooperate with each other in large-scale military ventures. If true, Dybel's theory would provide additional reasons for the development of matrilineality in relation to long-distance hunting, trading and raiding expeditions, since it would give matrilineal groups an edge over patrilineal groups in all three endeavors. I am inclined to doubt this aspect of Dybel's theory, however, because patrilineal descent groups are also capable of making between village alliances and of sending large groups of warriors into combat. Many East African groups like the Nuer, Maasai, Nandi, Turkana, and Dinka effectively rallied small armies on the basis of cooperation between maximal patrilineages. All these groups, however, were semi-pastoralists preeminently concerned with cattle rather than land as a source of wealth. Among such groups, warfare was waged during the course of the migrations of lineages searching for new grazing lands. Hence the question of who was left at home to care for the warrior's patrimony was not as significant as it was for people whose wealth consisted of land or fishing spots. It is surely no accident that in the so-called matrilineal belt of South-Central Africa, groups like the Bimba, Pend, Yao, Lele, Plateau Tonga, and many others, are primarily agriculturalists rather than pastoralists. Murdoch, 1959, 1967. The long-distance trading and raiding carried out by the men of these groups probably raised important questions concerning the management of the domestic economy by alien women. Let me turn now to the relationship between unilineal descent groups and the emergence of stratification and the state. At a certain stage in the development of asymmetrical redistributive functions, the presence of unilineal descent groups inhibits the activities of the emergencying ruling class. The interests of increasingly powerful chiefs no longer coincide with the interests of their entire lineages, and it is convenient to set aside the automatic claims which distantly related lineage bears put upon the chief's largesse. This sets the stage for the emergence of ramages and other non-unilinear or cognatic descent groups. Ramages, for example, probably represent a systemic response to the elite stratum's need for dismissing kin claims and for achieving greater flexibility in recruiting warriors and workers from among a growing pool of potential followers. The membership of a ramage is determined by the tracing of descent optionally through either male or female ancestors. These non-unilineal groups are known best from Micronesian and Polynesian societies characterized by marked differences in rank and by 99 incipient statehood. Ramages are well adapted to the needs of societies that are no longer interested in maintaining a regulated balance between population and resources and that have embarked upon a career of unrestrained intensification and expansion. A variation of this theory explains the development of ramages among the Aboriginal peoples of the Pacific Northwest after contact with Europeans and Americans. The introduction of muskets intensified both warfare and the production of trade goods for obtaining these weapons from the white traders, Ferguson, N.D. At the same time, because of introduced diseases, population declined precipitously, rendering unilineal descent maladaptive for military and other manpower needs. The Ilu of the Inca and the Calpuli of the Aztec probably represent a further refinement of the use of non-unilineal descent to localize and organize peasant communities under the auspices of full-blown state bureaucracies. Additional ideologically different but functionally similar structural sequelae to the reign of unilineality developed under the influence of variant stratification processes. One shall do no more than mention the probable functional equivalence between cognatic descent and the double descent systems associated with West African states, the hypertrophy of genealogical manipulation and amnesia characteristic of the Chinese clan, and the general disappearance in Eurasia of unilinear descent groups that linked peasants to rulers. Needless to say, changes in the type of descent group and domestic economy are reflected in changes in kinship terminologies. One shall not attempt to encapsulate the immense literature on this subject, but it has been clear since Murdoch's Social Structure, 1949, that if one can understand why locality and descent change, one is well on the way toward understanding why kinterminological systems change. My intention here cannot be to show that every puzzling feature of domestic economy has already been satisfactorily explained by cultural materialism, but rather that enough of a formulation exists to warrant the application of the same strategic principles to the remaining puzzles. The emergence of the state. All the qualitative components of the state were already present to some degree among advanced chiefdoms. The asymmetric redistribution of harvest surpluses already amounted to an incipient form of taxation. Under primitive forms of redistribution, the redes tributor depended on the generosity of the primary producers in the advanced chiefdoms. The primary producers were already dependent on the generosity of the redistributors, Salins, I-960. Sumptuary privileges of the intensifier redistributor warrior elites were also already marked in the advanced chiefdoms. Kin groups were hierarchized, and inequalities between the health and well-being of commoners and those of elites were already quite prominent. To judge from the evidence of the Pacific Northwest coast, there were even small numbers of slaves, Royal, 1973. Moreover, like pristine states, the advanced chiefdoms were thoroughly committed to the relief of reproductive pressures not through the regulation of fertility but through territorial expansion, military plunder, and the continuous intensification of production. Nonetheless, most advanced chiefdoms probably did not evolve directly into states. The incipient stratification on which they were based gave rise to political instability, factional disputes, insurrections, fissioning, and migrations that recurrently dampened the elite sector's ability to command goods and services and to monopolize police military functions. While only a fine line separates advanced chiefdoms from pristine states, the changeover is best described not as a qualitative leap or a flip from one form to another but as the continuation of an exponential process of deviation amplification. This process started with the rudimentary intensifier distributor warrior complexes and continued unimpeded up to the point of the consolidation and stabilization of the distinction between the ruling class and the class of peasant food producers, Fried, 1978b. Once this point is passed, the deviation amplification continues along the same exponential trajectory. W hat determines whether the changes continue to be amplified or whether they are cut off at the chiefdom level. First, the energy base of pristine states must be big enough to permit the ruling class to underwrite the subsistence needs of a permanent police military corps of several thousand men. This implies the existence of highly intensifiable modes of production such as irrigation grain agriculture or animal grain mixed farming rainfall systems. Second, even a highly intensifiable subsistence system will not lead to stable class divisions as long as the emergent peasant producers can escape into less densely occupied areas without suffering a net deterioration in labor efficiency and quality of life. As David Webster, 1975, and Malcolm W. Ebb, 1975, have suggested, this means that the pristine state can be expected to arise only in regions with sharp ectones. In such regions, the expansionist policies of AD 101-102 advanced chiefdoms lead sooner or later to the condition Robert Carnier Rowe, 1970, has labeled impaction. The dissatisfied peasants who cross the ecotone find themselves in a worse situation than those who remain behind, even though those who remain must now pay taxes in labor or kind for the privilege of using their native strategic resources. There is a very good fit between this model of pristine state formation and the conditions that existed in the regions most likely on archaeological evidence to have been the centers of formation of pristine states: Egypt, Mesopotamia, northern India, the Yellow River Basin, central highland Mexico south to Tehuantepec, and the Peruvian coastal rivers and Andean highlands are all sharply circumscribed by ecotones that cannot support intensifiable forms of pre-industrial agriculture. The consolidation of class-structured life probably required relatively little direct physical confrontation. Villages pressing against the ecotone might accept permanently dependent statuses in exchange for the privilege of continuing to participate in the redistributions of the more affluent parent villages from which they had physioneed. The relationship would be mediated and facilitated by numerous structural and superstructural arrangements. There would be junior and senior lineages, ancestor worship, cognatic descent, and wife-giving and wife-taking alliance groups, with wife-takers expected to render labor service and bride price. To the extent that elite classes rendered useful services like organizing the construction of waterworks, defending the masses against enemy troops, and predicting floods and seasons, they could expect the peasant masses to make tax contributions without too much fuss or even with considerable enthusiasm. This explains why the early pristine states invested so heavily in the construction of monumental statues, altars, temples, pyramids, and other religious structures. Although these were costly enterprises, they more than paid for themselves by helping to convince the peasants that the elites were benevolently trying to control the supernatural and natural forces upon which human health and well-being were said to be dependent. Service, 1978-31. It is always cheaper to produce obedience through mystification than through police-military coercion. Once the state becomes a functional reality, its components resonate within a single gigantic amplifier. The more powerful the ruling class, the more it can intensify production, increase population, wage war, expand territory, mystify the peasants, and increase its power still further. All neighboring chiefdoms must either rapidly pass across the threshold of state formation, or succumb to the triumphant armies of the new social leviathan. 103. Varieties of state systems. The development of the state does not reduce the significance of the ecological components in the infrastructure. The advanced technology and higher productivity of state-level modes of production do not relegate ecological variables to a subordinate role due to some supposed increase in a people's capacity to control their environment. Nor is the culture-slash-nature interface rendered less critical because of the very real distortions exploitative class relations introduce into the ecologically adaptive responses of socio-cultural systems. Every attempt to control nature and to expand and intensify production has its distinctive repercussions regardless of the level of technological advance. And every system of class exploitation realizes its evolutionary potential within a definite ecological and demographic context. No purely inter-NAL dynamic of classes can account for the major varieties of state systems. It is true that the cost benefits of intensification are not the same for peasants or workers as for members of the ruling classes. But the specific nature of class relations is very much conditioned by the external interactions at the culture-slash-nature interface. Cultural materialist theories aimed at explaining varieties of states focus on the differential effects of state-level intensifications in different techno-environmental contexts. First, there is the question of the different rate of development and scale of imperial systems in Eurasia and Africa as contrasted with the New World. In this regard, the post-Pleistocene endowments of the two hemispheres with respect to domesticable fauna probably had a decisive influence. The absence of traction animals in the Americas inhibited the development of the wheel, thereby slowing the pace of all mechanical inventions and assuring the eventual subordination of New World populations to European armies when transatlantic contact between the hemispheres was established. Differential effects of intensification resulting in strategic depulsions and shifts in rainfall and drainage patterns account for variations in the size and longevity of different state and imperial systems within the hemispheres. The peculiar trajectory of growth and sudden collapse of the Maya states, for example, seem to be closely related to the limitations on intensive forms of agriculture associated with the limestone formations of the Yucatan Peninsula, the prolonged dry season, and the exhaustion of soils due to prolonged overcropping. Harrison and Turner, 1978, Olson, 1978. The largest and most enduring ancient imperial systems, if not the earliest, were those based on irrigation agriculture. Following the logic of Karl Wittfogels, 1957, theory of Oriental despotism, one can render intelligible phenomena of vast scope and significance throughout the ancient world. Mitchell, 1973. It seems likely that there was a causal relationship between the size and importance of irrigation systems and the degree of centralization of political power. Wittfogel, 1972, Service, 1978:30. Large-scale control of irrigation and drainage in the big river valleys led to the hypertrophy of agro-managerial functions. Moreover, since control over water amounted to control over the basic energy supply in the form of food calories, the agro-managerial elites had the power to annihilate all political dissenters. The hydraulic infrastructure also plausibly accounts for the cyclic nature of dynastic upheavals and restorations characteristic of the ancient riverine empires. Reformatory movements aimed at alleviating peasant discontent could not avoid the reconstruction or extension of the waterworks and thus the restoration of the political forms determined by the hydraulic base. The theory of Oriental despotism is not a theory which aims to explain only one type of ancient polity. It is aimed at explaining differences as well as similarities, and it lends itself to this broader objective because it is concerned with measurable variables at the interface between culture and nature. Following Wittfogel's distinction between compact and loose hydraulic societies, plausible explanations of the differences between the ancient empires can be constructed in which hydrographic features, patterns of rainfall, and other environmental factors constitute important independent variables. The Nile and the Yellow River, for example, have very different kinds of channels and flood periods, and their hinterlands have very different potentials for rainfall agriculture. C.F. Butzer, 1976. One expects a smaller and more compact form of hydraulic state in Egypt as compared with China simply because of the narrowness of the Nile's floodplain. Smaller irrigation systems may in fact not be amenable to state control and can exist in the midst of feudal or even chiefdom polities. Hunt and Hunt, 1976. Wittfogel's theory can also be turned around to illuminate the 104. Nature of state systems with rainfall agricultural infrastructures. Such states possess evolutionary potentials entirely different from hydraulic systems. Rainfall agriculture leads to dispersed, multi-centered forms of production. Hence it is doubtful that any pristine state ever developed on a rainfall base. Most rainfall states were probably secondary formations brought into existence to take advantage of the opportunity for trade and plunder created by the expansion of hydraulic empires. Fried, 1967. Rainfall states during pre-industrial times typically possessed loose feudal structures. In Europe, feudal kings remained weak compared with hydraulic emperors, since they could not prevent the rain from falling on friend and foe alike. Political decentralization in turn fostered the rise of independent merchant classes and the growth of private commercial interests, which further pluralized the balance of power. Given the small scale of the ancient Mediterranean city-states, their continuity with egalitarian forms of chiefdoms, and their continued pluralism, the much mystified roots of Western democracy can be brought within the compass of an intelligible process. WC can also begin to understand why the Roman Empire, with its base in rainfall agriculture and control over trade routes, never completely lost its republican institutions, why the Roman hegemony over Europe lasted a mere half a millennium, compared with 4 millennia for China, and why when it fell apart, due primarily to its growing dependence on cheap labor in the provinces and the depletion of resources at home, no one could manage to put it back together again. A similar line of reasoning leads from the continued importance of decentralized forms of agriculture in the post-Roman period, to the gradual filling up of Northern Europe and the depletion of its resources by people and domestic animals, to the shift in political economic power from agrarian to commercial interests, and on to the abortive attempt to create divine right despotisms in France, until we finally arrive at the peculiar set of conditions that underwrote the rise of the political economy of capitalism with its individualistic creeds, private conscience, and parliamentary politics. From a slightly different perspective, the same set of factors explains why capitalism and parliamentary democracies did not and could not develop within the hydraulic states. Following Marx, one can say that feudalism was the necessary prerequisite for the emergence of capitalism. But contrary to the Leninist and Stalinist versions of dialectical materialism, it is clear that feudalism was incompatible with large-scale hydraulic systems. Only a decentralized mode of production could 106 have set the stage for the emergence of the pristine forms of capitalism. Feudalism of course has its political economic subtypes qualified by both natural and cultural features, seasonal precipitation patterns, crop inventories and proximity of other state societies, especially of large empires and their associated trade routes. Here the cultural materialist catches a glimpse of the probable causes of the slow rate of growth and special structures and superstructures of the secondary states that develop in Africa south of the Sahara. As Jack Goody, 1976, has emphasized, African agriculture was much less productive than European agriculture. Indigenous agricultural modes of production were highly developed in West Africa. But the absence of grazing lands and the presence of the tsetse fly inhibited the husbandry of domestic animals. Hence the Mediterranean tradition of mixed farming and animal husbandry was never replicated in this or any other aboriginal African region south of the Sahara. Grigg, 1974. Horses did achieve importance for the West African cavalry, but neither equines nor bovines could be raised cheaply enough to serve as plough animals. From which we get, the absence of the plough in West Africa, the use of the hoe as the principal agricultural implement, the survival of shifting forest agriculture and bush-following systems, and the relatively restricted energy base of the secondary trade states of Ghana, Mali, and Dahomey. This explains why the feudal polities of Africa were weaker, less centralized, and more egalitarian than their European counterparts, and why it was ultimately the Europeans who developed capitalism and enslaved the Africans rather than vice versa. The consequence of the absence of the plough ramify in many other directions. As Goody suggests, we can begin to lift the veil on puzzles such as why bride price is the characteristic mode of legitimizing marriages in Africa, whereas across pre-industrial Europe and Asia, dowry was and is the predominant form of marital exchange. Given the greater extent of economic differentiation in the plough regions, marriage alliances function to consolidate property holdings within classes, estates, castes, and descent groups. As Goody explains, dowry is used to prevent property from passing out of privileged strata into less privileged strata. Bride price, on the other hand, expresses a greater willingness to share privileges compatible with a situation in which population density is relatively low, land is cheap, and the social distance between rulers and commoners is not very great. But there is more to this than Goody sees for reasons to be discussed in Chapter 10. African elites use the bride price to establish and consolidate alliances. As wife-givers, they receive wealth from, rather than give wealth to, each son-in-law. And they pay out for each son's wife. This system is predicated upon a much greater degree of equality between the sexes than in the dowry system. Dowry is unintelligible unless it is seen as an attempt to compensate husbands for the responsibility of supporting women whose productive and reproductive potentials are held in small esteem. The crucial question is, when will this be the case? A plausible answer, when intensification has proceeded to the point that the fecundity of women and further population increase endanger the standard of living. Dowry, in other words, is a symptom of acute reproductive pressure, while bride price is a symptom of the ability of the infrastructure to absorb more labor. By this route WC return to the basic techno-environmental conjunction emphasized by Goody, on the one hand, plow agriculture, with its displacement of human labor by animal labor, and on the other hand, shifting cultivation based on the hoe, in which human labor is more valuable than land. Many additional features of the Euro-Asian marital pattern can now be brought into focus: monogamy, patrilineal inheritance, primogeniture. Each declares the same thing: there is a shortage of land, more than one wife means too many heirs, inheritance must be restricted, the fecundity of women dissipates wealth and power. The logical culmination of the devaluation of female fecundity among the Euro-Asian elites is the practice of female infanticide. From this we get, as I shall explain in greater detail in the next chapter, secondary hypogamous marriages or concubinage between elite men and subordinate women whose children cannot inherit. Make the shortage of land even more acute as in northern Uttar Pradesh and Tibet, and not only is there female infanticide but polyandry to boot. C.F. Goldstein, 1978. One of the great puzzles of the social sciences is why India developed its immensely complex system of stratified endogamous descent groups. Patterns of intensification in relation to resources again probably furnish the key. One cultural materialist line of inquiry sets forth from the fact that medieval Europe also had a burgeoning system of caste distinctions characterized by endogamous unions among nobility, knights, serfs, merchants, and many smaller occupational groups. Goody, 1976:105. Such pluralities of economic interest groups reflect the decentralized structure of the rainfall agricultural polities characterizing both Europe and most of India. There are relatively few caste-like groups in the irrigation states, whose rulers imposed a single set of laws 107-108 on everybody and, as in China, even encouraged upward mobility for talented people through competitive examinations. In Europe, the caste system was swamped by the development of entrepreneurial contracts, the bourgeoisie's challenge to hereditary privileges, and the breakthrough to capitalism. The reason for the hypertrophy of caste relations in India must therefore be situated inside a theory explaining why capitalism developed in Europe and not in India. Part of the answer to this question is that in northern India, especially in the central Gangetic plain, the earliest states had a hydraulic base. From 600 BC to the Muslim conquest in 800 AD, a series of irrigation empires ruled the northern regions but failed to establish permanent hegemony over the smaller southern kingdoms, which had highly productive rainfall farming systems. The feudal character of these southern Indian kingdoms is especially clear along the Malabar coast, where no significant irrigation works were ever built. Mencher, 1966, Nambudrapad, 1967. By the 14th century a very vigorous form of mercantile capitalism had in fact begun to take root in Kerala, only to be nipped in the bud by a succession of Arab, Portuguese, and finally British conquests. India thus lay trapped between the internal plunder of hydraulic despotisms and the external plunder of capitalist imperialism. It is in the study of this drawn-out agony of internal and external exploitation that the solution to the puzzle of India's proliferating castes may someday be found. Many of the structural and superstructural features of state societies can only be understood as reactions to the deepening misery of the lower castes and classes. Cultural materialism sees this misery as a composite result of politico-economic exploitation and Malthusian penalties. Initially pristine states probably enjoyed improved standards of living. But the temptation to use extra calories to feed extra children was irresistible, especially since child labor on irrigated lands could be made energetically profitable when children reached age 6. Within a few hundred years, standards of living would begin to fall. Angel, 1975, Armlago and McCardle, 1975, Polgar, 1972, Dumont, 1975, and the peasants could be expected to take measures to slow their rate of growth by all available techniques. But because of the pressures of taxation and because of the state's encouragement of large families, the leveling off of population growth in the great circumscribed river valleys of China, India, Southeast Asia, Mesopotamia, and Egypt probably occurred at a point much closer to carrying capacity than had been characteristic of hunter-collector or early village societies. Therefore, despite the introduction of the plow and improvements in hydraulic engineering, poverty increased. The relentless intensification demanded by the necessity of feeding tens of millions of people where previously only thousands had lived steadily depleted forests, soils, and water resources. One general symptom of deepening misery was the growing scarcity of the flesh of domesticated animals, which had been consumed freely in the chiefdoms and earliest Eurasian states. The tabooing of the flesh of the pig in the Near East and India and of the cow in India should be seen in this context. I shall not elaborate on the explanation of these taboos here, since I discuss this matter at some length in the chapters on structural Marxism and structuralism. The great universalistic religions can also best be understood as products of the misery the old world imperial systems created in their futile attempt to relieve reproductive pressures by intensification, exploitation, and warfare. Under Confucianism, the Chinese emperors recognized that the strength of the kingdom lay in the well-being of the peasant masses. Love and mercy were seen for the first time as the source of strength and power. No longer capable of acting out the role of great provider-redistributors, the elites increasingly favored contemplative and ascetic solutions to poverty. Redistribution became spiritualized, and the great redistributors became great believers. Enormous reformatory movements or revitalizations swept across Eurasia. In India, where the misery was most intense, Buddhism preached the overthrow of the hereditary priesthoods, declared poverty a virtue, outlawed the slaughter of vital plow animals, and converted the de facto vegetarianism of the semi-starved peasants into a spiritual blessing. Similar reformatory movements interacting with Buddhism arose in China in the form of Taoism and at approximately the same time in Persia in the form of Mitraism. All of these universalistic spiritualizing religions were co-opted by imperial elites and spread by conquest. Christianity was the form in which the spiritualization of the state's redistributive functions expressed itself during the terminal cancer of the Roman Empire. It acquired its specific messianic motif because it originated during a colonial struggle in which the Jews expected to be led to military victory and to the founding of their own empire by a supernatural emissary, Harris, 1974. Islam is another case of revitalization through messianic redemption. Similar movements dominate much of subsequent European history, crop up independently in China, and figure prominently 109-110. In the history of Euro-American colonialism, as in the ghost dance and the cargo cults. The demystification of the world religions begins with this simple fact: Confucianism, Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam prospered because the ruling elites who invented or co-opted them benefited materially from them. By spiritualizing the plight of the poor, these world religions unburdened the ruling class of the obligation of providing material remedies for poverty. By proclaiming the sacredness of human life and the virtue of compassion toward the humble and weak, they lowered the cost of internal law and order. At the same time, by convincing enemy populations that the purpose of the state was to spread civilization and a higher moral code, they substantially lowered the cost of imperial conquests. This is not to deny that at various times and places the underclasses also benefited materially from the revitalizations and reforms that were integral to the pristine initiatives of the founders of each movement. The Buddhist-Hindu sacred cow complex, for example, protected millions of small, marginal farmers from the loss of a vital instrument of production. One can no more say that everything that arose in the name of the universalistic spiritual religions exclusively served the interests of the ruling classes than one can say that everything done in the name of the emperor or the king was inimical to the welfare of the common citizen. But the stratified nature of state-level structures and superstructures means precisely that nothing that significantly benefits the lower strata can endure unless it benefits the upper strata even more. An important component in the spiritualization of the Old World imperial systems was the development of the taboo on human flesh. With domestic animals available for slaughter and later for milking, Old World prisoners of war were more valuable as a source of manpower than as a source of protein, cf. Gelb, 1972-1973. We know that human sacrifice was gradually replaced by animal sacrifice. As animals became scarcer, however, the universalistic religions came to ban animal sacrifice as well. In India, the caste that had formerly had a monopoly over the slaughter of cattle became the caste that was most devoted to preventing any further consumption of beef, CP 24-8 FLF. And in ancient Israel, after 200 AD, the temple at Jerusalem literally ran out of animals suitable for ceremonial slaughter. In the New World, the paucity of domesticated animals in Mesoamerica has plausibly been linked to the capture, sacrifice and eating of large numbers of enemy soldiers, Harner, 1977. Hamer's critics have failed to see that this theory is a theory of why the Aztec religion did not taboo the consumption of human flesh. Harner's, 1978, rejoinder, in addition to correcting the errors in the arguments leveled against him, emphasizes the fact that sources of animal protein available to other state societies were either absent or unusually depleted and degraded among the Aztecs. Hence the failure to develop a taboo on human flesh. This explanation does not, as some critics suppose, Marshall Solins, 1978, depend on proving that prisoners of war were cheaper than beans. Rather, it depends on proving that the depletion and degrading of alternative sources of animal protein was more intense in the Aztec case than in the generality of state societies in which human flesh came to be tabooed. In the context of this dispute, nothing could be more absurd than to argue that the Aztecs remained cannibals because of motivational factors, such as religion, Ortiz de Montellano, 1978:616. I shall return to this case in the final pages of this book. Recent evolution of state systems. Thus far I have discussed the corpus of cultural materialist theories about band, village, chiefdom, and archaic state societies. Cultural materialist principles are equally relevant for understanding what has been happening in the world during the past 500 years, down to the present global crisis of East, West, and Third World power blocks, resource depletion, the struggle for alternative sources of energy, and the politico-economic consequences of new centralized industrial modes of production. All of these issues demand an understanding of the origins of capitalism. Following Richard Wilkinson's, 1973, analysis, the development of capitalism in Europe can be seen largely a response to the depletion of the resources upon which Europe's feudal mode of production had been based. Unfettered by the agro-managerial bureaucracies of the irrigation empires, yet enjoying a highly productive form of mixed farming, Europe was uniquely situated to attempt to solve the crisis of over-intensification by the use of labor-saving machinery. But as Wilkinson shows, each new set of inventions imposed damaging demands on the environment which had to be repaired with another set of inventions. One shall not attempt to sketch in all of the ramifications of the capitalist mode of production. Every aspect of society's structure and superstructure, from family to sex roles to religion, was torn apart, rearranged, and constructed anew as the specific requirements of profit-making enterprises interacted with the labor and resources available at particular times and places all over the globe. The insatiable need for cheap labor, raw materials, and markets, interacting with local material conditions, determined the rise and fall of slavery, peonage, migratory and wage labor, and homesteading settlements in Africa, the Americas, and Oceania, cf. Wallerstein, 1974. As I tried to show in an earlier volume, Harris, 1964, the examination of specific capitalist infrastructures interacting with specific demographic and ecological conditions can lead to plausible theories explaining why slavery was the predominant form of capitalist plantation labor systems, why slaves were taken out of Africa to work on plantations in the New World, why slaves were not used in highland Mexico and the Andes, why the system of fiestas and cargos developed in these regions. C.F. Wasserstrom, 1978, Russ, 1978, Why Brazil Did Not Develop a System of Racial Identity Based on Descent, Why Race Antagonisms in the United States Amicably Overshadow Class Antagonisms, and Why the Melting Pot Failed in North America but Succeeded Elsewhere, C.F. Desperks, 1975:113. Similar attention paid to the specific cost benefits of different capital and labor systems in the far-flung quarters of the globe yield plausibly theories of development and underdevelopment. To protect their own textile industries, for example, the British crushed the Industrial Revolution in India, Edwards, I 967:88 ff. The Dutch used Indonesia for plantation crops and destroyed the indigenous merchant classes, Geertz, 1963, and Portugal's development investments contribute to the steady underdevelopment of Africa, Harris, 1972. Meanwhile Japan, alone among the advanced feudal societies to escape the thraldom of European economic penetration, achieved an advanced form of industrial capitalism in a mere 50 years, Geertz, 1963. Infrastructural cost benefits in the neocolonial regions also provide plausible keys to such phenomena as the population explosion, the demographic transition, peasant conservatism, and the failure of modernization programs. Capitalism's demand for labor, cash crops, and raw materials upset the demographic balance throughout the world. Although much research remains to be done, it appears likely that the current population explosion is essentially a manifestation of the extraordinary demand for labor unleashed by the expansion of capitalist markets. Population continues to grow despite a general decline in standards of living in high-density areas because 112 large families continue to be relatively profitable, given the present-day mixture of cash farming and wage labor, Momdani, 1973, White, 1976, Nag, White, and Pete, 1978. Similarly, the failure of modernization programs such as the Green Revolution probably have little to do with peasant ideologies but much to do with differential class-biased access to petrochemical and hydraulic inputs, Franca, 1974, Hewitt de Alcantara, 1976. Meanwhile the population growth rate in the developed countries is moving steadily downward as the cost to parents for rearing children to adulthood rises beyond $100,000 per child, and the expected long-term economic benefits fall to zero, Minch-Kalman, 1978. In the United States this is happening at the same time that resources are being depleted and domestic capital is flowing overseas at an increasing rate in search of cheap labor, leading to inflation and the necessity for having two wage earners per middle-class family. From this we get quite plausibly the generation gap, the flamboyant redefinition of sex roles, delayed marriages, shacking up, communes, homosexual couples, and one-person families. And from the general closing down of the American dream, which was founded on the rape of the previously unexploited resources of an entire continent, we get the revival of religious fundamentalism, astrology, and salvation in or from outer space. To this I would add, as a final ideological product of a decaying infrastructure, the growing commitment of the social sciences to research strategies whose function it is to mystify socio-cultural phenomena by directing attention away from the etic behavioral infrastructural causes. *113. An important reminder. The above set of macro theories is not intended to show that cultural materialism has found the answer to every conceivable question that one might want to ask about socio-cultural phenomena. Nor is it even intended as a display of a representative body of cultural materialist theories. No doubt other cultural materialists will want to substitute their own theories for many that I have presented. Conspicuously unrepresented, for example, are the theories of cantometrics and choreometrics which link aspects of music, song, and dance to the evolution of subsistence, Lomax et al., 1968, Lomax and Arensberg, 1977. Here. Rather, the point is that these theories have broad scope and wide applicability and are logically interconnected and coherently related. The reason for this is that they all implicate the infrastructure, distinguish between etic and emic phenomena, and arcdiachronic as well as synchronic, pan-global and pan-human. 114. The alternatives. MTA, FCSFTN, 0, I'm foot copyright and Taft NN. In turning now to the comparison of cultural materialism with its main rivals, I hope to render a responsible account of the basic epistemological and theoretical principles and key thoughts of the main alternative strategies in use today. I shall consider only the central, active, and currently most influential strategies. Some readers may therefore lament the absence of separate chapters devoted to diffusionism, Bayesian historical particularism, and British structural functionalism. I shall not devote separate chapters to these strategies because they have few active partisans and hence are primarily of historical interest. See Harris, 1968. I shall nonetheless briefly note in the appropriate contexts how they relate to the more active alternatives. My frank purpose is to expose the shortcomings of cultural materialism's rivals. Although I shall make every effort to be accurate, it would be hypocritical for me to claim that I offer a fair and comprehensive treatment of each strategy. Only the respective partisans of these alternatives can be relied on to present the best case for each. Yet my analysis would be less subject to distortion if I could draw upon summaries of the main epistemological and theoretical points prepared by the active proponents of each research program. One shall do this wherever possible. But it is characteristic of several of the alternative strategies that they are not sufficiently explicit about their basic epistemological and theoretical assumptions. My hope is that the advocates of such strategies will be moved by the possible biases of my interpretations and that they will seek to clarify, if not to change, their positions. Sociobiology and biological reductionism. Sociobiology is a research strategy that seeks to explain human social life by means of the theoretical principles of Darwinian and neo-Darwinian evolutionary biology. Its aim is to reduce puzzles pertaining to the level of socio-cultural phenomena to puzzles that can be solved on the biological level of phenomena. Biologists find sociobiology plausible and attractive because of its forthright commitment to the general epistemological principles of science. In this respect, cultural materialism and sociobiology are natural allies. In every other respect, however, the two strategies are far apart. Cultural materialists of course accept neo-Darwinist principles when applied to the explanation of the social life of infrahuman species, but we insist that the same principles are capable of explaining only an insignificant proportion of human socio-cultural differences and similarities. None of the puzzles reviewed in the previous chapter can be solved effectively by means of the reductionist principles of sociobiology. 120. Basic theoretical principles of sociobiology. In the neo-Darwinist evolutionary synthesis, the social behavior of different species of animals evolves as an outcome of differential reproductive success among individuals. Since the instructions for reproductive success are carried in the genes, one can view the entire course of biological evolution, including the evolution of patterns of animal social life, as the outcome of the preservation and propagation of the chemical organization of DNA. Even among the simplest form S of organism S, however, behavior is not exclusively genetically determined. Actual observed response repertories of individual organism S result from the interaction of genetic instructions on the one hand, and the environment in which each organism is situated, on the other. Each organism has a behavioral genotype the ensemble of its hereditary instructions affecting behavior, and each organism has a behavioral phenotype, the genetically orchestrated product of its behavioral experiences in particular living sites. Is as true of human beings as of any other species as far as it goes. Before the development of sociobiology, social behavior had presented a special challenge to classical Darwinian selection theory, because social life frequently involves reproductive costs that result in the lowering of individual fitness, i.e., the number of adult offspring in the next generation attributable to an individual's reproductive behavior. The sterile worker castes of insect societies are the extreme instance of such altruism. According to classical evolutionary theory, every organism is a means and a consequence of reproductive competition among individuals, so how could there have evolved behavior benefiting another individual at reproductive cost to the performer? Eberhard, 1975. The puzzle of altruism was solved for infrahuman species with W. D. Hamilton's, 1964, development of the concept of inclusive fitness. Inclusive fitness explains genetically costly social acts in terms of the joint effect of such acts upon the fitness of individuals and their genetically related social partners. The closer the genetic resemblance between the altruistic individual and the benefited social partners, the greater the probability that altruistic behavior results in the preservation of the altruistic individual's genotype. Thus the development of the concept of inclusive fitness made it possible to explain the evolution of all genetically controlled variations in infrahuman animal behavior in conformity with the principle of natural selection. It is understandable, therefore, why sociobiologists find the temptation to apply the same principle to the explanation of human social behavior well nigh irresistible. Natural selection, however, has repeatedly been shown to be a principle under whose auspices it is impossible to develop parsimonious and powerful theories about variations in human social life. Cf. Harris, I 968:8 off. The extension of natural selection to altruistic behavior in infrahuman social species in no way alters or diminishes the objections raised against other forms of biological reductionism, such as racism and instinctualism. Diamond Suit 121. The emergence of culture. The weakness of human sociobiology and all other varieties of biological reductionism arises initially from the fact that genotypes never account for all the variations in behavioral phenotypes. Even in extremely simple organisms, adult behavior repertories vary in conformity with each individual's learning history. Hence the behavior repertory of conspecific social groups necessarily includes learned responses, and the prominence of such responses necessarily increases with the complexity of the neural circuitry of the species in question. These learned responses play an important role in the evolution of infrahuman social life, since they constitute a strategic part of each organism's behavioral phenotype. Selection acts on the behavioral phenotype, increasing the fitness of organisms with advantageous innovations in their response repertories. For example, a caterpillar accidentally captured by a wasp with an instinct for eating flies might be the first step toward the evolution of wasps equipped with an instinct for eating caterpillars. In classical evolutionary theory, therefore, behavior and genes form a positive feedback loop. Innovative behavior is preserved and propagated by its contribution to the organism's fitness and is thus converted from an accidental byproduct of learning to a highly determined expression of the genotype. Given sufficiently advanced forms of learning circuits, socially assisted learning is another and radically different process by which learned responses that have been found useful by one organism can be preserved and propagated within a social group. The social response repertories acquired by means of socially assisted learning constitute a 122 groups tradition or culture. In principle, cultural repertories can change and evolve entirely independently of feedbacks involving natural selection, that is, entirely independently of the reproductive success of the individuals responsible for innovating and propagating them. For example, Thomas Alva Edison's invention of the phonograph would have spread around the world even if Edison and all his close kinspeople had been entirely childless. Infrahuman culture. There is nothing hypothetical or mysterious about culture. It did not come into existence through some sudden abrupt reorganization of the human mind, rather, it emerged as a byproduct of the evolution of complex neural circuitry, and it exists in rudimentary form among many vertebrate species. But as in all evolutionary analysis, a balance must be struck between the continuities and discontinuities of emergent forms and processes. Sociobiologists underestimate by several orders of magnitude the extent to which human cultures represent an emergent novelty. They must therefore accept responsibility for disseminating a biased picture of the evolutionary processes affecting human societies. For human culture has doubtless fulfilled the theoretical potential of cultural evolution to a point that is absolutely unique among all organisms. Exemple of infrahuman and culture are the dialects and call variations of birds and mammals, bird and vertebrate flyways, trails, display grounds, and nesting sites, and primitive tool using, feeding, and line of march specialties. The best studied cases involve controlled colonies of Japanese macaques. WHO responded to novel ways of provisioning by inventing novel ways of food processing. ONE troop developed the tradition of washing sweet potatoes in CWA and then went onto washing all its food in a similar manner. WHE and WHEAT was thrown on the beach. MEMBERS of the Sami troop discovered how to separate it from the sand by casting fistfuls of the mixture into the WH and letting the grit sink to the bottom. While scooping up the edible grains WH floated on the surface. Genetic changes were required for these behavioral innovations to spread from individual to individual. Itani and N. Ishimura, 1973. UNDER normal conditions. However, behavioral innovations among infrahuman species are almost always brought back into the genetic feedback loop. If innovations persist at all, it is because they are valuable, and if they are valuable, they will affect reproductive success. For example, Wilson, 1975:17, mentions an island-dwelling species of lizard, Euta palermi, which alone in its desert-adapted genus forages in the island's intertidal zones. The origin of this adaptation may have been purely behavioral, as in the case of the Japanese macaque innovations. But the lizards were soon genetically selected for their ability to forage at the seashore, and this innovative behavior became part of a genetically controlled species-specific behavioral repertory. In the Galapagos there are species of iguanas that swim and dive for their food, presumably as a consequence of a similar series of behavior gene feedbacks. The same kind of feedback probably accounts for many of the species-specific attributes of Homo sapiens. Among the primordial hominids of the Pliocene and Pleistocene periods, cultural innovations in tool use would undoubtedly have amplified trends leading toward the greater precision and power of the human thumb, and this in turn would have placed a selective premium on the neural circuitry needed for the intelligent use of handheld tools. There is also little doubt that the development of Homo sapiens' unique language facility proceeded in a similar fashion, with selection favoring individuals able to transmit, receive, and store ever more complex messages. In the human case, however, these selection processes had a paradoxical outcome. In effect, by enhancing the capacity and efficiency of human learning functions, natural selection itself greatly reduced the significance of genetic feedback for the preservation and propagation of behavioral innovations. By progressively severing hominid cultural repertories from genetic coding, natural selection conferred an enormous adaptive advantage on Homo sapiens, namely, the advantage of being able to acquire and modify a vast range of useful behavior far more rapidly than is possible when genes maintain or regain control over each behavioral innovation. Diamond Suit 123. The evidence for gene-free culture. How do we know that Homo sapiens has been selected for the capacity to acquire and modify cultural repertories independently of genetic feedback? The evidence for this viewpoint consists of the uniquely large amount of variation in the social response repertories of different human populations. Even the simplest of human societies exhibit tens of thousands of patterned responses not found in other 124 human groups. As one indicated in Chapter 3, George Peter Murdoch's World Ethnographic Atlas contains 46 columns of variable cultural traits. Over 1,000 variable components per society can be identified by using the alternative codes listed under these columns. No two societies in the sample of 1,179 have the same combination of components. By adding more categories and by making finer distinctions, additional thousands of distinctive traits can be identified in the infrastructural sectors alone. In fact, Lists employed by anthropologists interested in studying the phenomenon of diffusion include as many as 6,000 traits, cf. Kroeber and Driver, 1932. The amphibious truck company of which one was a member during World War II had a supply manual with over 1 million items listed in its pages. A complete inventory of the material culture of U.S. society would certainly exceed 1 trillion items. How do we know that these items are not part of a behavior gene feedback loop? Because they can be acquired or wiped out within the space of a single generation, without any reproductive episodes taking place. For example, infants reared apart from their parents in another breeding population invariably acquire the cultural repertory of the people among they are reared. Children English-speaking American whites reared by Chinese parents grow up speaking perfect Chinese. They handle their chopsticks with flawless precision and experience no sudden inexplicable urge to eat McDonald's hamburgers. Children Chinese parents reared in WHIU's households speak the standard English dialect of their foster parents, are inept at using chopsticks, and experience no uncontrollable yearning for bird's nest soup or Peking duck. Social groups and individuals drawn from a vast variety of populations have repeatedly demonstrated their ability to acquire every conceivable aspect of the world cultural inventory. American Indians brought up in Brazil incorporate complex African rhythms into their religious dances. American blacks who attend the proper conservatories readily acquire the distinctly non-African requisites for a career in classical European opera. Jews brought up in Germany acquire a preference for German cooking. Jews brought up in Yemen prefer Middle Eastern dishes. Under the influence of fundamentalist Christian missionaries, the sexually uninhibited peoples of Polynesia began to dress their women in dowdy mother hubbards and to follow rules of strict premarital chastity. Native Australians reared in Sydney show no inclination to hunt kangaroo, create circulating cannabia, or mutilate their genitals. They do not experience uncontrollable urges to sing about witch Eddie Grubbs and the emu ancestors. The Mohawk of New York State came to specialize in construction trades and helped erect the steel frames of many skyscrapers. Walking across narrow beams 80 stories above street level, they were not troubled by an urge to build wigwams rather than office buildings. The rapid diffusion of such traits as sewing machines, power saws, transistor radios, and thousands of other industrial products points to the same conclusion. Acculturation and diffusion between every continent and every major race and micro-breeding population prove beyond dispute that the overwhelming bulk of the response repertory of any human population can be acquired by any other human population through learning processes and without the slightest exchange or mutation of genes. Among human beings, in other words, cultural life is not some sort of peripheral oddity. Each instance of a genuine cultural performance by a macaque or a chimpanzee is worth a journal article. But all the journals in all the libraries of the world would not suffice to render a running account of human cultural activities. Cultural evolution is thus responsible for creating an amount of intraspecific behavioral variation in the human species that does not exist in any other species. Moreover, this immense quantity of variation involves functional specialties whose analogues are associated with great phylogenetic distances in the evolution of other bioforms. The contrast between a paleotechnic foraging band and an industrial superpower is surely not inferior to the contrast between whole phyla if not kingdoms in the Linnaean taxonomy. It took billions of years for natural selection to create specialized adaptations for fishing, hunting, agriculture, for aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial locomotion, and for predatory and defensive weaponry, such as teeth, claws, and armor. Equivalent specialties were developed by cultural evolution in less than 10,000 years. The main focus of human sociobiology ought therefore to be the explanation of why other species have such minuscule and insignificant cultural repertories and why humans alone have such gigantic and important ones. But sociobiologists conceive their task to be something else, namely, the identification of the genetic components in human cultural traits. This represents a fundamental misdirection for human social science and a diversion of resources from the more urgent task of explaining the vast majority of cultural traits that do not have a definite genetic component. 126. The scope of sociobiological theories. Popular representations of sociobiology have created a false impression of how sociobiologists relate human social behavior to its genetic substrate. Sociobiologists do not deny that most human social responses are socially learned and therefore not directly under genetic control. Wilson, 1977:133, has made this point without equivocation. The evidence is strong that almost but probably not quite all differences among cultures are based on learning and socialization rather than on genes. Richard Alexander, 1976:6, has made the same pronouncement. I hypothesize that the vast bulk of cultural variations among peoples alive today will eventually be shown to have virtually nothing to do with their genetic differences. Thus few if any sociobiologists are interested in linking variations in human social behavior to the variable frequencies with which genes occur in different human populations. The principles by which sociobiologists propose to implicate natural selection and reproductive success in the explanation of sociocultural phenomena are less provocative but also a good deal less precise and far less interesting. Two such principles provide the auspices for most sociobiological theories concerned with human social life. The first of these seeks to explain the recurrence of certain universal or near-universal traits as the consequence of a genetically programmed human nature. The second seeks to explain cultural variations as a consequence of a genetically programmed scale of alternatives which are allegedly turned on and off by environmental switches. Regarding the first principle, under the best of circumstances the search for human nature can yield only an understanding of the similarities in socio-cultural systems and not of the vast repertory of differences. I shall demonstrate, moreover, that sociobiology is strategically biased in favor of exaggerating the number of pan-human traits that are part of human nature. This bias acts as a definite barrier to an adequate exploration of the causes of widely recurrent traits. As for the second principle, I shall demonstrate that the sociobiological commitment to behavior scaling the genetically predetermined traits turned on and off by environmental switches introduces a superfluous set of variables into the solution of socio-cultural puzzles. These puzzles are solved as soon as the environmental switches are adequately described in terms of the demo-techno-econo-environmental conjunction of the modes of production and reproduction. This aspect of sociobiology therefore emerges as simply a prolegomenon to cultural materialism. 127. Human nature. Much confusion arises from the fact that sociobiologists present the concept of a genetically controlled biogram, or human nature, as if there is a significant body of informed opinion asserting that human beings are not genetically programmed to be predisposed towards certain behavioral specialties. In principle there can be no disagreement that Homo sapiens has a nature. One does not have to be a sociobiologist to hold such a view. As every science fiction fan knows, a culture-bearing social species whose physiology was based on silicon instead of carbon and that had 3 sexes instead of 2, weighed 1,000 pounds per specimen, and preferred to eat sand rather than meat would acquire certain habits unlikely to be encountered in any Homo sapiens society. As proposed in Chapter 3, the theoretical principles of cultural materialism hinge on the existence of certain genetically defined pan-human psychobiological drives that mediate between infrastructure and nature and that tend to make the selection of certain patterns of behavior more probable than others. Nothing one have said about the gene-free status of most cultural variations is opposed to the view that there is a human nature shared by all human beings. Hence the disagreement about the human biogram is entirely a matter of substance rather than of principle, that is, precise identification of the content of the biogram. The disagreement between sociobiologists and cultural materialists on the issue of human nature is a matter of the contraction versus the expansion of the postulated substance of human nature. Cultural materialists pursue a strategy that seeks to reduce the list of hypothetical drives, instincts, and genetically determined response alternatives to the smallest possible number of items compatible with the construction of an effective corpus of sociocultural theory. Sociobiologists, on the other hand, show far less restraint and actively seek to expand the list of genetically determined traits whenever a plausible opportunity to do so presents itself. From the cultural materialist perspective, the proliferation of hypothetical genes for human behavioral specialties is 128. Empirically as well as strategically unsound, as I shall show in the next section. Hypothetical genes. According to Wilson, 1977:132, we share a number of gene-controlled behavior traits with the Old World primates, while other traits are uniquely human. Among the more general primate traits Wilson mentions the following: 1. Size of intimate social groups on the order of 10-100, 2. Polygyny, 3. A long period of socialization in the young, 4. A shift in focus from mother to age and sex peer groups, and 5. Social play with emphasis on role practice, mock aggression, and exploration. Among the features restricted to hominids, Wilson mentions 6. Facial expressions, 7. Elaborate kinship rules, 8. Incest avoidance, 9. Semantic symbol language that develops in the young through a relatively strict timetable, 10. Close sexual bonding, 11. Parent/offspring bonding, 12. Male bonding, 13. Territoriality. Wilson claims that to socialize a human being out of such species-specific traits would be very difficult if not impossible, and almost certainly destructive to mental development, ibid. But it is clear that most of these traits are not, on the ethnographic record, actually universal, and that socializing people out of them is no more difficult than socializing human beings out of thousands of other cultural traits. 1. Human relationships are at their most intimate in domestic groups. But the size of such groups varies over a far larger span than Wilson acknowledges. Needless to say, hundreds of millions of people in the world today live in domestic groups smaller than 10 persons. While domestic groups larger than 100 are less common, they do exist. For example, elite Chinese family compounds containing 700 persons are reported for the Sung dynasty, cited in Myron Cohen, 1975:227. But intimate relationships are not necessarily limited to co-residential domestic groups. Relationships within such non-localized kinship groups as lineages and kindreds may also satisfy definitions of intimacy. Such groups commonly contain several hundred persons. In Brazil, studies of elite families have demonstrated that the parentela or bilateral kindred may contain as many as 500 living relatives who keep track of one another's birthdays, attend marriages and funerals together, and help one another in business and professional life. Wagley, 1963:199. The size of such human groups as families, lineages, kindreds, villages, and communities varies in conformity with known infrastructural conditions and nowhere exhibits significant uniformities that render the existence of even minimal genetic restraint plausible. 2. True, polygyny is a common form of human mating, but the human species is not polygynistic. Human sexual behavior is ethically so diverse as to defy any species-specific characterization. The heterosexual range runs from promiscuity through monogamy, with each type practiced by tens of millions of people. Human females in general may not have plural mates as often as males, but there are millions of women who entertain a plurality of sexual partners as often as, if not more often than, the most active men in other societies. This is particularly evident in the de facto forms of polyandry or rapid mate changes prevalent among the matrifocal households of the Caribbean and Northeast Brazil. Rodman, 1971, Lewis, 1966b. Moreover, polyandry is an emic as well as an etic commonplace in Southwest India and Tibet. The idea that males naturally desire a plurality of sexual experiences while women are satisfied by one mate at a time is entirely a product of the political economic domination males have exerted over women as part of the culturally created, Warfare-related male supremacy complex. Sexually adventurous women are severely punished in male-dominated cultures. Wherever women have enjoyed independent wealth and power, however, they have sought to fulfill themselves sexually with multiple mates with no less vigor than males in comparable situations. One cannot imagine a weaker instance of genetic programming than the polygyny of Homo sapiens. Sexuality is something people can be socialized out of only at great cost. But people can be socialized into and out of promiscuity, polygyny, polyandry, and monogamy with conspicuous ease, once the appropriate infrastructural conditions are present. 3. Human socialization docs take a long time, and this indeed is part of Homo sapiens' primate heritage. But this feature of the biogram is closely related to the development of elaborate socially learned response patterns that constitute traditions or cultures. The trait of prolonged socialization merely points up the fact that human infants have a lot of traditions to learn and that Homo sapiens' most characteristic genetic heritage is the expanded capacity for cultural behavior. However, it does not point to any particular content for pan-human social life other than the existence of an extended training period for infants and children. What infants and children are trained to do is another story. 129. 4. The alleged genetically controlled shift in focus from mother to age and sex peer groups is much more likely to be one of the things that Homo sapiens needs to be trained to do and that people can be socialized out of doing with little difficulty. Indeed, there is a very extensive anthropological and psychological literature suggesting that once strong dependency relationships are established between children and parents, costly training techniques are necessary to pry children loose and send them out into the world on their own. Homo sapiens is the only primate species that needs puberty rituals to shock and cajole the junior generation into accepting adult responsibilities. Harrington and Whiting, 1972. Moreover, it is a caricature of human socialization processes to represent them primarily in terms of mother-child relationships, since human fathers often play as important a role in socialization as mothers do. And both human parents frequently continue to dominate the activities of their offspring well into adulthood. If Wilson's notion of primate genetic control over human role socialization were correct, the system of financing higher education through 20 years or more of heavy parental investment would never have been invented. 5. Homo sapiens does share with other primates a genetically programmed tendency toward exploratory social play in connection with role practice. However, this feature is redundant with respect to item 3, the prolonged nature of human socialization, and merely points once again to the importance of socially acquired response repertories rather than to the importance of genetic control over definite response categories. On the other hand, Wilson's specification of Makagrayszion as a genetically controlled feature of childhood social play lacks credibility. Children explore the social roles and behavior patterns their cultures encourage them to explore. As formalized in sports and games, the balance between aggressive and non-aggressive childhood behavior patterns varies widely from culture to culture. Competitive team sports for males, for example, are correlated with training for warfare. Sipes, 1973. In societies lacking warfare patterns, such as the Simei of Malaysia, children's play is quite free of conspicuous aggressive displays. Denton, 1968, Montague, 1976:98-103. Obviously, human beings have the genetically controlled capacity to act aggressively, but the conditions under which aggressive behavior actually manifests itself is not defined by a narrow set of genetic instructions. 6. Facial expressions probably constitute one of the best cases for definite genetically controlled response patterns. There is a universal tendency for Homo sapiens to laugh and smile in order to communicate 130. Pleasure, to frown and stare when communicating anger, and to grimace and cry when communicating pain and sorrow. Even in this case, however, the genetic programming cannot be very strong, since many cultures override the species-specific meanings and use the same facial expression to denote something quite different. All over the world people are socialized to hide their feelings and to laugh when they are sad, look forlorn when they are happy, and smile when they are angry. It is customary in many Amazonian Indian societies to weep profusely in honor of arriving guests. Elsewhere, as in the Middle East and India, the rich pay professional mourners to weep at funerals. Wherever it is important not to show true feelings, as in the game of poker or during job interviews, people learn to master their facial muscles just as readily as they learn bladder and sphincter control, and with much less threat to their mental and physical well-being. In most societies it is dangerous to rely on facial expressions in order to predict what people are getting ready to do. 7. True enough, complex kinship rules are not found in any other species, but the varieties of kinship terminologies, family organization, and prescribed behavior for kinspeople is far too great to be accounted for by genetic controls. These rules are elaborate precisely because they are not under genetic control. What kind of gene would it be that could lead some societies to distinguish cross from parallel cousins or mother's brother from father's brother? Or that would give the bears of Australian Aboriginal groups in the 8 section zones an uncontrollable urge to marry their mother's brother's daughter's daughter, as per the marriage rules diagrammed on p84. Moreover, despite their universality in one form or another, kinship rules need not be regarded as permanent features of the universal pattern. The entire history of state society is one convergent thrust toward the replacement of kin-organized groups by those based on the division of labor, class, and other achieved statuses, CP 100. 8. That the widespread prohibition on mother-son, father-daughter, and brother-sister mating is genetically programmed I find dubious. Brother-sister mating was practiced by the Egyptian pharaohs, the ruling elites of Hawaii, the Inca, and the early Chinese emperors as a routine means of consolidating power at the apex of the social pyramid. On the other hand, there are excellent infrastructural reasons why brother-sister marriage was prohibited virtually everywhere else, since all alliances and exchanges between commoner domestic groups are based on brothers not taking their sisters for themselves, CP 80. 131. One expects father-daughter marriages to be rare for the same reason. However, sexual relations between father and daughter take place on a rather frequent basis, sometimes in overt ritual contexts. If incest avoidance is part of the human biogram, why are there, conservatively estimated, several 100,000 cases of father-daughter incest in the United States each year? Armstrong, 1978:9. The rarest form of nuclear family incest is the mother-son relationship. The problem here is to disentangle an instinctual repugnance from the generally subordinate status of women and the rules against adultery. Does fear of father and husband or fear of incest per se keep sons and mothers apart? If psychoanalytic evidence is admissible, then it is clear that in childhood and adolescence sons do have a rather powerful sexual interest in their mothers. That interest, however, has to be blocked if sons are to develop in the image of their aggressive masculine fathers. Because of the prevalence of male supremacy, women are usually awarded to men for achievement and not as a birthright. Hence virtually all societies currently have an interest in preventing mother-son incest as part of the process of training males into their masculine role. Very probably, as the premium on training males for aggressive masculine roles diminishes, less effort will be expended on discouraging sons from fulfilling their Oedipal fantasies, and the incidence of mother-son incest may increase. As long as the infrastructural and structural conditions sustaining the nuclear family incest taboos remain in force, the conclusion that the taboos are instinctual remains unconvincing. C.F.Y. Cohen, 1978. Only if the taboos persist after the sustaining infrastructural and structural conditions disappear will there be convincing evidence of their genetic base. Moreover, no argument using the antiquity of the incest taboos as evidence of their instinctual status is admissible. The hunter-collector mode of production lasted 1,000,000 years or more, yet it was swept away in a mere handful of generations when changed infrastructural conditions altered the balance of costs and benefits. 9. The human capacity to communicate by means of a semantic symbol language does involve a genetically programmed predisposition to acquire such a language, and it is definitely known that no other species on Earth shares the same predisposition. But the inclusion of this one momentous instance of genetic specialization in a list of dubious or untrue features of the human biogram reveals the weakness of the socio-biological strategy. For the behavioral implication of the unique language facility of human beings is that Homo sapiens has a unique, genetically based capacity to override genetic determinism by 132. Acquiring, storing, and transmitting gene-free repertories of social responses. One shall return to this point in a moment. 10. Close sexual bonding? How can one assert this as a species? Specific feature when under appropriate infrastructural and structural conditions, the sexual bond extends no further than rape, prostitution, and slave forms of concubinage. 1. Parent/offspring bonding? But as one pointed out in Chapter 3, sex ratio studies indicate that infanticide, especially female infanticide, and neglect of young girls were routine means of regulating human population growth throughout history as well as prehistory. 1-2. Male bonding. To be sure, cross-culturally, solidary male groups outnumber solidary female groups. But that merely reflects once again the cultural tendency of males to keep females subordinate by preventing them from forming aggressively solidary coalitions. To suggest that women cannot form strong solidary bonds among themselves because they are catty and preoccupied with what men think of them, cf. Tiger, 1970, has little merit. There is enough ethnographic evidence to indicate that women can and do form effective solidary political groups, as in the Bundu of Sierra Leone, Hoffer, 1975, as well as in the more recent burgeoning of feminist associations. Female sodalities will undoubtedly become more common as women achieve political and economic parity with men. 1-3. Territoriality. As I said in Chapter 4, recent studies of hunter-gatherers support the theory that the primordial units of human social life were open camp groups whose membership fluctuated from season to season and whose territories were not sharply defined. Strong territorial interests probably became widespread only after the development of sedentary village modes of production and the rise in reproductive pressure. Moreover, the ownership of territory by groups or individuals is certainly not something that it is difficult to socialize people out of, nor is the lack of territorial interests destructive of mental development. Indeed, one might argue more cogently that the territorial interests of modem states are destructive not only of mental development but of physical existence as well. 133. Socio-biological misrepresentation of human nature. Sociobiologists argue quite persuasively that Homo sapiens is distinct from other primate species in ways that can be explained only as a result of a unique human genotype, Wilson, 1977:132. Yet when it comes down to the details of characterizing that genotype, sociobiologists overlook or minimize the genetic trait that by their own criteria ought to be emphasized above all others. That trait is language. Only human language has semantic universality, the ability to communicate about infinite classes of events regardless of when and where they occur. This trait and the neural circuitry that makes it possible account for the astonishing fact agreed to by most sociobiologists that the enormous within-species variations in human social response repertoires are not genetically controlled. The attempt by sociobiologists to add what are at best dubious and hypothetical genes to the human behavioral genotype leads to the misrepresentation of human nature based on an erroneous construal of the course of hominid evolution. According to the latest paleontological evidence, the phyletic lines of the ancestral hominids and their closest pongid relatives have been separated for at least 5 million years. During all that time, natural selection favored a behavioral genotype in which the programming acquired through learning progressively dominated the programming acquired through genetic change. Every discussion of human nature must begin and end with this aspect of the human biogram, for its importance overrides every other conceivable species-specific trait of Homo sapiens. Indeed, the emergence of semantic universality constitutes an evolutionary novelty whose significance is at least as great as the appearance of the first strands of DNA. As I have said, culture appears in rudimentary form among the lower organisms, but it remains rudimentary, it does not expand and accumulate, it does not evolve. Hominid culture, however, has evolved at an ever-increasing rate, filling the earth with human societies, artifacts, and countless divergent, convergent, and parallel instances of behavioral novelties. Even if the dubious hypothetical genetic predispositions of socio-biological human nature actually do exist, knowledge of their existence can lead only to an understanding of the outer envelope, to use a metaphor proposed by Wilson Harris and Wilson, 1978, within which cultural evolution has thus far been constrained. It could not lead to an understanding of the differences and similarities within socio-cultural evolution. The poverty of this strategy can best be grasped by imagining what evolutionary biology would be like if it confined itself only to the similarities of life forms and not to their differences. 134. Darwin's contribution would then amount to nothing more than the assertion that all species are constrained by their common carbon chemistry and by the laws of thermodynamics. The question of why whales are different from elephants or why birds are different from reptiles could not be asked. Or at least it wouldn't pay to ask it, since the answer would be, why are not really different, they are all constrained within the envelope of carbon chemistry and thermodynamics. 135. The principle of behavior scaling. In order to overcome the apparent irrelevance of genetic controls for the explanation of socio-cultural differences, sociobiologists turn to the concept of behavioral scale, Wilson, 1975:2021. Scaling refers to those cases in which the genetic code programs not for invariant phenotypic response, but for variant, but predictable responses to varying environmental conditions. Dick Eman, 1979:1. The most familiar examples of behavioral scaling involve responses dependent on changes in population density. For example, aggressive encounters among adult hippopotami are rare where populations are low to moderate, but at high densities, males begin to fight viciously, sometimes to the death. Normally, snowy owls do not engage in territorial defense, but under crowded conditions, they defend their territories with characteristic displays. Availability of food also triggers different parts of the behavior scale. Well-fed honeybees let intruding workers from neighboring hives penetrate the nest and take away supplies without opposition. But when the same colonies have been without food for several days, they attack every intruder. Thus the entire scale, not isolated points on it, is the genetically based trait that has been fixed by natural selection, Wilson, 1975:20. Applied to human social response repertories, the principle of behavior scaling is meant to provide an explanation for why some human populations are polygynous while others are polyandrous, or why some human populations are cannibals while others are vegetarians, and so forth. These alternative behaviors constitute a genetically programmed range of possible behavioral responses evoked by particular ecological contexts. 136. The scope of behavioral scaling. The premise that cultural innovations are pre-programmed along a species-specific scale suffers from the strategic liabilities associated with the notion of human nature. Since selection in the main has acted against genetically imposed limitations on human cultural repertories, the principle of scaling leads to an evolutionarily unsound strategy in the human case. Once again, the problem is that the diversity of human responses is far too great to be accounted for by a genetic program. Unlike hippopotami, human beings do not merely change from being placid to being aggressive and back again under the variable stress of environment. Instead, humankind has evolved an enormous series of institutions such as lineages, polygyny, polyandry, redistribution, slavery, sacrifice of prisoners of war, infanticide, vegetarianism, and all the other infrastructural, structural, and superstructural traits which I have discussed in the previous chapter. Clearly, the concept of behavior scaling cannot be applied to this entire series of innovations. To do so would in effect reduce all cultural evolution to a predetermined set of genetic instructions, a conclusion at odds with the agreed upon fact that most human behavior is not under direct genetic control. For example, consider the evolutionary series: bands, village, chiefdom, state. Surely no one would want to suggest that these alternative forms of political economy are merely pre-programmed points on a genetically controlled behavior scale. That would be the equivalent of saying selection already favored the state even before there were chiefdoms or villages and when only bands existed. Behavior scaling, in other words, still leaves the explanation of the origin of most of the diversity of human social life beyond the pale of socio-biological theory, and hence does not alter the relative lack of scope and power built into the socio-biological approach to human social life. The superfluous gene. To an important but limited extent, the principle of behavior scaling resembles the cultural materialist principle of infrastructural determinism. The two principles share in common is the specification of an ecological context and the assumption that variations in social response repertories are in some sense adaptive to that context. In the cultural materialist strategy, the ecological conditions embodied in the infrastructure raise or lower the biopsychological costs and benefits of innovative responses, none of which are necessarily genetically pre-programmed to occur under the given conditions. Certain innovative behaviors rather than others are retained and propagated not because they maximize reproductive success but because they maximize biopsychological benefits and minimize biopsychological costs. In contrast, the fundamental premise of the principle of scaling is that the innovative behavior is genetically pre-programmed to occur under the given conditions because under the given conditions it maximizes reproductive success. I contend that the principle of behavior scaling leads at best to unparsimonious theories concerning the manner in which innovations come to take their place in the human behavioral repertory. The lack of parsimony results from the need to rely on hypothetical genes in order to fulfill the genetic cost-benefit optimizing or minimax logic of the socio-biological strategy. The logic of the cultural materialist optimizing minimax, cost-benefit analysis, on the other hand, is fulfilled in a more direct fashion and is to be preferred on that account. Indeed, from the cultural materialist perspective, the invocation of genetic factors in behavior scaling explanations constitutes a redundant and gratuitous addition to an adequate ecological and psychobiological cost-benefit analysis. 137. The case of elite female infanticide. As an example of the lack of parsimony and the redundancy involved in the behavior scaling version of socio-biological theory, let us examine the explanation anthropologist M. Ildred D. Ikeme 1979, has proposed for the occurrence of female infanticide among elite castes and classes of late medieval Europe, India, and China. To explain this important and empirically valid phenomenon, D. Ikeme relies on a socio-biological model developed by Richard Alexander, 1974. WH predicts that female preferential infanticide is more likely among GWOMEN married to high-ranking MN and less likely among GWOMEN married to low-ranking MN. The logic behind Alexander's model is this: when male infants can be reared with confidence, their fitness, i.e., number BEROF offspring, will tend to exceed that of females, since MN can have many more reproductive episodes than WOMN. HENCE in Elite 138. Castes and classes, where males have an excellent chance of surviving because living conditions are good, the maximization of reproductive success of both male and female parents will be achieved by investing in sons rather than daughters. On the other hand, in the low-ranking castes and classes, where male survival is very risky, reproductive success will be maximized by investing in daughters, who are likely to have at least some reproductive episodes rather than none at all. To complete the model, elite men can be expected to marry beneath their station, while lowly women can be expected to marry up if their parents can provide them with a dowry to compensate the groom's family. The cultural materialist explanation for the occurrence of female infanticide in elite groups dispenses with the need to suppose that this pattern has been selected for genetically and that it is part of a genetic program that automatically manifests itself under conditions of extreme poverty and wealth. We begin with the fact that daughters were less valuable than sons for the Eurasian elites because men dominated the political, military, commercial, and agricultural sources of wealth and power. As I explained in the chapter preceding this 1p91, male politico-economic domination itself is also a product of cultural rather than genetic selection. Sons have the opportunity to protect and enhance the elite family's patrimony and political economic status. But daughters, who have access to significant sources of wealth and power only through men, are an absolute or relative liability. They can only be married off by paying dowry. Therefore, preferential female infanticide is practiced by the elite groups to avoid the expense of dowry and to consolidate the family's wealth and power. Among the subordinate ranks, female infanticide is not practiced as frequently as among the elites because peasant and artisan girls can readily pay their own way by working in the fields or in cottage industries. The genesis of this system lies in the struggle to maintain and enhance differential political economic power and wealth, not in the struggle to achieve reproductive success. The proof of this lies in the outcome of the hypogynous marriages, marrying down, of the elite males. Such marriages generally take the form of concubinage and do not bestow the right of inheritance upon the offspring, be they male or female. The elites, in other words, systematically decrease their inclusive fitness by failing to provide life support systems for their own children. Indeed, I would argue that the entire complex of infanticide and hypergamy boils down to a systemic attempt to prevent the elites from having too much reproductive success in order to maintain the privileged position of a small number of wealthy and powerful families at the top of the social pyramid. 139. Who needs behavior scaling? Sociobiologists propose that human beings are pre-programmed to switch from infanticide to mother love, from cannibalism to vegetarianism, from polyandry to polygyny, from matrilineality to patrilineality, and from war to peace whenever the appropriate environmental conditions are present. Cultural materialists also maintain that these changes take place whenever certain infrastructural conditions are present. Since both cultural materialists and sociobiologists take the position that the enormous diversity represented in the alleged genetic scaling of human responses is at least genetically possible within the envelope, the need for the scaling concept itself seems gratuitous. The focus in both strategies has to be on the question of what kinds of environmental or infrastructural conditions are powerful enough to change human behavior from war to peace, polygyny to polyandry, cannibalism to vegetarianism, and so forth. To the extent that sociobiologists sincerely pursue this issue, they will inevitably find themselves carrying out cost-benefit analyses that are subsumed by the infrastructural cost-benefit analyses of cultural materialism. True, sociobiological models based on reproductive success and inclusive fitness can yield predictions about sociocultural differences that enjoy a degree of empirical validity, as in the above case of infanticide and female hypergamy. But the reason for this predictability is that most of the factors which might promote reproductive success do so through the intermediation of biopsychological benefits that enhance the economic, political, and sexual power and well-being of individuals and groups of individuals. The exploitation of lower-ranking women by higher-ranking men, for example, is the kind of stuff out of which theories of reproductive success can easily be spun. But exploitation confers much more immediate and tangible benefits than genetic immortality on those who can get away with it. Because of the bias toward reproductive success, the principle of behavior scaling leads away from the most certain and powerful interests served by infrastructure toward the most remote and hypothetical interests served by having genetic survivors. Thus sociobiology contributes to the obfuscation of the nature of human social life by its commitment to the explorations of the least probable causal relationships at the expense of the most probable ones. However, it is not the sociobiologists who primarily to blame for this situation. 140. Who is to blame for sociobiology? The decisive consideration concerning the appropriateness of genetic models for human behavioral repertories must be whether or not there are cultural, non-genetic theories that account better for the observed phenomena. Socio-biological theories are welcome only in the absence of plausible socio-cultural theories, because the latter derive from principles capable of explaining both rapid and slow changes and both similarities and differences, whereas the former derive from a principle natural selection capable of explaining only slow changes and few if any of the differences as well as the similarities. Anthropologists who operate with synchronic, idealist, structuralist and eclectic research strategies incapable of producing interpenetrating sets of theories about the divergent and convergent trajectories of socio-cultural evolution have only themselves to blame if sociobiologists step into what appears to be an intellectual disaster area. Sociobiology has achieved instant popularity in part because the better-known social science research strategies cannot provide scientific causal solutions for the perennial puzzle surrounding such phenomena as warfare, sexism, stratification, and cultural lifestyles. Sociobiologists have been accused of being racists and sexists and have been verbally abused at scientific meetings by academics who are committed to obscurantist and explicitly anti-scientific strategies. This abuse at the hands of people who have made no contribution of their own to the explanation of socio-cultural phenomena can only serve to strengthen the conviction of the sociobiologists that they are being martyred for their devotion to the scientific method and that the study of the most momentous issues in human life has been monopolized by those least competent to carry it out. The answer to sociobiology does not lie in still more abuse. It lies in the development of a corpus of coherent socio-cultural theory that is more parsimonious and that has greater scope and applicability than the corpus of theories produced under the auspices of socio-biological principles. To repeat the words of Imre Lakatos, CP 24, purely negative criticism does not kill a research program. Dialectical materialism. Culturalmaterialism and sociobiology have similar epistemologies but radically different theoretical principles, whereas cultural materialism and dialectical materialism have similar theoretical principles but radically different epistemologies. One have already described the great debt the principle of infrastructural determinism owes to Marx. Cultural and dialectical materialists disagree about the content of infrastructure, but they share common ground when it comes to the predominating influence of the material conditions of social life. When Engels eulogized Marx at the graveside, he chose to emphasize Marx's discovery of the dependence of structure and superstructure on the immediate material means of subsistence. Just as Darwin discovered the law of evolution in organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of evolution in human history. He discovered the simple fact, hitherto concealed by an overgrowth of ideology, that mankind must first eat and drink, have shelter and clothing before it can pursue politics, science, religion, art, etc., and therefore the production of the immediate material means of subsistence and consequently the degree of economic development attained by a given people or during a given epoch, form the foundation upon which the state institutions, the legal conceptions, the art, and even the religious ideas of the people concerned have evolved, and in the light of which these things must therefore be explained instead of vice versa as has hitherto been the case. Engels, in Celsum and Martel, 1963:189. It is this aspect of Marx's work that cultural materialists regard as his greatest contribution. On the epistemological level, however, cultural materialists and dialectical materialists are as far apart as cultural materialists and sociobiologists are on the theoretical level. The nub of this disagreement is to be found in the Marxist advocacy of Hegel's dialectical conception of history. Hegel stands to dialectical materialism as the empiricist David Hume stands to cultural materialism. Marx himself recognized a great debt to both the Scottish and the British empiricists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo, and he himself never engaged in a campaign to substitute dialectical science for empiricist science. Instead, it was Lenin who first argued that empiricism and Marxist materialism were based on irreconcilable epistemologies. Cultural materialists reject Lenin's disdain of the empiricist tradition. By pitting dialectics against empiricism, Lenin opened the door to the mystification of the communist state, and especially the mystification of the communist ruling class. In order to complete the demystification of the social world, materialism must be joined with the quest for objective knowledge. One do not reject the Hegelian ingredient in Marx in order to repudiate the Hegel-Marx struggle for freedom and economic equality, but in order to insist that there can be no freedom and economic equality without objective knowledge. 142. Hegel hath wrought. Like other idealists, Hegel believed that things are expressions of ideas. But Hegel insisted that ideas are not only what they are but also what they are not. Moreover, ideas are continuously changing from what they are into what they are not. What exists today is not merely destined to change, as many philosophers had previously insisted, but is destined to change into its opposite, or its negation. Everything that exists can therefore be said to contain the seeds of its own destruction. These seeds of destruction can be identified by analysis aimed at exposing contradictions. The core of Hegel's contribution to Marx is the recognition that dialectical materialism 143. Change, movement, and vitality arise out of contradictions. As Hegel put it in his book on logic, it has been a fundamental prejudice of hitherto existing logic and of ordinary imagination that contradiction is a determination having less essence and immanence than identity, but indeed, if there were any question of rank, and the two determinations had to be fixed as separate, contradiction would have to be taken as the profounder and more fully essential. For as opposed to it, identity is only the determination of the simple immediate, or of dead being, while contradiction is the root of all movement and life, and it is only in so far as it contains a contradiction that anything moves and has impulse and activity. Hegel, in Celsum and Martel, 1963:332. According to Hegel, the movement in ideas that arises from inner contradictions does not merely result in an oscillation from one idea to the other, rather, it results in a continuous world process of progressive change. The negation of the negation does not result in the restoration of the original situation because there is an overall direction to the world historical process, a direction which Hegel described as the growth of freedom through the growth of rational consciousness. Hegel saw the negations of earlier by later ideas as part of a grand process of spiritual contradictions leading to the ultimate union of human thought with the logic of the world spirit. Marx turned this analysis right side up and saw the grand process of history as the record of successive modes of production, each containing its internal contradictions, moving by successive negations toward a classless communist utopia. Hegel in Marx. It is in the analysis of the contradictions specific to capitalism that Hegel's dialectic served most importantly both to validate and to inspire Marx's scientific and political goals. According to Marx, the fundamental contradiction of capitalism is that in order for capitalists to make a profit, they must exploit labor. Marx believed that this contradiction would force capitalism into a series of deepening crises. To stay in business against their competitors, capitalist entrepreneurs attempt to substitute machines for laborers, but in doing so they unwittingly cause their rate of profit to decline, since profits come from the 144 exploitation of people, not from the exploitation of machines. To restore profitability, capitalists intensify the exploitation of labor, leading to falling purchasing power among the laborers, growing concentration of wealth among the capitalists, and glutted markets. Thus the seeds of destruction are present in the deepening misery of the class of industrial workers, the proletariat. Capitalism creates the proletariat, and in doing so, seals its own doom. The more it exploits the proletariat, the more the proletariat organizes itself into a revolutionary force capable of expropriating the expropriators, negating its negation / in Marx's words. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capital production itself. the monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. Centralization of the means of production and socialization at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist integument. This integument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. Marx, 1975-18671:763. Although Marx carried out only an in-depth study of the contradiction between classes in the transformations of feudalism and capitalism in Europe, he generalized class antagonism as the basis of the evolution of all state societies. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Marx and Engels, 1959-1848-7. Here again the debt to Hegel is clear, since struggle is merely an active form of contradiction and negation. Finally, as we saw in Chapter 3, Marx's ultimate dialectical generalization relates the form of class antagonism to the component parts of the mode of production. Here, too, contradiction and the shifting of things into their opposites reveal the Hegelian heritage. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. Marx, 1970-1859-21. Dialectical Materialism 145. The Hegelian monkey. Although Hegel himself did not make any sustained contribution to the analysis of capitalism, the study of Hegel's ideas about dialectics undoubtedly helped Marx develop his specific theory of capitalism. One cannot dispute that fact, nor minimize its historical significance. It does not follow, however, that to build upon Marx's unique contribution to social science, one must accept Marx's evaluation of the importance of Hegel's dialectic. Hegel is not the giant on whose shoulders Marx thought he had to stand, but a monkey clinging to Marx's back. That Marx never finally and decisively shook Hegel off into merited oblivion is a measure of the cultural limitation on Marx's genius. The central weakness of dialectical epistemology is the lack of operational instructions for identifying causally decisive negations. If every event has a negation, then every component in that event also has a negation. However, every event contains an indefinite number of components, therefore every event contains an indefinite number of negations. Which negation is the crucial contradiction? For example, patrilineality contains two notions, descent, and descent exclusively through males. Is its negation non-descent or descent not exclusively through males? If it is non-descent, is its negation marriage or some other form of non-descent relationship? And if it is through non-males, is its negation descent through females alone, matrilineality, or through both males and females, bilaterality? Since there are no instructions for identifying the properties or components that are the crucial negations, dialectical relationships can never be falsified. In the next chapter discussing the use of dialectics by the French structuralists, I shall show in detail how dialectics lead to theories which are fundamentally untestable and hence non-scientific. In the hands of dialectical Marxists, however, definitions of the phases of the dialectical process have often been used to rationalize politico-economic repression and the liquidation of individuals, classes, and ethnic groups. Because dialectics offers no instructions concerning how much of a difference constitutes a negation, dialectical Marxism has turned into a great breeding ground of fanatical revelations, grand finalities, and impenetrable metaphors. 146. Engels's defense of dialectics. Engels tried to answer some of these objections in his book Anti-Diering. He argued that dialectical contradictions can be identified because they do not merely negate a static situation but set the stage for further development. Each class of things has its appropriate form of being negated in such a way that it gives rise to a development. 1972 1878, 155. When applied to the process of socio-cultural evolution or to any other evolutionary sequence, Engels's development results in a tautology. For the name cultural materialists give to the process in which there is both discontinuity and continuity, in which a thing is both changed and not changed, is negated but affirmed, is destroyed but preserved, is evolution. To call such changes dialectical adds no additional information about evolutionary processes unless one is prepared to state some general principles by which dialectical negations can always be distinguished from other evolutionary negations, i.e., transformations. No one has ever succeeded in stating these principles. Indeed, from Engels on, many dialectical materialists have explicitly denied that there is any kind of general formula according to which the crucial dialectical ingredients in any particular situation can be identified. Thus, in berating Dühring, Engels states that Marx himself did not identify the dialectical negations as a first or even last step in his attempt to discover the laws governing the origin, transformation, and extinction of capitalism. According to Engels, only when it was all over, when Marx looked back on what he had done, did he see fit to draw attention to the fact that the laws governing the development of capitalism were dialectical laws. Marx merely shows from history that just as the former petty industry, necessarily, through its own development, created the conditions of its annihilation, i.e., of the expropriation of the small proprietors, so now the capitalist mode of production has likewise itself created the material conditions which will annihilate it. The process is a historical one, and if it is at the same time a dialectical process, this is not Marx's fault, however annoying it may be for Herr Dühring. It is only at this point, after Marx has completed his proof on the basis of historical and economic facts, that he proceeds, the capitalist mode of appropriation, the result of the capitalist mode of production, produces capitalist private property. This is the first negation of individual private property, as founded on the labors of the proprietor. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a law of nature, its own negation. It is the negation of the negation. See Marx, 1975, 1867, 763. In characterizing the process as the negation of the negation, therefore, Marx does not dream of attempting to prove by this that the process was historically necessary. On the contrary, after he has proved from history that in fact the process has partially already occurred, and partially must occur in the future, he then also characterizes it as a process which develops in accordance with a definite dialectical law. Engels, 1972, 1878 1147. From Engels's own argument it seems clear that dialectical principles do not constitute a distinct mode of inquiry, that a knowledge of dialectical logic neither promotes the discovery of lawful relations nor contributes to the testing of specific hypotheses. Dialectical Materialism 147. The negative attitude, not dialectics. It is important to draw a distinction between dialectics as a rigorous means of obtaining knowledge as an epistemological principle and dialectics as a general attitude or stance toward knowledge. Marx lost his technical interest in Hegelian philosophy as he moved away from the German university scene and as he became immersed in the critique of capitalism. But Marx never ceased to be inspired by Hegel's advocacy of dialectics, Ziegel, 1978:390. Marx pointed out that by making contradiction and change the focus of knowledge, Hegel served notice on the bourgeoisie that all seemingly eternal laws and imperishable institutions contain the seeds of their own destruction. In the afterword to the second German edition of Capital, 1975 1867-20, Marx wrote that dialectics is a scandal and abomination to bourgeoisdom and its doctrinaire professors because it includes in its comprehension and affirmative recognition of the existing state of things, at the same time also, the recognition of the negation of that state, of its inevitable breaking up, because it regards every historically developed social form as in fluid movement, and therefore takes into account its transient nature not less than its momentary existence, because it lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. Dialectics viewed as an epistemology of skepticism, transience, ephemerality, and novelty has much to commend it. In the hands of some advocates, dialectics is virtually synonymous with the intelligent, skeptical, and creative search for probable knowledge. Robert Murphy, for example, has presented this view of dialectics as the negative attitude. The dialectical exercise is simple in the extreme, for it requires only that the analyst of society question everything that he sees and hears, examine phenomena fully and from every angle, seek and evaluate the contradiction of any proposition, and consider every category from the viewpoint of its non-contents as well as its positive attributes. It requires us to also look for paradox as much as complementarity, for opposition as much as accommodation. It portrays a universe of dissonance underlying apparent order and seeks deeper order beyond the dissonance. It urges the critical examination, in the light of ongoing social activity, of those common sense guidelines to behavior and common sense interpretations of reality that lie at the core of our cultural systems. It enjoins us to query the obvious and given truths of both our culture and our science. Murphy, 1971:117. If this is dialectics, then cultural materialism is as dialectical as dialectical materialism. Point by point, cultural materialism fits Moore-Phy's requirement for a dialectical approach to social life. Cultural materialism seeks to question everything, by demanding operationalizate empirical tests, examine phenomena fully and from every angle, by locating them as parts of systems and in sets of interpenetrating diachronic and synchronic theories, evaluate the contractadicition of any proposition and non-contents as well as positive attributes, by examining null hypotheses and rival theories, and by attempts at falsification, look for paradox and for opposition, by emphasizing both positive and negative feedback, continuity and change, solidarity and conflict, adaptation and maladaptation. It portrays a universe of dissonance underlying apparent order and deeper order beyond the dissonance, idem, urges the critical examination of common sense guidelines, by distinguishing between emics and etics, and enjoins us to query the obvious, by implicating the TIC infrastructure in theories about superstructure, by showing the complexity of demo-techno-econo-environmental relationships, by demanding empirical data as the basis for all substantive generalizations. But there is much more to the dialectical attitude than Murphy's description allows. The missing ingredient is Lenin's uncompromising hostility to the empiricist positivist position. 148. Dialectical Materialism 149. Lenin and the Dung Heap. By excoriating positivism, Lenin totally misrepresented the source of the reactionary tendencies in 20th-century bourgeois social science. As I see it, scientists like Karl Pearson and Ernst Mach were reactionary not because they were followers of Hume but because they were eclectics who failed to grasp the role of infrastructure in cultural evolution. By misrepresenting positivism as an inherently bourgeois philosophy, Lenin succeeded in setting up positivism harnessed to an evolutionary materialist paradigm as the antithesis of dialectical materialism. Hence Lenin's assertion that dialectical idealism was closer to intelligent materialism than undeveloped, dead, crude, rigid materialism, and his dismissal of non-dialectical materialists as farmyard cocks who spurned Hegel's jewels. Marx and Engels did not worry about the elementary truths of materialism, which had been cried by the hucksters in dozens of books, but devoted all of their attention to ensuring that these elementary truths should not be vulgarized, should not lead to forgetfulness of the valuable fruit of the idealist system, Hegelian dialectics that pearl which those farmyard cocks, the Buchners, the Dierings and co., as well as Leclerc, Mach, Avenarius, and so forth, could not pick out of the dung heap of absolute idealism. 1972-1909, 248. Lenin failed to show, however indeed, never really considered why Hume's opposition to metaphysical pearls had to be considered inherently reactionary. All that he showed was that positivism linked with eclectic, idealist, or synchronic paradigms was implicated in recessionary political positions. But to view all of positivism, even positivism in the service of a materialist paradigm, as a bourgeois ploy has deadly consequences for the meaning of science, for the possibility of a science of society, and for the role of a science of society in the conduct of political life. True, Marx was scornful of Auguste Comte, who regarded himself as the Pope of positivism, Diamond, Skold, and Wolff, 1975:872. But it is irresponsible to incorporate the work of Auguste Comte within the tradition connecting Hume to logical positivism and logical positivism to cultural materialism. Comte's grandiose scheme for a secular religion was a wholly metaphysical and operationally morbid creation, cp. 11. As a metaphysician, Comte even surpassed Hegel. Moreover, he was an incorrigible idealist, cf. Harris, 1968:59-66. If by positivism one means Hume's instructions about what was worth saving in philosophy, cp. 10, not a page written by Comte could survive Hume's bonfire. Dialectical materialists cannot flame modern positivists for allegedly advocating value-free science and at the same time crucify them on behalf of Comte's advocacy 6f bourgeois order and progress. The real reason for Lenin's attack on empiricism had little to do with the scientific failings of empirical social science, but rather with the need to validate and strengthen revolutionary activity aimed at destroying capitalism and building socialism. Marx may not have used the dialectic to identify the central contradictions of capitalism, but once they were laid bare, he and Engels insisted that capitalism would develop according to a definite dialectical law, see above. Capitalism brings the proletariat into existence, the proletariat expropriates the expropriators, a new classless social formation results. The revolutionaries had to be victorious, history was on their side, the negation of the negation had to occur. The dialectic thus provided Lenin and his followers with a scientific means of predicting the future. Like oracular prophecies based on astrology or the cracks in shoulder blades, the dialectic rallied the proletariat under a leadership to whom the cosmos itself guaranteed ultimate victory. Small wonder, then, that the metaphysics of Hegel's idealism should be preferred to the empiricism of Darwin and of bourgeois science. Cultural materialism is more of an anathema than cultural idealism because, as we shall see, it presents a far greater threat to the mystifications of revolutionary praxis. Cultural materialists can accompany the Marxist analysis of capitalism step by step from the exploitation of labor to the declining rate of profit and still at the last great divide refuse to take the leap of faith demanded by the dialectic. Capitalist systems are full of internal and external stresses, but the resolution of these stresses will not necessarily lie in the emergence of utopian classless and stateless societies. It takes a highly mystified consciousness to believe that the Soviet Union is now or ever will be the dialectical negation of capitalism and of class society and the state. Clearly, there are many different varieties of socialism and capitalism, each with its particular infrastructure shaped by distinctive evolutionary and historical experiences. No one knows which forms will ultimately predominate. For long-term predictions about socio-cultural transformations, Cultural 150. Materialists find Hegel's crystal ball to be worth just about as much as a pair of shoulder blades. In rejecting dialectics, cultural materialists do not embrace mechanical materialism, rather, they merely reaffirm their belief that an objective science of society is worth fighting for and that it cannot be reared apart from a relentless struggle against all forms of religious and political mysticism. Dialectical Materialism 151. Do we need dialectics? Anthropolog is T. Eleanor Leacock, 1972:62-63, has made 4 points in defense of the Marxist-Leninist dialectic as a scientific concept. First, she says that dialectics are essential to the understanding of change as an inherent attribute in all matter. Any phenomenon is a unity of opposites because it is always in the process of becoming something else. Any phenomenon is thus an expression of struggle/involving contradiction or negation. Such terminology is essential to deal conceptually with the reality of constant change. Here I would concede only that contradiction and negation have useful connotations in restricted spheres of change, as in the struggle between nations and classes. But to say that these metaphors are essential for conceptualizing all transformation is not correct. Indeed, in many evolutionary processes, contradiction is not only merely metaphorical but superfluous and misleading. One failed to see, for example, how a description of the transformation of radium into lead is not encumbered by picturing the nuclear processes as the struggle of opposites. Neutrons and protons do not contradict each other, and lead is not the opposite of radium. I also fail to see how such metaphors serve any useful function in relation to bioevolutionary processes. To view birds as the negation of fish would tell us very little about how they are related. To define Homo sapiens as the negation of Homo erectus is to set human paleontology back over 100 years. Turning specifically to socio-cultural transformations, it is again not correct that dialectical metaphors are essential for dealing with the reality of change. The theories about convergent, divergent, and emergent trajectories of socio-cultural evolutions in Chapter 4 would in no way be improved by the addition of Hegelian imagery. As discussed in Chapter 4, the transformation of hunter-collectors to horticulturalists proceeded by slow steps in which infrastructural variables underwent complex synergetically related changes. Or to take another example, also discussed in Chapter 4, under conditions which promote prolonged absence of men from households, patrilocal, patrilineal organizations have repeatedly evolved into matrilineal, matrilocal organizations. In no case, however, is it possible to argue that patrilocality and matrilocality are dialectical opposites, since intervening stages such as bilocality, neolocality, avupculocality, and virilocality present continuous statistical departures from patrilocality or matrilocality, which at any rate seldom occur in 100% of all households. Similarly, the transitions to class society and the state were not processes in which there was only a simple contradictory alternative, namely, egalitarian or stratified redistributors. Rather, there were and still are significant degrees of egalitarian sharing, as well as significant degrees of exploitation associated with different infrastructural conditions. The second point Leacock makes is that the dialectic teaches us how to obtain a correct view of interrelationships among phenomena. Without the concept of contradictions, change is by implication external to any given phenomenon, a result of the interaction between it and other phenomena that are conceived in somewhat static terms. Since matter as a process, is integrated in a marvelously complex series of successively more inclusive levels. That which can be studied by the scientist as the external interactions between two phenomena at one level are in fact internal contradictions at the more inclusive level where the two interacting phenomena form a more complex system. This is the understanding of reality that Harris is brushing aside when he decries Marx's Hegelian infatuation with contradictions. Ibid. But the concept of things as events or processes, CP 14, is at least as highly developed within Darwinism and positivism as within dialectical materialism, and therefore cultural materialism does not brush aside this understanding of reality. On the other hand, the question of whether the causes of transformational processes are internal or external to a particular event is an empirical issue. Both occur. Cultural materialism through concepts such as intensification, functional stress, conflict, exploitation, and environmental depletion is capable of dealing with both internal and external causal processes and with their interrelations. Other phenomena will be conceived in somewhat static terms not by those who lack familiarity with Hegelian hocus pocus but by Rip Van Winkles who have managed to remain isolated. 152. Dialectical materialism. 153. From the intellectual influences emanating from evolutionary biology, evolutionary astronomy, all modem physics and chemistry, genetics, cybernetics, and systems theory. The third point made by Leacock is that the Hegelian dialectic is necessary in order to identify the emergence of a qualitatively new transformation. In the Rise of Anthropological Theory, I criticized dialectical evolutionism by pointing out that Darwinian and cybernetic models of evolution are perfectly capable of dealing with slowly accumulating strains that lead to a violent collapse of the whole system, as well as with evolution through the slow accumulation of minor changes wrought by minor adjustments to minor stresses. 1968:236. Leacock rejoins that it is not just collapse of the old but replacement by the new that is essential to the process of evolution that has been called negation. By this she presumably means that prediction of an emergent feature is enhanced by knowledge that the old system already contained its negation even before it collapsed. But as I just showed a moment ago, even Marx and Engels were adamant in their rejection of the idea that the dialectic itself could be used to identify the contradictions of a particular system. The problem for dialectical analysis, as much as for any causal explanatory strategy, is not merely to identify any contradictions, or stresses, malfunctions, deviations, amplifications, etc., but to identify those which decisively determine the system's future state. It is useless to be told as a generality that some components are more important than others. One needs to know which ones they are, and dialectics will not tell us which ones they are. Dialectics, for example, will not tell us whether infanticide has been a decisive factor in the evolution of modes of production. It will not resolve the question of whether males exploit females in pre-state societies, whether egalitarian redistributors were the structural base for the development of a ruling class, or whether irrigation agriculture promoted the evolution of Oriental despotisms in the Middle East and China. As I shall show in a moment, when dialectical materialists have to confront the task of providing answers to particular puzzles, they do not necessarily excel in comparison with non-dialectical materialists. Finally, Leacock implies that dialectics are in some sense confirmed by the need to distinguish qualitative from quantitative changes. Since Harris agrees that evolution is transformation, there is presumably a point at which the accumulation of minor strains results in transformation or qualitative change in accordance with the principles of Marxist Hegelian dialectic, Ibid 63. But Hegelian epistemology muddles the distinction between quantity and quality. From an operationalist point of view, the identification of an emergent transformation is a taxonomic decision. All taxonomic decisions contain an arbitrary component in the sense that there are no natural units or taxonomic categories. All classifications are the product of the intersection of human logical and empirical labor with natural features varying along an infinity of quantitative axes. All taxonomic decisions must first of all reflect scientifically measurable dimensions as accurately as possible, beyond this they can only be judged heuristically. Scientific strategies demand that qualitative emergence be identified in ways that maximize the ability of scientists to construct empirically testable theories of broad scope and wide applicability. The dialectical interpretation of the relationship between quantity and quality is surprisingly non-dialectical. It more closely resembles Platonic archetypical modes of thought than a doctrine emphasizing impermanence and unending contrariety. It confuses species-given capacities and predilections for taxonomic distinctions that have proved useful for biological adaptations with the deeper structure of reality, cf. Batelanfe, 1955, Campbell, 1974, Harris, 1964b. Science must reject many phylogenetically adaptive qualitative discriminations if it is to develop theories of broad scope and wide applicability. For example, we naturally discriminate between infrared radiation, which we experience as heat, and higher electromagnetic frequencies, which we experience as light. Physics has shown, however, that the qualitative distinction between radiant heat and light has no contribution to make to the theory of electromagnetic spectra. This does not mean that the distinction between the infrared and humanly visible radiation is unreal, but merely that for scientific purposes it is best to refer to such differences in terms of precise wavelengths rather than in terms of anthropocentric qualitative contrasts. The danger inherent in the dialectical approach to the difference between quantitative and qualitative transformation is that preconceptions concerning the qualitative characteristics of particular systems may be permitted to dominate the analysis of such systems. If one insists, for example, that the distinction between socialism and capitalism is qualitative, little room is left for an empirical analysis of such hybrid systems as Sweden and Yugoslavia have. Furthermore, the dialectic is implicated in many stupefying conceptual rigidities such as, for example, that socialist democracies cannot have ruling classes, exploitation, or slave labor. 154. Dialectical Materialism 155. The trees in the forest problem. ONTHEOTHERHAND, there is an opposite danger, namely, the failure to locate quantitative observations in a proper holistic qualitative context. But once again, this is the error of narrow inductionism and eclecticism, not of positivism. Wheelier and Wheelier, 1973. True enough, endless studies of the welfare and working poor in the United States are carried out as if the fact that the United States has a capitalist economy is a mere peripheral contingency. But these studies suffer from eclecticism, idealism, and obscurantism, not from too much science, but too little. One does not have to be a dialectical materialist to see the forest as well as the trees, to grasp the absurdity of accounts of cultures abstracted from the contexts of capitalism and imperialism, racism and domination, war and revolution. Diamond, Skold, and Wolf, 1975:873. Dialecticians are right to argue that the whole must be grasped before the parts can be analyzed. But there is no royal road to grasping the whole. Instead, there has to be a continuous interplay between the qualitative and quantitative implications of theory. The whole is never to be grasped at the expense of the parts, nor are the parts to be grasped at the expense of the whole. Dialectical genuflections in themselves are no guarantee that the most intelligent balance will be achieved. Dialecticians may be less prone than positivists to mistake the part for the whole, but they are more prone than positivists to get a wrong idea of the whole and to distort every part in the defense of that wrong idea. The dialectic and the unity of theory and practice. Marxism has always been more than a strategy for understanding the world, more than a set of theories about the evolution of society and culture. Dialectical materialism is fundamentally a political strategy dedicated to the destruction of capitalism and the birth of communism. For the participants in this struggle, dialectics functions as a political ideological theme, a nexus of symbols and metaphors, which validates the belief that the desired transformations will occur only as a result of revolutionary opposition to the capitalist class. To understand why Lenin despised the positivists even more than he despised the Hegelian idealists, we must turn to the doctrine known as the unity of theory and practice. This doctrine seeks to overcome the political hesitation that might arise from a purely scientific critique of the revolutionary process. It makes the dialectic analysis of capitalism self-fulfilling by linking the testing of sound revolutionary theory to the practice of effective revolutionary politics. As Marx put it, the question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truthly of his thinking, second thesis on Feuerbach. Or as Engels, Selsom and Martel, 1963:142, expressed it, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The proof of dialectical predictions about the end of capitalism is made more likely by belief in the dialectical inevitability of the outcome. Any diminution of faith subverts the process. Therefore positivist skepticism is viewed as a reactionary political doctrine, as well as an erroneous scientific strategy. 156. Identification with the oppressed. 1 Haveprevously characterized dialectical materialism as explicitly bound to a political program in conformity with the principle of the unity of theory and practice. According to Leacock, 1972:63, however, the Marxist commitment is not to a program as such. Instead, The principle underlying the necessary unity of theory and action is that active identification with the presently oppressed but emergent class involves a commitment to the future direction of social change that is basic for full understanding. Leacock's rejoinder seems to me to confirm the potential for subordinating science to politics inherent in dialectical epistemology. By linking full understanding to a commitment to the future direction of social change, she is saying that traditional Marxists possess knowledge of the determined future by means of dialectical revelation, and that only by confirming that revelation can science function in a progressive manner. This accounts for Leacock's peculiar notion that mechanical materialism can interpret the past but not the present or future. By hindsight, mechanical materialism seems to work. The objective conditions, technological, economic, environmental, that preceded hence caused later developments can necessarily and inevitably be located, p. 66. To interpret the present and future, however, one needs to know the internal stresses, alternative choices, and revolutionary versus conservative ideologies. All that this can mean is that our predictions about the future are more risky because our knowledge of future infrastructures is less complete than our knowledge of past infrastructures. This is inevitable because evolution involves emergent phenomena with no precedent in the past. I fail to see how paying attention to internal stresses, alternative choices, and revolutionary versus conservative ideologies will compensate for this lack of knowledge. If the future, like the past, depends on objective conditions, these are the conditions we must know to make predictions. I suspect that what Leacock is arguing for is an act of faith in the name of the unity of theory and practice. An example of how dialectics leads to conceptual rigidities is Eugene Royal's, 1975.19, reaction to the emergence of capitalist societies which solve their inner contradictions by multiple compromises rather than by the negation of the negation. For Royal, this is to be explained by the fact that the ruling class has intervened in the revolutionary process in order to keep the struggle of the working class within acceptable limits. This seems a perfectly reasonable way to express the situation as far as I am concerned. But Royal immediately follows with what I consider to be the indigestible essence of Hegelian metaphysics: this may have prolonged the struggle, but cannot change its outcome. In other words, no matter how many disconfirming cases accumulate, one is not obliged to regard the theory that fails to predict them as being in need of change. A classless society must emerge out of capitalism. For my part, I hope so, but I do not see any evidence that would make its appearance a matter of certainty. Obviously, mere identification with the currently oppressed classes can lead to false theories as easily as it can lead to true ones. Idealists and eclectics readily identify in active ways with the suffering of exploited classes. Their explanation of why that exploitation occurs, and their political intelligence, however, cannot be judged merely from their sentiments or their well-intentioned actions. Dialectical Materialism 157, Theory, and Politics. LikedIALECTICAL Materialism, Cultural materialism accepts and affirms the interdependence of science and politics. It also vigorously rejects the myth of value-free science. It insists that there is a determined relationship between dominant research strategies and political economic structures and infrastructures. C.F. Blackburn, 1973, Wheelier and Wheelier, 1973. Even though cultural materialists do not share a political line about how capitalism and state socialism will be transformed, nor a line about what they will be transformed into, pursuit of the cultural materialist strategy inevitably contributes to a radical critique of the status quo. Ruling groups throughout history and prehistory have always promoted the mystification of social life as their first line of defense against actual or potential enemies. In the contemporary political context, idealism and eclecticism serve to obscure the very existence of ruling classes, thus shifting the blame for poverty, exploitation, and environmental degradation from the exploiters to the exploited. Cultural materialism opposes cultural idealism and eclecticism because these strategics, through their distorted and ineffectual analysis, prevent people from understanding the causes of war, poverty, and exploitation. Cultural materialism opposes dialectical materialism for the very same political and scientific reasons. As a political ideology, Marxist-Leninist dialectical materialism attempts to advance the struggle against exploitation by promoting a scientifically unjustifiable sense of certainty about the future. But the same sense of certainty gives additional opportunities for the perpetuation of exploitation by new ruling classes, providing these new classes with an elaborate ideology for justifying the self-serving obfuscation of the exploitative aspects of the state systems they control. Disparagement of positivist epistemologies can lead to the dialectical inevitability of even the most misguided analysis. Cultural materialism holds that the elimination of exploitation will never be achieved in a society which subverts the empirical and operational integrity of social science for reasons of political expediency. Because without the maintenance of an empiricist and operationalist critique, we shall never know if what some call democracy is a new form of freedom or a new form of slavery. 158. Mechanical materialism. As affirmed and reaffirmed by Engels and countless Marxists, Marx's materialism was not based on a one-to-one or one-way relationship between infrastructure, structure, and superstructure. Bridget O'Loughlin, a recent participant in this chorus, correctly states that Marx never claimed that history merely expresses productive relations. Such economism is antithetical to his understanding of the dialectical relationship between base and superstructure. In positing the determinants of the base, Marx was not, therefore, reducing all social relations to relations of production. Religion, politics, and chivalry are not primarily economic institutions. Quite to the contrary, he wished to show that the relations of the social system were of different qualities, with those of the base ultimately determining the structure of the whole. 1975:349. In the RISE of anthropological theory I also took reasonably adequate precautions against the predictable charge that acceptance of Marx's historical materialist principles committed cultural materialists to narrow simplistic, monistic determinism. I quoted extensively from Engels's 1890 letter to Joseph Bloch, in which Engels wrote, "According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase." 1959, 1890 397-398. And one accompanied this with my own interpretation of the relationship between base and superstructure and of what was meant by ultimately. Far from propounding simplistic explanations in terms of a single factor, Marx and Engels repeatedly emphasized the need for considering the interaction between base and superstructure in accounting for any particular historical situation. They made it perfectly clear that the determinism which they saw extending from base to superstructure was not an absolute one-to-one effect. Engels used the term ultimately to qualify the selective influence of the mode of production on ideology, much as we would today seek to qualify any deterministic statement in probabilistic terms, given a sufficient number of cases and in the long run. 1968:244. My warning proved futile. Elman Service, 1969, immediately denounced cultural materialism as simplistic, monistic determinism, disregarding the statement of cultural materialist principles and the actual exemplification of those principles in attempted solutions of such specific substantive puzzles as the contrast between race relations. Dialectical Materialism 159-160. In Brazil and the United States, and the taboo on cow slaughter in India. Despite all the published evidence to the contrary, dialectical materialists continue to attack cultural materialism as a strategy that is unaccountably uninterested in the feedback between infrastructure and ideology. O'Loughlin even misrepresents cultural materialism as epistemologically committed exclusively to etic data, positivist approaches that take their categories from the concrete itself are of two types in anthropology: cultural materialist, etic, strategies that observe and measure fact in the material world, and ethnoscientific, emic, methods designed to discover the cognitive categories inside of people's heads. 197-5343, cultural materialists do not deny that there is an interactive exchange among the components of socio-cultural systems. The point at issue is not whether such interactions occur, but how to characterize and study them in relation to general and specific transformations. As I have said in Chapter 3, the clearest way to explicate the relationship is to employ the concept of feedback. Infrastructure, structure, and superstructure exhibit negative feedback, or system-maintaining relationships. But they also exhibit positive feedback, or system-changing relationships. Cultural materialism holds that the transformation of social systems is usually, probabilistically, initiated by deviation amplify cations within the infrastructure, that these usually then induce additional deviations and amplifications both within and between the other parts of the system. Cultural materialism holds that it is not likely that deviation amplifications initially confined only to the structural level will produce fundamental transformations, and even less likely that those initially confined to the superstructure will produce such changes. But it does not deny the importance of the feedback that takes place among superstructure, structure, and infrastructure in sustaining, accelerating, decelerating, or deflecting the direction and pace of transformational processes initiated within the infrastructure, CP 72. The degradation of the materialist strategy. THERD-WORLDISM of the strategy of dialectical materialism was historically rooted in and nourished by a Eurocentric concern with the problems of industrialism and capitalism. Despite the extraordinary dialectical materialism 161 range of Marx's interests, the initial formulation of dialectic materialist strategy lacked the global, pan-human diachronic and synchronic perspective of modern cultural materialism. The original limited scope of dialectical theories is apparent in the Communist Manifesto when Marx and Engels declare, the history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms that assume different forms in different epochs. Engels later corrected this absurd equation, the equation of the history of all past society, with the history of society since the evolution of the state. In a footnote to a later edition of the manifesto, he noted that the phrase applied only to historical, not prehistorical, epochs. As Lawrence Crater, 1972-1973a, has shown, Marx attempted to broaden the scope of dialectical materialist theories by reading early European history and everything that was available by way of ethnographic sources. It was not until Marx encountered Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society, however, that he began to reckon seriously with the complexity of pre-state systems and with the challenge they presented to both dialectical and materialist principles. Marx died not long after reading Morgan's book, and Engels was left alone to reinterpret Morgan's work on the basis of Marx's extensive notes. Engels then wrote The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, which remained the anthropological centerpiece of Marxism until the end of World War II. Although Marx thought that he could detect in Morgan's work the independent corroboration of the materialist conception of history, Ancient Society actually was based on a confused medley of principles imputing causality as much to original germ ideas and natural selection as to infrastructural determinants. Engels could not transcend the limitations of Morgan's eclecticism, and The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State emerged as a flawed work that at crucial junctures is neither materialist nor dialectical. For example, neither Engels nor Morgan could provide an infrastructural explanation for the development of the clan and other exogamous descent groups lying at the heart of village and chiefdom social structure. Engels followed Morgan in believing that the key to primitive kinship phenomena lay in the mental progress made possible by broadening proscriptions on endogamous mating. In this ever-widening exclusion of blood relatives from the bond of marriage, natural selection continues to work. In Morgan's words, marriage between non-consanguineous gentes tended to create a more vigorous stock physically and mentally. When two advancing tribes are blended into one people 162. The new skull and brain would widen and lengthen to the sum of the capabilities of both. Engels, 1972-1884:11. When it came to explaining why primitive sexual communism, an imaginary stage in Morgan's evolutionary scheme, gave way to monogamous pairing, Engels could only suppose that women must have longed for the right of chastity, of temporary or permanent marriage with one man only, as a way of release. Ibid. 117. Elsewhere Engels, in Crater, 1973b, 244m, frankly admitted that he was baffled by the apparent lack of correlation between specific structural and infrastructural features of band and village societies. The fact is that dialectical materialism was originally formulated to deal with the internal laws of capitalism, so it left Marx and Engels singularly ill-prepared to cope with the great bulk of non-European and pre-capitalist history and prehistory. No strategy that emphasizes inner contradictions at the expense of the external relations of subsistence, population, and environment can begin to make sense out of the specific varieties of institutions characteristic of bands, villages, and chiefdoms. As I pointed out in Chapter 3, Marx's failure to develop a general theory of population growth leaves the central question of the replacement of successive modes of production dangling in midair. As a consequence, dialectical materialism lacks a coherent theory of the origin of the state, and the absence of interest in the ecological context of state formation further deprives dialectical materialism of a coherent corpus of theory accounting for varieties of state systems other than capitalism, such as European and African feudalism and the hydraulic empires. At one phase in his career Marx did verge on developing a systematic interest in the geographical factor. Th's happened when he confronted the problem of an Asiatic modeof production distinct from that of feudalism and capitalism. Marx even went so far as to identify control over Waterorks as the core feature of these historically stationary Asiatic agro-manage real despotisms. But as Carl W. Itfogel has shown, the implications of the Asiatic modeof production for dialectical principles and for the entire program of world communism were so devastating that Marx and Engels found it expedient simply to cover up the whole question. And so in Marx's later work and in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, there occurs Itfogel the sin against SCE, the omission of any discussion of the Asiatic modeof production, and the Dow NP laying of the role of bureaucratic management in intensification and redistribution and in the origin of class exploitation. The first ruling class is pictured as a class that owns slaves as private property, while exploitation by state managers under the Asiatic mode of production goes unnoticed. Obviously the concept of Oriental despotism contained elements that paralyzed his Marx's search for truth. As a member of a group that intended to establish a total managerial and dictatorial state, Marx could scarcely help recognizing some disturbing similarities between Oriental despotism and the state of his program. Wittfogel, 1957:387. Dialectical materialism was paralyzed by the ancient hydraulic agro-managerial despotisms in another sense. As Marx realized in his analysis of India, and indeed, as Hegel himself had earlier perceived, the great civilizations of the Orient were class-structured but structurally unprogressive. That is, Marx believed that if they were left to their own devices, they would not advance from feudalism to capitalism to socialism in conformity with the dialectical necessities of antagonistic interests. Instead, ancient China, Mesopotamia, and Egypt underwent recurrent upheavals ending in the restoration of the hydraulic infrastructure and its agro-managerial structure and superstructure. After World War XI, dialectical materialism could no longer be insulated against the critique of Western bourgeois social science. The discrepancy between Morgan's view of socio-cultural evolution and the findings of archaeologists and modern ethnographic fieldworkers ceased to be covered over in the name of party discipline. At the same time, the divergent interpretations of Marxism adapted to the specific politico-economic requirements of countries in various stages of agrarian and industrial evolution began to make their influence felt in world politics. Increasingly at a loss to cope with the proliferating anomalies of the empirical situation, dialectical materialism itself soon underwent a remarkable series of transformations leading to the degradation of the materialist and scientific components in Marx's great principle of infrastructural causality. By stressing the feedback effect of structure and superstructure upon infrastructure in the name of the dialectic, Marxist materialism rapidly dissolved itself back into its bourgeois origins, passing from dialectical materialism to structuralism, from structuralism to eclecticism, from eclecticism to idealism, and from idealism to obscurantism. Much of what calls itself Marxism in the world today is nothing but idealism, eclecticism, and obscurantism papered over with revolution. Dialectical Materialism 163. Airy rhetoric. I am not interested in pursuing the question of whether these idealist, eclectic, and obscurantist strategies really deserve to be called Marxism. If Marx at bottom was not a scientist but a dialectician, a historian who practiced no particular discipline, a realistic socialist rather than a scientific one, Diamond, Skold, and Wolff, 1975, 872, so much the worse for Marx and the Marxists who have fashioned themselves in that image. If Marxism is best epitomized as a theory of social, hence, political constraints on material possibilities, Diamond, 1972:416, rather than as a research strategy emphasizing material constraints on social and political possibilities, then so much the worse for Marx that he failed to warn future generations of Marxists not to cast him in such a mold. But regardless of how one epitomizes Marxism, the principle that structure or superstructure determines infrastructure does not solve the problem of what determines structure and superstructure. And if Marx really did not propose that infrastructure determines structure and superstructure, so much the worse for those who in the name of Marx divert our attention from the causes of socio-cultural life, including the causes of poverty and exploitation. 164. Structuralism. French structuralism is the most influential anthropological strategy in contemporary Western Europe. It is antipositivist, dialectical, idealist and ahistorical. Its founder genius, C. Claude Lévi-Strauss, avows a disinterest in testable theories and ignores causality, origins, and historical processes. And yet this is the anthropological strategy that hundreds of trained academy ICMs in Europe and the Americas have found most worthwhile lifelong study. Structuralism as cultural idealism. The success of structuralism remains incomprehensible until one grasps that it is the most important surviving European representative of the cultural idealist tradition. For the structure in structuralism, despite its evocation of contrasts with superstructure, refers exclusively to the mental superstructure. To be sure, structuralists insist that they are not idealists or mentalists because they accept the primacy of the infrastructure, Rossi, 19743:98. To be sure, Lévi-Strauss himself speaks of the undoubted primacy of the infrastructure. But these declarations are hollow because structuralism does not concern itself 166 with the etic and behavioral infrastructure. Thus, according to Lévi-Strauss, ethnology is the study of the psychological superstructure of socio-cultural systems. Other disciplines study the infrastructure disciplines with which Lévi-Strauss does not identify. It is to this theory of superstructures, scarcely touched on by Marx, that I hope to make a contribution. The development of the study of infrastructures proper is a task which must be left to history with the aid of demography, technology, historical geography, and ethnography. It is not principally the ethnologist's concern, for ethnology is first of all psychology. 1966.130-131. Nothing could be more baldly evident. Structuralism is a set of principles for studying the mental superstructure. These principles deliberately avoid implicating etic behavioral infrastructure, except in lip service or as dependent variable, and therefore cannot be part of a materialist strategy. Eno Rossi, 19743:98, claims that structuralism is not idealistic because it does not hold that social phenomena are just mere ideas or products of mind. This claim rests on the ontological meaning of idealism and the hoary, moribund, scientifically irrelevant dispute about whether the essence of being is mind or matter. But as soon as structuralists specify their epistemological and theoretical research principles, as distinct from their ontology, idealism and mentalism are rampant. Rossi, 1974b, 108, for example, agrees that to Levi Strauss, social phenomena are nothing but objectivated systems of ideas, that mind has to be their ultimate explanation, 1974:115, that structuralism is a kind of psychologic and that structuralism is aimed at discovering basic mental processes and structures, I974a/IOON.5. Ethnology is first of all psychology only for ethnologists who are first of all mentalists and cultural idealists. The nature of structuralist structures. THEIDEALIST tradition behind structuralism includes the peculiar notion of the French sociologist and moralist Emile Durkheim that human society has, or is, a conscience collective. Is collective consciousness or collective conscience, the words are the same in French, is a set of ideas exterior to any given individual but endowed with coercive force over individual thought and behavior. The collective consciousness is the highest form of the psychic life, since it is the consciousness of the consciousness. Being placed outside of and above individual and local contingencies, it sees things only in their permanent and essential aspects, which it crystallizes into communicable ideas. It alone can furnish the mind with the molds which are applicable to the totality of things and which make it possible to think of them. Durkheim, 1915:444. Structuralists follow Durkheim in believing that the mind has molds that make it possible to think of the totality of things. These molds are the structuralist structures. In their most elementary form they are present in all human minds and are ultimately part of the neurophysiology of the human brain. However, each culture fills the molds with its own distinctive content, its own ideas. It is the task of structural analysis to show how the surface content in its distinctive way actually expresses or conforms to the underlying universal structures. As we shall see, knowledge of structures is achieved by an indiscriminate mixture of inferences from behavior stream events such as rituals and myth-tellings, and elicited rules and categories such as marriage rules and kinship terminologies. Since structuralists reject the emic/etic distinction as well as the mental/behavioral distinction and the entire positivist tradition, the epistemological status of structuralist structures remains unoperationalized. As we shall see, this means that there is a distinct possibility that structuralist structures exist only in the imaginations of the structuralists themselves. Structuralism 167. The basic theoretical principles of structuralism. Structuralism represents an attempt to explain the conscience collective in terms of a pan-human, neurologically based unconscious mental dialectic. As I have said, this dialectic allegedly sets limits to what can be thought, determines what is good to think. Hence underneath apparently disparate thoughts are similar meanings. These hidden meanings are always reducible to two ideas, one of which is the opposite of the other. Pairs of opposed ideas or binary oppositions therefore constitute the structures of structuralism. A structuralist explanation consists essentially in finding the binary oppositions in the collective social mind. Some commonly identified oppositions are me, other life, death, culture, nature. Whether these oppositions are reducible to each other, or whether there are fundamental oppositions which remain to be discovered, is not yet known. Additional understandings are achieved as in Hegelian dialectics by regarding the paired oppositions as contradictions which tend to produce third elements as mediators, or resolutions. Unlike Hegelian dialectics, however, this mediation is not viewed as part of a general cosmic process of development. The same binary oppositions appear and reappear with the same mediators in all epochs and in all cultures. Hence for the structuralists, the more things change, the more they remain the same. One could therefore argue that structuralism is a synchronic form of Hegelian idealism, a stationary dialectic, a dialectic lacking movement in time and space, if such a thing is conceivable. 168. Will the real oppositions please stand up? Although Levi Strauss, 1963, has insisted that there is a method for finding the correct oppositions and mediations of which surface phenomena are transformations. The method is not very methodical, and is heir to all the ambiguities of Hegelian and Marxist dialectics discussed in the previous chapter. For the most part it consists of trying out progressively more remote and arcane analogies, based either on contrasts or similarities. The fact that one can get to underlying oppositions through concepts that have dissimilar meanings, inversions, and the fact that the final output can consist of anything that vaguely resembles an opposition, make it virtually certain that structuralists will find structures. But little scientific value can be assigned to the discovery of such structures. The only means by which a structuralist statement can be tested is by finding similar, or dissimilar, structures in the same or some other culture, and it is a foregone conclusion that with a modicum of ingenuity, corroborating analyses can be carried out in great profusion. Part of the appeal of structuralism is precisely that it permits armchair anthropologists to work with collections of myths or kinship terminologies in libraries far removed from the live context in which the data were originally collected. To discover hidden meanings is what structural analysis aims at. Maquette, 1974:123. W can be more delightful than to discover hidden meanings that no one can dispute. Structuralism 169. W does this matter? 1 Shallproceed in a moment to examine examples of structuralist theories drawn from the major lines of structuralist inquiry. Before doing so, let me consider the general objections structuralists have raised concerning the canons of empirical testability. Levi Strauss has repeatedly avowed a profound disdain for anthropologists who insist that structuralist models be tested for their relative ability to predict or retrodict empirical phenomena. On occasion he has even been moved to deny that structuralist models have any empirical significance. Social structure has nothing to do with the empirical reality but with models built up after it. Levi Strauss, 1963:279. This indifference to empirical testing derives from a long-standing distinction in continental philosophy between the natural and human sciences. According to this tradition, human phenomena are not amenable to the kinds of lawful generalizations that are the goal of physics or chemistry. The collective conscience is to be explained by grasping its meanings, not by quantifying its relationship with other phenomena. Thus structuralism is not concerned with empirical proof but with understanding. In the human sciences no work can be scientific in the traditional sense. The charge that structuralism cannot be falsified by empirical procedures is dismissed as completely senseless, because when one is dealing with culture, nothing is falsifiable. Levi Strauss, quoted in Rossi, 197-93. If on occasion Levi Strauss avers a slavish respect for concrete data and claims that anthropology is first of all an empirical science, ibid, on other occasions he proposes that empirical data are ofsm all consequence, since his and thoughts are themselves evidence of the dialectic process, wh constrains what other people think. Let me say again that all the solutions put forward are not presented as being of equal value, since I myself have made a point of emphasizing the uncertainty of some of them. However, it would be hypocritical not to carry my thought to its logical conclusion. One therefore say in advance to possible critics, what does this matter? For if the final aim of anthropology is to contribute to a better knowledge of objectified thought and its mechanisms, it is in the last resort immaterial whether in this book the thought processes of the South American Indians take shape through the medium of my thoughts, or whether mind take place through the medium of theirs. What matters is that the human mind, regardless of the identity of those who happen to be giving it expression, should display an increasingly intelligible structure as a result of the doubly reflexive thought movement of two thought processes acting one upon the other, either of which can in turn provide the spark or tinder whose conjunction will shed light on both. 19693:13, italics added. Does it matter that this book on myths is itself a kind of myth? Ibid 6. Does it matter that only those who practice structuralist thought know, through intimate experience, that impression of plenitude its exercise brings, through which the mind feels it is truly communicating with the body? Levi Strauss, 1971:619. Cultural materialists say that it does matter. For the final aim of anthropology is not what Levi Strauss says it is, not just the achievement of a better knowledge of objectified thought and its mechanisms. Rather, it is the achievement of a scientific knowledge of the causes of the divergent and convergent evolutionary trajectories of socio-cultural systems, which consist of behavior and the products of behavior as well as thoughts. As I pointed out in the discussion of Paul Feyerabend's brief for epistemological anarchy, the nature of one's understanding of socio-cultural reality is a very serious matter. It is not something that ought to be lightly surrendered to the thought processes of those who equate their own imaginations with the thoughts, feelings, and activities of the rest of us. History shows that to treat as heroes people who abominate empirical reality is to risk destruction. What does this matter? If you do not wish to be held accountable for what you do in someone else's nightmares, you know what it matters. See pages 22 and 324. 170. Elementary structures of kinship. L-Vistraus first attracted the attention of the international anthropological community with his theories about varieties of kinship systems and modes of marriage. His book The Elementary Structures of Kinship remains an essential starting point for comparative studies of kinship systems. It organizes and minutely analyzes a vast range of phenomena. Nonetheless, it already exhibits in full bloom the shortcomings of the developed structuralist strategy. Although it claims to be an introduction to a general theory of kinship systems, XXIV, it does not offer an interpenetrating set of explanations of the divergent and convergent evolution of marriage or locality rules or kinship ter. Structuralism 171. Urinologies. While Levi Strauss sees some kinship systems as evolutionary emergence, he pays no attention to the nomothetic conditions under which the various structural types can be expected to evolve. At best, we are told why a system might evolve in one direction rather than another, but never why some did evolve in the structurally possible manner while others did not. The grand theme of the elementary structures of kinship is that all varieties of kinship and marriage systems are best understood as manifestations of the binary opposition between mine and yours, or us and them. The mediator of this opposition is a gift, and the best mediator is the gift of women. All such gift-giving is exchange, which requires a gift in return. All forms of marriage and kinship are therefore merely different expressions of exchange, in which groups of men bestow women as gifts upon other groups of men who reciprocate. Once a particular system has been shown to be logically assimilable to one or another variety of exchange, the author conducts us to another system, which in turn is shown to be still another minor or major variant of a rule for transferring women from one group to another. Thus it is always the system of exchange that we find at the origin of rules of marriage. Sometimes exchange appears as direct, as in the case of marriage with the bilateral cousin, sometimes as indirect. Sometimes it functions within a total system. And at others it instigates the formation of an unlimited number of special systems and short cycles. Sometimes exchange appears as a cash or short-term transaction. And at other times as a long-term transaction. Sometimes the exchange is explicit and at other times it is implicit. Sometimes the exchange is closed, while sometimes it is open. But no matter what form it takes, whether direct or indirect, general or special, immediate or deferred, explicit or implicit, closed or open, concrete or symbolic, it is exchange, always exchange, that emerges as the fundamental and common basis of all modalities of the institution of marriage. 478 to 479. The kind of enlightenment that one achieves from realizing that it is exchange, always exchange typifies the structuralist sense of understanding. Exchange is the hidden meaning of the surface forms of marital and kinship systems. One understands a kinship system when it is reduced to a particular type of exchange, and one understands exchange when it is reduced to a binary opposition striving for resolution, the opposition mine, yours. The emergence of symbolic thought must have required that women, like words, should be things that were exchanged. This was the only means of overcoming the contradiction by which the same woman was seen under two incompatible aspects, on the one hand, as the object of personal desire, thus exciting sexual and proprietal instincts, and, on the other, as the subject of the desire of others, and as seen as such, i.e., as the means of binding others through alliances with them. 496, 172. Exchange, always exchange. Note that Levi Strauss simply assumes that women were always seen as the sex to be given away and received as gifts. This is tantamount to accepting male supremacy as a universal given. But male supremacy, as one pointed out in Chapter 4, is not universal, having arisen under definite conditions involving reproductive pressure and warfare. While Levi Strauss is correct in emphasizing the fact that women are exchanged far more often than men, virilocality is far more common than uxorolofcaly, we do not know that women are always seen in this light. Many Paleotechnic hunter-gatherers have bilateral, ambilineal, and ambilocal organizations in which group membership is too fluid for the notion of exchange to apply. As was discussed in Chapter 4, strong unilocally is associated with advanced agriculturalists or pastoralists. Where there is frequent residence of married couples among both wife's relatives and husband's relatives, I doubt that marriage is seen as a gift of women from one group to another. In any event, Levi Strauss presents no evidence concerning what male and female participants actually see. A second point to be noted, even if one grants the general importance of marital exchange, is that incest taboos, exogamy, and reciprocity are not the only means of overcoming the contradiction between individual sexual desires and the sexual desires of others. Men and women can very easily think about resolving this contradiction by means of complete sexual communism. The fact that sexual communism rarely occurs is not proof that something in the structure of our minds prevents us from carrying it out. Rather, it suggests that certain adverse biological and infrastructural consequences flow from narrow endogamy, and certain positive consequences from marriage and exogamy under particular demographic and ecological conditions. But one do not wish to dwell on Levi Strauss's theory of incest because it is not the central preoccupation of elementary structures of kinship. I wish. Structuralism Diamond Suit 173. To turn now to his peculiar notion that the principle of reciprocity underlies all systems of marriage, descent, and kinship nomenclature, for that is the central theme of his book. According to Levi Strauss, beneath all the contingencies and idiosyncrasies of social life, there is exchange, always exchange. This principle is a creative, instrumental, active force, one immune to the vicissitudes of history. It is always at work and always oriented in the same direction, using the matter which history places at its disposal to express itself. The contrast, the apparent contradiction between the functional permanence of systems of reciprocity, and the contingency of the institutional matter placed at their disposal by history, and moreover ceaselessly reshaped by it, is supplementary proof of the instrumentality of these systems. Whatever the changes, the same force, i.e., reciprocity, is always at work, and it is always to the same effect that it organizes the elements offered or abandoned to it. 196-76. Although structuralists may claim it doesn't matter whether this theory can be tested or not, that doesn't mean cultural materialists should refrain from testing it. I contend not only that this is a testable theory but that it is clearly false and readily replaceable by a better theory, to wit, Systems of reciprocity are the basis of marriage systems only in egalitarian societies. To the degree that a society is stratified into political and economically superordinate and subordinate groups, marriage systems function to prevent reciprocal exchange. Hence either the alleged principle of reciprocal exchange is non-universal, or it lacks the necessary strength to reshape or organize the elements offered or abandoned to it by a large proportion of the world's societies. That is, in conformity with the entire set of interpenetrating theories developed under the auspices of cultural materialism, marriage rules are determined by the conjunction of infrastructural variables, not by unconscious ideas about reciprocity or by the need to think of giving gifts in order to think about receiving them. Restricted and generalized exchange. A CCORD in GTO Levi-Strauss, there are two basic forms of marriage exchange, both of which are equally supposed to reflect the operation of the principle of reciprocal exchange. First, there are SYS 174. Turns OF restricted exchange, in WHH if an AM and M marries ABWOMAN, then ABM and MUST be able to M marry a S sister. And second, there are system SOF generalized exchange, in WHH if a man M marries ABWOMAN, ABM cannot M marry a S sister, but MUST M marry a WOMAN from a third group, c. The Australian 8-section system discussed in CHAPTER 4 is an exam PLEOF the A-B or restricted exchange type. One have no quarrel if the idea that this system can be represented as an atom PT to reciprocate the transfer of WOME and between EN groups. HOWEVER, note that Levi-Strauss's explanation as to WHY the A-Ronda, and other groups, have a restricted exchange system is counterfactual. H's explanation rests on the notion that all groups with restricted exchange have d'Ishermo NIC regime S, that is, they have either patrilocal residence and matrilineal descent or matrilocal residence and patrilineal descent. But as Francis Korn, 1973, 17-35, has shown in great detail, there is not the slightest evidence that the A-Ronda had the matrilineal moieties Levi-Strauss attributes to them. Furthermore, Levi-Strauss never states the conditions under WHH such d'Isher MONIC regime S occur. But I shall not dwell on these problems either, because as I have said, restricted exchange does conform to Levi-Strauss's notion that all marriage systems are at bottom expressions of the principle of reciprocity. Reminder of this discussion deals only with generalized exchange. Pro B lem ofgenera list exchange. In the notion that generalized exchange expresses the principle of reciprocity WEMET the central weakness of Levi-Strauss's analysis. On the surface at least, generalized exchange seems not to be a system of reciprocal exchange at all. Naturally, Levi-Strauss claims that this is a mistaken impression, and that the principle of reciprocal exchange is always at work just as much here as in restricted exchange. His claim is based on the alleged existence of cycles WHH balance the exchange from A, BC by a return flow. NOW not only does Levi-Strauss claim that this return flow always takes place, but he further insists that it takes TWO forms, a long cycle and a short cycle. In the long cycle, ABCA, and AM and marries ABWOMA and WHOSE brother M marries ACWOMA and whose brother marries an AWOMAN, the cycle can be expanded to include D, E, F, and so forth before it C loses back upon A. In the short cycle, an AM and marries. Structuralism 175. A B woman whose brother marries a C woman whose brother marries a woman in one generation, and then in the next generation, a C man marries a B woman whose brother marries a woman whose brother marries a C woman, CABC, A-B-C. Levi-Strauss points out that the difference between restricted exchange and the long and short cycles of generalized exchange embodies the logical implications of marriage with different kinds of cross-cous-ins. In restricted exchange, a man can marry his mother's brother's daughter or his father's sister's daughter. This is the symmetrical form of cross-cousin marriage. In generalized exchange, cross-cousin marriage is asymmetrical, i.e., restricted to one or the other of the cross-cousins for both the long and short cycle. In the long cycle, mother's brother's daughter is preferred. This is called preferential matrilateral cross-cousin marriage. In the short cycle, father's sister's daughter is preferred. This is called preferential patrilateral cross-cousin marriage. The relationship between the long and short cycles and their asymmetrical marriage rule is shown below. \BCD AOJS 07AJI R111 AOTAOAO equals A0T11 AU equals AO equals ACIIO equals long cycle, matrilateral, mother's brother's daughter, marriage. \BCD equals OATOAJO, A, O, asterisk TI11 underscore 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 TAOTA, O equals A0 equals 1111 underscore underscore asterisk equals O2CA equals UA equals CR equals. Short cycle, patrilateral, father's sister's daughter, marriage. 176. Cycles in the sky. ALTHOUGHBOTH forms of asymmetrical marriage are relatively uncommon. The matrilateral variety occurs much more frequently than the patrilateral variety. Why should this be so? Levi Strauss tries to use the notion of exchange to explain the difference. The long cycle is better than the short cycle because it represents continuous exchange while the other represents discontinuous exchange. What is meant by this? Instead of constituting an overall system, marriage with the father's sister's daughter is incapable of attaining a form other than that of a multitude of small closed systems, juxtaposed one to the other, without ever being able to realize an overall structure. 1969 to the power of 445. If, then, in the final analysis, marriage with the father's sister's daughter is less frequent than that with the mother's brother's daughter, it is because the latter not only permits but favors a better integration of the group. Ibid 1448 to 449. Before showing that these claims remain either without empirical evidence or in overt conflict with such evidence as does exist, let me comment in a preliminary way on the assumption that what is good for the integration of the group governs the form of marriage. This assumption makes sense only in an imaginary dematerialized world of Platonic structures. It does not make sense in relation to the material conditions underlying the development of sharply defined descent groups. As I explained in Chapter 4, the greater the intensity of agricultural production, the greater the likelihood of unilineality. SIBs and lineages reflect a growing concern with claims for and counterclaims against permanent forms of property and wealth. It is a travesty of the evolutionary process leading to social stratification and the state to picture unilinear descent groups as functioning to enhance solidarity when in fact they are the tangible expression of a growing lack of solidarity caused by the struggle over increasingly scarce resources. As for the empirical basis of the structuralist model, no societies have been found in which matrilateral marriage can be said to realize an overall structure. Although cycles like ABCA do occur, they rarely involve every member of the community. Instead, there are several such cycles, as in the following diagram. Structuralism 177 /B/V/GI. This situation certainly cannot be described as an overall structure even if women are always given away in the same direction. But to make matters worse, the best empirical examples of long cycles, those found among the Purim of eastern Manipur, frequently give and take women in direct exchange. Charles Ackerman, 1964-1965, was the first to point out that there were numerous violations of the matrilateral rule among the Purim. Purim patrilineages involved in direct exchange, D. White, 1973:405. Number bears in circles refer to number of marriages, and arrows show the direction in which women moved. Although Ackerman has been criticized for exaggerating the discrepancy between the asymmetric rule and the actual practice of marriage, Gogin and K. 1964, Wilder, 1971, the crux of the issue is not whether practice and the rule show a relatively high degree of conformity, but rather whether the degree of conformity is sufficient to support the contention that matrilateral asymmetric alliances are more solidary than patrilateral alliances. Rodney Needham, I-97 Isles 6, urged those who with their insidious talk have presented a sorry and deteriorating exhibition from a subject that is supposed to be a learned discipline to seriously apply themselves to the comprehension of the ethnographic evidence work before talk, ibid dxxx. The proper assignment, however, is to think before one works. No amount of counting and recounting of Purim marriages can disguise the fact that the Purim do not have a system in which women are ethically exchanged by descent groups in only one direction. The ethnographic data refer to the existence of 12 subsibs or lineages. 7 of these engage in two-way exchanges, see the figure on page 177. In reckoning the numerical significance of this departure from Levi-Strauss's model, I reject statistical manipulations that would count only the number of women in these 7 groups who have been transferred in the wrong direction. Once 2 groups, A and B, are observed to practice direct exchange AB, the right direction of the exchange cannot be read off automatically from the balance of the exchange at the moment of observation. Thus even if the balance stands at 1-0 to 3, K1P, we have no right to assume that 3 marriages are in the wrong direction and 10 are in the right direction. Unless there is some independent way of ascertaining the right direction, the conclusion that the larger number represents the right direction is tautological, an item of faith already included in the theory. As soon as one marriage takes place in both directions, both groups will contain mothers, brothers, daughters, actual and classified. Hence it becomes possible for members of either group to conform with the rule of matrilateral prescription by marrying in either direction. One way to decide which marriages are right and which are wrong is to elicit that information from the participants. Needham, however, is mired in the general structuralist conviction that mental structures have a locus outside of the individual minds of the actors. So he was never in much danger of doing anything so drastic, even if the original Purim informants had not passed away by the time he had begun to work on his scheme. We are therefore left with no choice but to regard each marriage that occurs in pairs of groups that engage in two-way exchanges of women as a bit of evidence disaffirming Levi-Strauss's concept of a long cycle. Thus we can say that from the point of view of the total number of descent groups, 58% make both restricted and generalized alliances, and from the point of view of the total number of marriage acts, each marriage involving a choice by a man and a woman, 66 out of 252 do not conform to the asymmetric model for reasons already stated. Notice should also be taken of 2 additional anomalies. Lineage K2 gave 3 women to lineage KJ, not diagrammed. This has usually been counted as d-isoaffirming evidence on the grounds that it involves an exchange within the same class, K, but I don't regard it as such because it is the subsib which must be treated. 178. Structuralism 179. As the descent groups required by Levi-Strauss's model. However, 8 marriage acts must be removed from the total, because the subsib in question, M3, received 4 wives from T1 but gave no wives to anyone, also not diagrammed. Therefore we are not entitled to conclude that M3 is or is not part of a circulating connubium. Thus 66 out of 274, or 24% of the marriages, cannot be reconciled with Levi-Strauss's model. Now although 24% two-way marriages may not seem like an unreasonable departure from the one-way marriages predicted by the matrilateral cross-cousin preference rule, what it does to Needham's insistence that he is dealing with absolute prescription rather than mere preference is another matter, but it is certainly fatal to the idea that the Purim are a good example of a society held together by asymmetrical, long-cycle exchanges. True enough, there are cycles of the type predicted in the model among the Purim, but these cycles do not constitute a system that realizes an overall structure of descent groups in the A-BC manner called for by Levi-Strauss's model. Moreover, these cycles exist side by side with a form of direct exchange in more than half of the subsibs. In all of this we must separate out Rodney Needham's interest in the Purim from the larger issue of Levi Strauss's explanation of the greater frequency of matrilateral preference. Needham seems to think that he has to defend the concept of matrilateral prescriptions from an attack launched by anthropologists denying any empirical validity to the kinship structures based on the matrilateral rule. He seems genuinely puzzled by the objections lodged against the idea that societies also exist in which the category of spouse is unilaterally prescribed, ibid LXXX. One for my part have never doubted that such rules exist, nor that they are related in some way to etic phenomena. What I object to is Levi Strauss's explanation of matrilateral preference in terms of the superior solidarity of the long cycle. I have also disparaged Needham's attempt to distinguish prescription from preference, but since Levi Strauss 1969b, XXXIFF himself thinks this distinction is useless, it obviously has nothing to do with the thrust of my argument against the main point of elementary structures, viz., the importance of reciprocal exchange for all marriage systems. Needham's student William Wilder has attempted to restore the Purim to their status as a prime case of the long cycle by a stratagem that inadvertently further subverts L66 Strauss's explanation of the matrilateral preference. According to Wilder, the subsibs are not Nasee's 180. Sorely the minimal groups actually establishing alliances through marriage. He suggests that when a wrong marriage takes place it is not wrong at all, rather, it may simply mean that there are additional subdivisions that have broken away from their subsib, localized perhaps in different villages, and have embarked upon a new circulating connubium whose women move in what was the wrong direction before the split. Thus Wilder estimates that there are actually about 20 village localized segments in 3 Putum villages, and that there are no real exceptions to the matrilateral rule. While this saves Needham's distinction between prescriptive and preferential systems, it leaves the structuralist theory of matrilateral marriage in dire straits. Wilder's model calls for a very high rate of fissioning among the Purim descent groups, fissioning objectified in the reverse circulations of sib, subsib, and sublineage, and in the drastically unequal populations of the several units. K, for example, has 55 married members, whereas M** has only 4. If, as Wilder says, Needham and Leach have both shown in practice alliance groups are constantly forming through lineage segmentation and deviant marriages, quoted in Needham, 1971, LC, then what is left of the contention that this system of exchange establishes solidary relationships and that reciprocal exchange lies behind all marriage systems? Why should a mere 300 people split themselves up into 20 or more different marital exchange and alliance groups if matrilateral cycles are such a boon for solidarity? Thus the notion that reciprocity underlies matrilateral cross-cousin marriage systems must be abandoned. This will become forcefully evident in a moment when I take up the relationship between matrilateral marriage and the superordination and subordination of descent groups and offer an alternative theory that specifies the material conditions under which matrilateral systems arise. But first let me turn to another fact that cannot be adequately explained by Levi Strauss's imaginary long and short cycles. Descent and asymmetrical cousin marriage. It has been known for many years that most of the societies practicing the patrilateral form of cousin marriage have matrilineal descent, while most of the societies which practice the matrilateral form have patrilineal descent. Although originally ignored by L.6. Structuralism 181. Marriage. Patrilineal UU. CMA inlined. 7. He relationship between descent and asymmetrical marriage, cross-cousin. Preference. Matrilateral. 222. 4-5. Strauss, this correlation is explained in the second edition of the Elementary Structures of Kinship in the following manner. Matrilateral and patrilateral marriage are both consistent with the two modes of descent, although patrilateral marriage is more likely in a regime with matrilineal descent, because of its structural instability which makes it prefer short cycles, and matrilateral marriage more likely in a patrilineal regime, which more easily allows the cycles to be lengthened. 1969 to the power of 241st. The idea behind this is that since matrilineal systems tend to be unstable, they cannot invest in the long cycle as a means of achieving marital reciprocity, it's too risky, whereas being more stable, patrilineal societies can invest in the long cycle. This argument is specious. If the formal structures of reciprocity, consciously or unconsciously apprehended by the human mind, constitute the indestructible basis of marriage institutions, Ibid 1440, and if reciprocity ceaselessly reshapes the materials of history, see above, one would expect matrilineal societies to jump over backwards in their haste to institute long-cycle marriages and thus enjoy the benefits of the better integration of the group. Why patrilateral marriage? An attractive alternative awaits if one abandons the fixation that reciprocity lies at the heart of every marriage system and begins instead to think about the fact that males and females often 182 seek special benefits and privileges objectified in power differences and unequal access to resources at one another's expense. The association of patrilateral cross-cousin preferences, which should be seen as a bias against matrilateral unions, with matrilineal descent follows directly from the fact that such a preference amounts to a cryptic form of patrilineal descent insinuated into a matrilineal pattern. A glance at the diagram in the figure below will clarify what I mean. Here we see Levi Strauss's short cycle embellished, with black marks indicating membership in a unilineal group based on descent exclusively through females, \BCD equals OA equals 1 equals O, A equals OAJ. TA7A asterisk DTAO equals AO equals 1111, OA equals A equals OA equals OA equals. Matrilineal descent, patrilateral marriage. Observe that after the second generation of patrilateral cross-cousin marriage, grandfather's grandchildren through his son are members of grandfather's own matri group, even though descent is based exclusively on females. Here then is a simple reassertion of father's control over male descendants in a matrilineal system. In other words, what Levi Strauss calls short cycles may not be cycles at all, not manifestations of exchange, but manifestations of the struggle between men and women to control labor and resources. Whenever patrilateral marriage occurs between matrilineal descent groups, a patrilineal bias has been successfully expressed in a matrilineal system. No cycles are needed to explain why this should be a recurrent pattern, just as no marriage cycles are needed to explain why avunculocality occurs more frequently than matrilocality in matrilineal system CP 98. The cogency of this alternative can be demonstrated by examining the reverse situation. What does patrilateral cross-cousin marriage accomplish in a system which is already thoroughly patrilineal? Does it strengthen or protect male interests? No, on the contrary, it would amount to a strengthening of the capacity of women to control labor and resources through their female descendants, for it would place a woman's daughter's children in the woman's own patri group, despite descent based exclusively on males. Structuralism 183. Patrilineal descent, patrilateral marriage. This arrangement thus amounts to a dilution or subversion of the continuity of control through males. And one do not mean some abstract contradiction between emic notions of matrilineal or patrilineal descent, but rather the etic management of land, labor, property, and other tangible assets. Hence patrilateral marriage seldom occurs in patrilineal systems for essentially the same reason that patrilineality is more common than matrilineality, that polygynists outnumber polyandrists, that men exchange women in marriage, and that males in pre-state societies dominate war and politics, see pages 9 off. Why matrilateral marriage? Although matrilateral cross-cousin marriage represents for Levi Strauss the quintessence of generalized exchange and hence is intelligible as a form of reciprocity, he never supplies any explanation for why some societies but not others should have this particular form of reciprocity. The notion that reciprocity lies behind all marriage systems is a definite handicap in the attempt to explain the origin of matrilateral asymmetry. It is much more consistent with the ethnographic facts to view the matrilateral preference as a manifestation of the struggle between lineages, as distinct from the struggle between males and females in the patrilateral case, for control over land, labor, and resources. Matrilateral marriage, far from promoting solidarity, reflects a breakdown in reciprocity, and a movement toward differential control over production and reproduction by hierarchized descent groups. Unlike patrilateral or symmetrical marriage, matrilateral marriage divides a community up into descent groups that stand to each other as wife-givers to wife-takers. To be compensated for the gift of their sisters and daughters, the wife-givers do not wait upon the completion of the cycle A-*B-C-diamond suit A. Rather, they almost always demand immediate compensation in the form of bride price or bride 184 service or a combination of both. This means that any group managing to raise and marry off more daughters than another group is in a position to concentrate wealth and labor power to a greater extent than other groups. On the average, the larger the descent group, the larger the number of daughters. The more daughters, the greater the concentration of dependent labor power and wealth in the form of sons-in-law and bride price. Large prosperous groups have no difficulty in meeting their obligations both as wife-givers and wife-takers. Smaller and less prosperous groups, however, soon become in effect dependents of the larger ones, and as their fortunes decline, their married men may even take up residence among the dominant wife-givers, reside uxara locally, as permanent second-class citizens, cf. Fried, 1967:206. Additional stresses develop within the less prosperous groups as senior and junior sons compete for the limited number of wives who can be obtained through bride price. The dependent subgroups will therefore tend to fission and to enter into new alliances that release them from the threat of permanent subordination and bondage, accounting for the frequent violation of the direction of marriage and high rate of fission among the Purim, as discussed above. This complex process has nothing to do with a deep structure, collective consciousness, forcing history into a particular mold. Rather, it reflects the emergence of advanced big man/chieftain hierarchies under definite conditions of production and reproduction. The rule of asymmetrical matrilateral cross-cousin marriage is not the cause of this emergent phenomenon. Rather, asymmetrical marriage is merely a mechanism for facilitating the concentration of productive and reproductive forces in the hands of certain groups at the expense of others. Levi Strauss is well aware of the fact that the matrilateral system of reciprocity appears to be connected with incipient stratification. Indeed, like Edmund Leach, he recognizes that among the Kachin of Burma, matrilateral cross-cousin marriage is a correlate of a system of patrilineal lineages rigged into a class hierarchy. Leach, quoted in Levi Strauss, 1969b-240. However, Levi Strauss attributes the correlation of matrilateral marriage with class hierarchy to the influence of the imaginary formal structure, the marriage cycle. He claims that the structure of the long cycle is the cause of the tendency towards stratification. This dichotomy between wife-givers and wife-takers is not the result of a political system. Rather, it is the cause. Ibid. Levi Strauss goes on to imply that the marriage rules are also in some sense the cause of the evolution from relatively unstable feudal relation. Structuralism 185. Ships to the more stable relationships of full-blown caste systems. What, then, is the cause of the dichotomy between wife-givers and wife-takers, or rather of the role of matrilateral cross-cousin marriage that lies behind this dichotomy? According to Levi Strauss, the establishment of the matrilateral rule represents an attempt on the part of patrilineal groups to resolve a state of tension between paternal and maternal lineages. 241. Matrilateral asymmetrical marriage characterizes lineages which seek, in alliance, i.e., in recognition of cognates, a means of affirming their position as agnates. In other words, the marrying down of women among the Kachin is a result of a state of tension not between a superordinate group seeking to control labor and resources and a subordinate group threatened with the specter of exploitation at the hands of an incipient ruling class, but between the structural principles of paternal and maternal descent. The world is created by the struggle of principles, not the struggle of people. This too is the legacy of Hegel. Hypogeny, hypergeny, and political economy. L-6 Strauss's emphasis upon structures systematically blocks off the path to an explanation of why in weakly stratified societies such as the Kachin and Purim the superordinate lineages give women to subordinate lineages, while in more highly stratified societies such as those in India and feudal Europe, the elite castes take women from below. This problem was discussed in chapters 4 and 5. When a superordinate group gives its women in marriage to subordinate groups, hypogeny, it does so not because it has an asymmetrical rule of marriage but because it is using marital alliances to consolidate or increase its control over its subordinates. The asymmetrical rule of marriage is an instrument of political economy. Thus in the case of the Kachin, as Levi Strauss himself notes, the chiefly lineages give women to their subordinates and receive free labor and cattle in return as bride price, Ibid 238. The universal tendency in all stratified systems, however, is for superordinates to dispense with wife-giving to subordinates, hyper-gyny, asterisk whenever the overall police-military situation permits them to extract surpluses and conscript labor by means of purely political asterisk that is to say, marrying up from the woman's husband's point of view marriage with a higher woman. Chinery. The emergence of asymmetrical woman-taking, hypogeny, by superordinate strata expresses the developed capacity for exploitation, not the triumph of one structural principle over another. As explained in the discussion of infanticide in Chapter 5, with hypogeny, the superordinate group continues to receive payment in the form of dowry, but now it also gets the gift of lower-ranking women, who are used as secondary wives or concubines, cf. Belay, 1975, Dick Eman, 1975a, 1975b. In unstratified systems, the superordinate lineages gain control over subordinate males by giving them women. In stratified systems, the superordinate lineages control subordinate males firmly enough to exploit their labor and their women without giving anything in return. Actually, hypergeny and hypogeny are sterile formalisms that must be interpreted in the context of inheritance. For the crux of the matter is not whether men marry up or down, but whether their children are able to share in the wealth and politico-economic machinery of the superordinate group they marry into or out of. In the Kachin case, the children of hypergenous marriages between lineages are disenfranchised, because inheritance is unilineal, through men not women, just as the children of hypogynous marriages between full-blown Indian castes are disenfranchised. The structural analysis of these phenomena leaves wholly unexamined, indeed, deliberately blocks off is the fact that the marriage systems of advanced stratified societies are not primarily systems of exchange at all, but systems of no exchange, that is, primarily endogamous systems that function to concentrate wealth and consolidate and maximize politico-economic control. Wretched legions of poor and exploited castes cry out against the structuralist sophistry which would have us believe that the reciprocal exchange of women lies at the basis of stratified marriage systems. In fully developed state societies, when the highest-ranking superordinates enter into alliances, it is always with groups, families, or individuals who are themselves superordinates to most of the population. While one can speak of the royal houses of Europe making alliances through the exchange of women and men, to lose sight of the fact that royalty married royalty is to miss the basic significance of these marriages. Endogamy continues to be the dominant marriage form among ethnic, racial, and religious groupings within modern state societies. How can exchange, always exchange, explain the marriage system of endogamous groups whose marriage rule, as in the case of Europeans and Africans in South Africa, or Muslims and Christians in Lebanon, is don't exchange? 186. Structuralism 187. Elementary versus complex systems. Levi Strauss claims that he has thus far only concerned himself with elementary structures, i.e., marriage systems that have both negative and positive kinship stipulations, rules specifying not only which relatives cannot be married but also which genealogically defined relatives should or must be married. A promised work dealing with complex systems, those which have only negative rules, never a prepared. but it is becoming increasingly evident that the complex/elementary distinction is an obstacle to the development of even idealist theories of marriage. The notion of an elementary system is based on the stereotype that band and village peoples decide whom they will marry exclusively on the basis of kinship relationships. As Alice Kasikoff, 1974, has shown, in small societies it's hard to separate out preferences based on kinship from preferences based on rules relating to other dimensions of social life, such as residence, status, transmission of property, and politics. Because these factors are also operative in any etic behavioral context, Levi Strauss's elementary models are virtually worthless for predicting actual marriages. In fact, like the conscious models from which they were derived, his structures serve to mask the realities of kinship. The structures that do characterize actual marriage systems will therefore have to contain concepts that are the opposite of Levi Strauss's: endogamy, not exogamy, bilaterality, not unilineal, wealth and status to be gained, not exchanges which come out even. Ibid. 164. To this I would add that the realities of complex marriage systems cannot be understood if we fail to realize that modern societies continue to have both negative and positive marriage rules based on kinship. Membership in minorities, ethnic groups, castes, and races is wholly or partially dependent upon culturally defined descent, and these groups usually prefer endogamous unions. Both of these criticisms simply help to reinforce the conclusion that the structuralist approach to marriage and kinship lacks an interpenetrating set of nomothetic theories relating kinship and marriage to domestic, political, and infrastructural variables. Although the cultural materialist alternatives remain highly tentative, they have the advantage of parsimony, clarity, and logical coherence. They offer in prospect at least the 188th possibility of explaining in causal terms why particular societies have their specific types of domestic ideologies. In structuralism, however, the search for historical causality is never confronted squarely, is deliberately held in abeyance, while the search for dubious mental commonalities in divergent cultures is given free rein. The raw, the cooked, and the half-baked. Leaving the field of kinship, I turn now to other aspects of the corpus of structuralist theory. One intriguing application of structuralist principles concerns the mental components of digestion. Levi Strauss is struck by the idea that meals have a structure. Can it be that gastronomic patterns reflect thoughts rather than appetites? Can it be that our meals consist of certain foods not so much because they are good to eat but because they are good to think? Yes, says Levi Strauss. People select foods for the messages they convey rather than for the calories and proteins they contain. All cultures unconsciously send out messages coded in the medium of foods and in the modes of preparation of foods. The basic contrasts in this culinary language are those between cooked, raw, and rotted foods. Within the category of cooked foods, the main structural components communicate messages about whether the product is on the side of nature or on the side of culture. Boiled food, L-6 Strauss argues, is on the cultural side, because boiling requires a container and a barrier of water between the food and the fire, whereas roasted food is on the side of nature, because roasting brings food and flame into direct contact. Hence the formula: roasted, boiled, nature, culture. With this formula on hand, Levi Strauss purports to explain why roasted food is served to guests, while boiled foods are served to close kinsmen. Guests are strangers and hence are associated with nature, but close kin are at the center of cultural life. The boiled can most often be ascribed to what might be called an endo-cuisine, prepared for domestic use, destined to a small closed group, while the roasted belongs to exo-cuisine, that which one offers to guests. Formerly in France, boiled chicken was for the family meal, whole roasted meat was for the banquet. 1966:589. Structuralism 189. Not satisfied with reducing the complex question of how guests are entertained in different etic infrastructural and structural contexts to a universal mental formula, Levi Strauss goes on to make a seemingly brilliant prediction about cannibalism. Sometimes cannibalism involves eating enemy strangers, and at other times it involves eating one's own relatives. Kin are associated with culture, so they should be boiled, strangers are associated with nature, so they should be roasted. Note that this dialectical logic could just as easily have led to the opposite conclusion. While still an undergraduate at Harvard, Paul Shankman tested these predictions. What Shankman found was that in a sample of 60 cannibal societies, 17 boiled while 20 roasted. 6 both boiled and roasted. Of the 60 societies, 29 were exo-cannibals, 26 were endo-cannibals, and 5 were both exo and endo-cannibals. Did the exo-cannibals do more roasting? No. About 34% of both groups were roasters. Did the endo-cannibals do more boiling? No. On the contrary. Over half of the exos were boilers while only 2 of the endos were boilers. But Shankman made an even more damaging discovery: of the societies using only one method of cooking, neither roasting nor boiling was the most common preference. Instead, they used a different method, not considered at all by Levi Strauss, namely, baking. Finally, a third of the societies prepare one kind of person, relative or enemy, in more than one kind of way. And different groups within the same culture prepare the same kind of person in different ways. The most obvious finding of this study is that Levi Strauss' exclusive focus on the roasted and the boiled has been spoiled by the natives, who have discovered a veritable smorgasbord of ways of preparing people. Shankman, 1969:61. In setting forth a defense of the raw, the cooked, and the rotted, Edmund Leach, 1970:28, admits that some readers might begin to suspect that the whole argument was an elaborate joke. But the theory that foods are selected primarily because they are good to think rather than because they are good to eat is not funny. It mocks the hungry living and dead by transforming the struggle for subsistence into a game of mental imagery. The idea that cooking is primarily a language is food for thought only among those who have never had to worry about having enough to eat. Anthropologists concerned with the question of why people eat certain foods cannot reasonably ignore the infrastructural constraints that determine the costs and benefits of particular diets. Beyond that, 190. Given a set of comestible substances, modes of preparing foods primarily reflect the availability of containers, ovens, fuels, and cooking utensils. For example, the Asiatic tradition of rapid frying of small chopped morsels developed in relationship to fuel shortages in heavily populated deforested regions. Where large animals are to be prepared for communal feasts, roasting the animal whole over an open fire does away with the need for cutting portions out of raw meat and for the construction of large ovens or vats, provided there is enough wood available. What people eat and how they prepare it is also clearly influenced by domestic routines. For example, cow dung is a preferred fuel in India because it provides a cool, long-lasting flame that enables peasant women to work in the fields while the food cooks itself. To explain food habits, priority must be given to material conditions, to messages in the stomach and intestines of hungry human beings, rather than to cute thoughts in the heads of well-fed idealists. Structuralism and the pig. The idea that meals are messages has been an inspiration to many anthropologists. One case in particular has become well known. It is Mary Douglas's attempt to explain why the Book of Leviticus prohibits the consumption of pork and other animals. The pig was tabooed, claims Douglas, because it had an anomalous status in the zoological taxonomy of the ancient Hebrews. Animals with such a status are dirty because universally, anything that defies classification or is out of place in an ordered view of the world evokes feelings of defilement or pollution. Dirt is matter out of place, Douglas, 1966, 35. Therefore animals that were out of place in the Hebrew zoological taxonomy were dirty. Why was the pig out of place? The pig was out of place because the Israelites defined proper livestock as animals with cloven feet who chewed the cud. Since the pig has cloven feet but doesn't chew the cud, it is dirty. I suggest that originally the sole reason for the pig's being counted as unclean is its failure as a wild boar to get into the antelope class, and that in this it is on the same footing sick as the camel or hyrax, Ibid 155. In other words, the explanation for the pig taboo is to be found in the structuralist formula: pig, livestock, disorder, order, dirty, clean, nature, culture. Structuralism 191. Let us accept the idea that the pig is unclean because it can't be placed in the category of livestock. W-hat accounts for the fact that livestock are defined in such a way as to exclude the pig. Cf. Bulmer, 1967:21. Douglas, 1972, tried to answer this question by expanding her discussion of the inner logic of the biblical proscriptions. 2 new components of cleanliness were added: animals and birds that hunt or eat carrion are unclean, because God commands Israel not to shed blood, and if those who belong to an endogamous group avoid others as unclean in marriage and sex, they will regard the animals others keep as unsuitable for eating. On mature reflection, I can now see that the pig carries the odium of multiple pollution. First, it pollutes because it defies the classification of ungulates. Second, it pollutes because it eats carrion. Third, it pollutes because it is reared, and presumably as prime pork, by non-Israelites. Douglas, 1972-79. This adjustment merely trebles the logical and empirical difficulties of the first explanation. Even if one accepts the chain of analogies leading from the uncleanliness of human beings who shed blood to the uncleanliness of animals that shed blood, and thence to those that eat carrion, nothing about the pig makes it more likely to eat corpses than dogs, which do not pollute upon touch, or than goats, for that matter, which when given a chance will eat anything. Furthermore, among the pig lovers of New Guinea, the pollution acquired by shedding human blood, far from rendering the pig unclean, could only be removed by slaughtering and eating pigs. Rappaport, 1967:205-207. And what are we to make of the Egyptian and Sumerian restrictions on the pig, which arise presumably in conjunction with the markedly different structure of mythic and ritual components long before the Israelites formulated their own religion? More difficulties assault us as we ponder the third principle. If the pig pollutes because it is raised and eaten by foreigners and enemies, then why weren't cows, sheep, and goats regarded as unclean? Didn't any of Israel's enemies raise cows, sheep, and goats? Of course, they all did. Worse still, many of these foreigners also regarded the pig as unclean. Douglas says that in tabooing the pig the Israelites were safeguarding themselves from marrying foreigners. An Israelite who betrothed a foreigner might have been liable to be offered a feast of pork. Douglas, 1972:79. But the Israelites were frequently the neighbors of people who were as unlikely to eat pork as they were. 192. Cultural materialist alternatives. The structuralist approach to animal taboos is unable to escape the constrictive embrace of a tautology. The pig is anomalous because it is anomalous in a taxonomic and ideological system in which it is anomalous. Just as the Aztecs ate their prisoners for religious motives, see Chapter 11. What we want to know is why the taxonomic system is set up in such a way as to render the pig anomalous, since there obviously is no universal reason why pigs are not good to think as well as to eat. The only way out of this tautology is to relate the ideological elements to variable infrastructures at the etic-behavioral culture/nature interface. It is true that the pig had an anomalous emic status for the ancient Israelites, as well as for many other ancient and modern peoples of the Near and Middle East. But the source of this anomalous status is not the binary code of an arcane mental calculus, rather, it is the practical and mundane cost-benefit of raising pigs under marginal or inappropriate infrastructural conditions. Unlike most of the creatures whose flesh is forbidden in Leviticus, the pig is a domesticated beast. Hence it brings with it the presumption of great utility. But unlike the other interdicted domestic species, it was domesticated exclusively as a source of meat. The pig's utility resides primarily in its flesh. It can't be milked, it doesn't catch mice, it can't herd other animals, it can't be ridden, it can't pull a plow, and it can't carry a cargo. On the other hand, As a supplier of meat, the pig is unrivaled. It is one of the most efficient converters of carbohydrates to protein and fat in the animal kingdom. For example, the pig is almost twice as efficient as cattle in this regard, NRC, 1975:116. Moreover, the Middle East was one of the earliest, if not the earliest, centers of domestication of the pig. There is even some evidence that the pig was used for sacrifice in the Levant prior to the appearance of the Israelites. The pig continued to be eaten during the Bronze Age, c. 2100 BC, and on into biblical times. According to the New Testament, Jesus cast out devils into swine kept by certain villagers. Even today some pigs are raised in the forested areas of northern Galilee and Lebanon. Epstein, 1971, Volume 11:349-350, Ducos, 1968, 1969. The pig was originally a creature of forests, river banks, and the edges of swamps. It is physiologically maladapted to high temperatures and direct sunlight because it is unable to regulate its body temperature. Without external sources of moisture, it can't sweat. Mount, 1968. It cannot subsist on grass, unlike the ruminants. Its original domestication therefore took place during a period when extensive forest covered the hilly flanks of the Taurus and Zagros mountains. From 7000 BC onward, however, the spread and intensification of Neolithic mixed farming and herding economies converted millions of acres of forests to grasslands and grasslands to deserts. R. O. White, 1961:76, estimates that the forests of Anatolia were reduced from 70% to 13% of the total surface area between 5000 BC and the recent past. Only a fourth of the Caspian shorefront forest remains, a half of the mountain humid forest, a fifth to a sixth of the oak and juniper forests of the Zagros, only 1/20th of the juniper forests of the Alberts and Khorasan ranges. The regions that suffered most were precisely those that were taken over by pastoralists. Throughout the history of this region, agriculture contracted as the desert expanded. In northern Syria and Iraq, prehistoric settlements outnumber historic settlements by 5 to 1. Population declined between 2500 BC and the onset of intensive irrigation about 500 years later. The bald mountains and foothills of the Mediterranean littoral, the Anatolian plateau, and Iran stand as stark witnesses of millennia of uncontrolled utilization. Ibid. Areas suitable for raising pigs on natural forage therefore became more and more restricted. Increasingly, pigs would have to be fed grains as supplements, rendering them directly competitive with human beings. Their costs would increase due to the need to provide artificial shade and moisture. And yet they would continue to be a tempting source of protein and fat. Pastoral nomads never rear pigs because pigs cannot be herded over long distances in arid grasslands. Pigs can't live on grass and can't swim across rivers. Semi-nomadic groups, who in more humid zones can rear pigs, would be especially likely to develop strong explicit sacred prohibitions against both eating and handling pigs, as would settled farmers in regions that had undergone deforestation, erosion, and desiccation. Both kinds of groups would find it tempting to rear the pig for short-time benefits, but the practice would become extremely costly and maladaptive as it intensified. Total interdiction by appeal to sacred sanctions is a predictable outcome in situations where the immediate temptations are great, but the ultimate costs are high, and where the calculation of cost benefits by individuals may lead to ambiguous conclusions. CP 81. Structuralism 193-194. This theory takes precedent over Mary Douglas's because it explains why one particular valuable animal gained an anomalous ideological status not only among the Israelites but among the Babylonians, Egyptians, and pre-Islamic Arabs*, whereas it was not given an anomalous status in forested areas such as Europe and pre-Islamic Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Oceania, nor in temperate zone China. See Harris 1977a for a discussion of the Chinese pig complex. Allen's critique. Alexander Allen, 1975:67, has defended Mary Douglas and challenged my explanation on the ground that taboos for non-use are ecologically superfluous, meaning that if pigs were an impractical source of meat, there would be no need for tabooing them. Simplicity demands the hypothesis that experience within a particular environment will lead to conscious or unconscious adaptive choices that do not require taboo. The only requirement is that there be a stated, or even unstated, rule in the culture that a resource not be used. To require a taboo on an animal which is ecologically destructive is cultural overkill. Why use pigs if they are not useful in a stated context? In rebuttal, first let me say that the distinction between taboo for use and taboo for non-use is meaningless. In an ecological systems context, any taboo for non-use is in some sense a taboo for use. In prohibiting one species, the taboo encourages the use of another. Thus proscription of the pig was prescription of the cow, sheep, and goat. What must be considered are the direct and indirect cost benefits of the interdicted species in the total system of production. Second, Allen's simplicity demand runs counter to the basic principles of scientific ecology. It would be reasonable only if ecosystems were static and if adaptation was an on/off binary decision. But adaptation is an evolutionary process in which many major and minor changes take place simultaneously. Just as individuals are ambivalent and ambiguous about their own thoughts and emotions, so whole. Diener and Rockin, 1978, dispute the importance of ecological conditions in the explanation of the Islamic pig taboo. They emphasize the importance of the cattle-grain complex to the Islamic ruling class on the mistaken notion that their explanation is antithetical to cultural materialist principles. Structuralism 195. Populations are ambivalent and ambiguous about aspects of the adaptive processes in which they are participating. Think of the pros and cons of offshore oil drilling and the debate about the taboos on abortion. It is not cultural overkill for divine laws to prohibit pork any more than it is cultural overkill to have divine laws prohibit homicide or bank robberies. Allen also seeks to deny the need for divine sanctions in the case of the pig by denying that its meat constitutes a materially tempting source of animal protein. He alleges that in trying to account for the attractiveness of the pig, I fall back on the ethnocentric idea that the pig tastes good, which he describes as an idealist principle that runs counter to techno-environmentalism and anti-idealism. Harris tells us that pig meat is inherently delicious, that people want to eat it. A strong desire is frustrated by a religious sanction. But what makes pig meat more delicious than beef, or horse for that matter? Ibid 67. The point is not that pig meat is more delicious than other meat. This is a misconstrual of my contention that pork is a succulent treat, but rather that the pig is inherently no less delicious than beef. As for the horse, Allen overlooks the fact that it too was forbidden by the Israelite scriptures. I fall back on no idealist principle when I claim that an animal that can't be bled, milked, ridden, herded, mounted, or plowed with, and which is the product of 5,000 years of selective breeding under human control, is a potentially valuable source of edible animal proteins and fats. For 5,000 years the Neolithic peoples of the Middle East thought that pigs were good to eat. Why did they change their minds? The answer surely has something to do with the fact that the entire ecosystem changed, and with it, the cultural and natural system of production and the role of the pig in that system. The structure of dirt. Whether or not the anomalous pig reflects a static sense of dirt or an ongoing process of infrastructural change, there remains the question whether dirt can adequately be defined as matter out of place. I should like to comment on this aspect of Mary Douglas's 196 theory as well, because it is rooted in the tendency of structuralists to impose their own ethnocentric and even egocentric thought processes on the psyches of the entire human species. Douglas has given us an account of how she came to the discovery that dirt is matter out of place. The idea came to her while she was in a bathroom in an old house. 1 am personally rather tolerant of disorder. But one always remember how unrelaxed I felt in a particular bathroom which was kept spotlessly clean in so far as the removal of grime and grease were concerned. Douglas, 1966:2. The trouble, the unrelaxment, derived from the fact that the bathroom had been created by putting doors at both ends of a back corridor between two staircases. The decor remained unchanged, the engraved portrait of Vinogradov, the books, the gardening tools, the row of gumboots. It all made good sense as the scene of a back corridor, but as a bathroom the impression destroyed repose. Ibid. From this experience she realized that cleanliness is a virtue in her milieu, not because dirt is a threat to health but because it was a threat to her idea of order. The bathroom was simply out of place. In chasing dirt, in papering, decorating, tidying, we are not governed by anxiety to escape disease, but are positively reordering our environment to conform to an idea. Ibid. Note how this personal impression somehow acquired the status of a collective experience. I becomes we, as if others had taken turns seeking the particular variety of repose she had sought in the misplaced bathroom and had found repose unattainable for the same reason. Since we are told only that the grime and grease were removed from the premises, Douglas conceivably was in error concerning the reason why she felt the bathroom wasn't really clean. Some of the empirical issues here cannot be resolved by the intuitive knowledge of one's own culture and personality. How does Douglas know that we share her structure of dirt? Shoes are not dirty in themselves, but it is dirty to place them on the dining table. Food is not dirty in itself, but it is dirty to leave cooking utensils in the bedroom, or food bespattered on clothing. Similarly, bathroom equipment in the drawing room, clothing lying on chairs, outdoor things indoors, upstairs. Structuralism 197. Things downstairs, underclothing appearing where overclothing should be, and so on. Ibid. Point 136. It would seem that before one proceeded to attribute the notion that dirt equals disorder to the entire human species, the ethnosemantics of these examples should be based on something more than one trip to the bathroom. See Chapter 9. Even Douglas might not be willing to accept disorder as the sole or principal component of dirt if she was obliged to tidy up a lawn strewn with gold watches and diamond rings. Are some things never considered dirty no matter where they are found? And are some things always considered dirty no matter where they are found? It is irresponsible for anthropologists to pretend to know the answer to such questions merely by contemplating the lint in their own belly buttons. In defense of L. V. Strauss, Mary Douglas, 1967:50, has written, "I do not think it is fair to such an ebullient writer to take him literally. For my part, I do not think it is fair for such writers to expect to be taken seriously." On the Road with Edmund Leach. Perhaps the best way for me to demonstrate the need for more skepticism with respect to arcane structuralist interpretations of esoteric elements in the superstructure of remote or extinct societies is to show how unreliable even an apparently simple structuralist opposition can be when it is set up on the basis of what appears to be a familiar aspect of Euro-American cultures. A splendid example of this genre has been produced by Edmund Leach. To prove that our minds do in fact function in terms of binary codes, that these codes impose the need for dialectic resolutions, and that social behavior is a transformation of the codes and their resolution, Leach chooses the example of traffic signals on railroads and highways. He asserts that traffic signals are culturally segmented into a tripartite system: yellow, red, green. How did this happen? According to Leach, the human brain first sought out the extremes of the spectrum, red and green, and assigned them the meaning stop and go. Yellow, which lies midway between red and green, was then selected as the mediator, caution / which is neither stop nor go. With traffic lights on both railways and roads, green means go and red means stop. If we want to devise a further signal with an intermediate meaning, we choose the color yellow. We do this because, in the spectrum, it lies midway between green and red. The color system and the signal system have the same structure, the one is a transformation of the other. Leach, 1970:17. It is not essential for Leach's argument that red means stop and green means go, rather than vice versa. The structuralist point is simply that the mind will dichotomize the spectrum, make a binary opposition out of a continuum, and that it will use the extremes to build that opposition and the logical center to mediate those extremes. Thus, in order for us to believe that the railroad and road signal system is a transformation, a universal mental color code and expression of the structure of the mind, the following propositions must be true. 1. In any given signal system, red and green mean either stop or go. 2. No colors other than red or green mean stop or go. 3. Yellow always means caution. 4. No other color means caution. As Frederick Gamst, 1975, has shown, Leach's simple example is full of surprises. None of the above propositions is true of the system of railways and road traffic signals. But unlike the usual types of examples dealt with by structuralists, traffic signals have a short and exquisitely well-documented history. No expensive journeys into remote jungle regions are needed to check up on the structuralists' metaphors and metonyms. The meanings of traffic signals are hidden only from those who do not take the trouble to investigate the relevant documents. Even looking out the window of a railway car would be useful. All traffic signal systems have a common point of origin in early 19th century England. The first freight railway signal was a black semaphore arm on a mast. A black flag was used to stop trains during the day on the first passenger line, 1830, Liverpool and Manchester, but at night, the station master swung a white light. Rear cars displayed red lights while the train was in motion, blue lights when it stopped. Thus the ubiquitous blue, stop/danger, light of railroading and other 198. Structuralism 199. Industries was present from the beginning. By 1839 the Liverpool and Manchester used both red and blue flags to mean stop. Black was the preferred color for caution, but for obvious reasons black couldn't be used at night. So at night a green light meant caution. Between 1840 and 1900, the preferred system for railroad traffic control was the semaphore arm. At 90 degrees the arm meant stop or caution, at 0 degrees it meant go. No matter which of its aspects were displayed, the arm's color was, of course, always red. Gamst, 1975:281. At night semaphores came to be equipped with a red light that could be seen when the arm was in both stop and caution positions. Violet lights, however, replaced red lights on many railroads, particularly on branch lines. Yellow did not become common as a cautionary color until after 1900. But a flashing green and a lunate white light also meant caution. In case you are thinking that the mind finally did have its way, forget it. In the system that is still in use throughout the English-speaking world, red does not always indicate stop. Today in some railroad districts an engineer might run his train for hours through red lights without being required to stop even once, in the same way that pioneer British engineers followed the red signal at the rear of a moving train. Ibid, 285. Blue, not red, is the color that means stop under all circumstances. Automobile traffic signals have a slightly less complex history. But no simple triangular set of distinctions is applicable. Detroit and Houston used red and green from the beginning, in combination with railroad-type semaphores. But in New York in 1919, amber meant go for Fifth Avenue traffic and stop for 42nd Street traffic. Green meant go for 42nd Street and stop for Fifth Avenue. Height is still used to mean go in pedestrian walk signs in New York City, while in Washington, D.C., a walk signal may be either white or red. Throughout the United States, emergency vehicles are now equipped with flashing blue lights instead of red lights to warn of danger and emergencies. What is most damaging to the structuralist position is the fact that the modern system of railroad and traffic signals evolved in conjunction with a series of technical achievements which clearly dominated the choice of colors during any given period. Gamst concludes that Leach's system is not a result of any underlying structural process but among other things of the balancing of practical and rational considerations, experimentation in the 200. Material world, scientific advances in color technology, glass and electric illumination, traffic demands of an evolving industrial civilization, and the advent of large-scale illumination with white lights of streets and houses. Ibid, 284. To propose that this complex process merely expresses the binary propensities of the human mind is to endow mental life with an omnipotence in which only infantile or disturbed minds have hitherto believed. The case of the tricky coyote. Let us return to the work of the master himself. According to Levi Strauss, mythical thought always progresses from the awareness of opposites towards their resolution. Levi Strauss, 1963:224. These mediators or resolutions are then likely to be transformed into new binary dialectical contrasts, which in turn produce new mediators. To explain why North American Indian myths personify the supernatural trickster as a coyote or a raven, Levi Strauss, 1963:224, sets up an opposition between agriculture and warfare as an analogy of the opposition between life and death. Agriculture sustains life, war leads to death. Agriculture, warfare, life, death. The mediator of agriculture, warfare is said to be hunting, because hunting is life-sustaining war against animals. Agriculture is associated with plant-eating animals, and hunting is associated with beasts of prey. This leads to a new opposition, herbivores, beasts of prey. The mediator of this opposition is a scavenger-type animal that does not kill what it eats, viz., a coyote or a raven. Thus raven and coyote mediate life and death, do good and evil at the same time, and hence are sometimes cunning but at other times the victims of circumstances. Docs this explanation constitute a plausible or parsimonious approach to why coyotes are tricksters? Scarcely. In fact, coyotes are not primarily scavengers but are wily predators who hunt rabbits, rats, mice, birds, porcupines, fawns, and many other small animals. Carrion count for only a quarter of their diet. Cahalan, 1947:250, Hall, 1946:240, Beckhoff, 1978:118. The salient etic fact about the coyote is not that it, Structuralism 201, is a scavenger but that it is an opportunist. Non-Indian as well as Indian observers agree that the coyote is an extremely cunning carnivore who has to compensate for being small by being smart. Coyotes, widely regarded as a menace by Western sheep ranchers, have proved much more difficult to eradicate than wolves due to their cleverness and adaptability. Cahalan, 1947:253. It is one of the most difficult animals in Nevada to catch on a trap, and by reason of its adaptability and cunning, will persist in spite of efforts to exterminate it. Hall, 1946:243. Under attack by Western ranchers, the coyote is moving into the suburbs, with increased sightings reported from major metropolitan areas. Coyotes frequently follow along behind larger carnivores, waiting for a chance to steal a portion of the catch. After a bear has caught an animal, they dart in, nip the bear in the leg, and then dart off with the prey when the startled bear lets it fall. Cahalan, 1947:249, comments that after watching many coyotes, I really believe they have a sense of humor at times. The tricky nature of the coyote has even been given a place in biological nomenclature. The subspecies designations are Hall and Kelson, 1959:834. Canis latrans frustrier, Canis latrans cogates, Canis latrans klepticus, Canis latrans impavigus, Canis latrans vigilis. Equals tricky coyote equals cagey coyote equals thieving coyote equals undauntable coyote equals alert coyote. Unless there is some reason why the American Indians were less capable than Euro-American naturalists of recognizing a tricky type animal, Levi Strauss's explanation of why North American Indians made the coyote their trickster must be dismissed as an intricate device whose sole function is to misdirect attention from the obvious and probable to the obscure and improbable. Similar conclusions are clearly warranted with respect to the raven, also a notoriously tricky creature. 202. An open and shut case. For my final example of the corpus of structuralist theories, one have chosen the case of Levi Strauss and the clam. According to Levi Strauss, 1972, Certain myths found among the Bela Bela * cannot be explained unless they are seen as the transformed opposites of certain myths found among the Chilcotin. The Bela Bela live along the coast of British Columbia, and the Chilcotin are their distant inland neighbors. Levi Strauss calls the Chilcotin myths the normal version, and in his words it goes like this. An infant boy who cried too much was kidnapped by an owl. This powerful sorcerer treated him well and made him quite happy. So, when the friends and parents of the now grown-up boy discovered him, he was at first unwilling to follow them. When he was finally persuaded to escape, the owl gave chase to the flying sick party, and the boy succeeded in frightening him by putting mountain goat horns on his fingers which he brandished like claws. He had taken with him all the dentalia shells, of which the owl was the sole owner, and it is since that time that the Indians have dentalia shells which they value as their most precious possession. Ibid 8. This myth is supposed to have influenced the Bela Bela and in the process to have undergone a series of dialectical transformations. The Bela Bela myth goes as follows, again in Levi Strauss's words. A girl or a boy who cried too much is kidnapped by a cannibalistic supernatural being, generally female, named Keswaka. In order to free himself or herself from the ogress, the girl or the boy is instructed by a supernatural helper to collect the siphons. The correct zoological term, I think, is siphuncle T, of the clams dug by the K3 waka, that is, the part of the mollusks she does not eat and that she discards. When the hero or heroine places these siphons on the tips of his or her fingers and moves them toward the ogress, she becomes so frightened that she falls down a steep mountain and kills herself. The youth's father thus obtains all the property which the ogress *1 have been advised by John Rath that the people of Bela Bela speak Heiltsuk, which is a North Wakashan language. Since Heiltsuk is spoken by people at settlements other than Bela Bela, the people of Bela Bela should be referred to as the Bela Bela Heiltsuks. T-siphon is the correct term. Siphuncle refers to structures found in cephalopods. Structuralism 203. Previously owned. He distributes it around. Thus is explained the origin of the potlatch. Levi Strauss stresses the fact that the cannibal ogress in the Bela Bela tale is frightened to death by something harmless and insignificant, namely, the clam siphons. For Levi Strauss, these siphons constitute a paradox not present in the Chilcotin tale. Anyone can understand why the owl shaman is frightened by the horns of mountain goats. Horns are hard, sharp, and pointed like claws. But only a structuralist can explain why something as inoffensive as a clam siphon can terrorize an ogress. Drawing upon observations of clam anatomy made not among the Bela Bela but during a previous sojourn in New York City, he poses the basic paradox of the Bela Bela myth as follows. Why a powerful ogress, twice as big as an ordinary human being, should be frightened by something as harmless and insignificant as clam siphons, these soft, trunk-like skinny funnels for admitting and expelling water which are conspicuous in some species of clams, and by the way, quite handy to hold the steamed shellfish and dip it in drawn butter, a delicious treat which one could get in a place near Times Square when I was living in New York many years ago. This is something that the Bela Bela myths do not explain. Ibid. Point 8. Question: why should a powerful ogress be frightened when her intended victim waggles a few skinny clam siphons in her face? Answer: the clam siphons are not really clam siphons, but the dialectical opposite of mountain goat horns. Whenever in a given version of a myth, a detail appears which seems off-pattern in respect to the other versions, it is most likely that the deviant version is trying to say the opposite of a normal version which exists elsewhere and usually not far from the other one. In the present case, the normal version is easily located. It belongs to the Chilcotin. According to Levi Strauss, the lawful transformations myths undergo result from neighboring peoples hearing each other's tales and transforming them dialectically. Listeners hearing tellers from a neighboring tribe will borrow the myth while consciously or unconsciously deforming it along preordained paths. They appropriate it not to appear unequal to their neighbors, and they model it at the same time so as to make it their own. Ibid. 19. So soft, harmless, Skinny siphons among the Bella Bella result when the Bella Bella storyteller tries to think of the opposite of hard, harmful, sharp mountain goat horns, and goat horns endure when the Chilcotin storyteller tries to think of the opposite of soft, harmless, skinny siphons. According to Levi Strauss, if one part of a myth gets transformed in its telling by one culture to another, all the other parts must undergo a similar coherent set of structural changes. The set of opposites of which horn and siphon are components are to be found, he suggests, by decomposing the Chilcotin and the Bella Bella myths into their respective means and ends. Hams and siphons are respectively the means to the ends of ownership of owls' dentalia shells and Kawaka's treasure. Here another set of alleged opposites is invoked: horns come from the land, horns get shells that come from the sea, clam siphons come from the sea, clam siphons get treasure that comes from the land. Now, all the mythological and ritual data which we have concerning this Kawaka, or Dzonakwe as the Kwakiutl call her, point to the fact that her treasures come from the land side, as they consist of copper plates, furs, dressed skins and dried meat. Note that there are seaside and landside elements in both the Chilcotin and Bella Bella versions, and that these elements also get inverted from ends to means and from means to ends. To take the seaside elements first, dentalia for the Chilcotin and clam siphons for the Bella Bella are seaside ends versus seaside means. L.6 Strauss claims that the logic of this inversion depends upon the fact that clam siphons are worthless and inedible, while dentalia are precious, since the Chilcotin use them as shell money. Dentalia shells are by far the most valuable objects coming out of the sea, while clam siphons are worthless even as food. The myth carefully points out that the ogress does not eat them. Next, the landside elements: horns among the Chilcotin, treasure among the Bella Bella, land means opposed to land ends. The logic of this opposition is that worthless horns which come from the land become part of the ogress's treasure, just as a worthless sea product, the siphons, reappear in the owl's treasure as valuable dentalia. The only hitch is that, as quoted above, the Bella Bella's itemized list of the ogress's treasure consists of copper plates, furs, dressed skins and dried 204. Structuralism 205. Meat. There is no mention of mountain goat horns. Undaunted, Levi Strauss adds the horns to the treasure, arguing that potlatch treasure must also have contained some of those beautiful and valuable spoons that the Northwest Coast peoples carved out of mountain goat horns and that we see in museums. Once the horns, in the form of valuable spoons, are inserted into the ogress's treasure, we can understand why horns and siphons are the particular items that stand in opposition as the means in the two myths. Goat horns are unfit for alimentary consumption, but they can be shaped and carved into those magnificent ceremonial ladles and spoons that we see in museums. In the latter capacity they may be made part of a treasure, and if not edible, they nevertheless provide, like the clam siphons, a convenient means, cultural instead of natural, to carry the food to the mouth of the cater. Ibid.19. Similarly, we can well understand why clam siphons and dentalia, the sea elements respectively in the Bella Bella and Chilcotin versions, are opposed as means in the first story and an end in the other. Dentalia shells as a treasure are the convex, hard outside of a mollusk unfit for alimentary purpose. There is practically no meat in them, while the hollow siphons are a part of the soft inside of another mollusk which has a prominent place in the coast people's diet. However, the siphons themselves have no food value whatsoever, and they stand out as a paradoxical appendage, conspicuous but useless. Thus, they can easily be mythologized for a reason opposite to but correlated with the position of dentalia shells among inland people who value them but don't have them, while coast people have the clams but do not value their siphons. One shall now show that these oppositions exist entirely in Levi Strauss's head. Although it is true that an ogress in one Bella Bella myth does not eat the siphons of clams, it is false that the siphons she discards in that myth are harmless, insignificant, and soft. It is also false that they are quite handy to hold the steamed shellfish and dip it in drawn butter, a delicious treat which one could get in a place near Times Square. It is also false that the siphons of the clams the ogress discards have no food value whatsoever, and it is false that the Bella Bella do not value the siphons of these or other clams. Furthermore, there is no known Bella Bella myth in which the contents of the ogress's treasure is said to include mountain goat horns or spoons made from mountain goat hams, or only landside treasures. 206. The main source of Bella Bella myths is the collection published by Franz Boas, 1932, under the title Bella Bella Tales. This collection contains 5 myths under the subheading K, a wag, a tales. The first and longest has nothing to do with the crying boy, clams, the killing of the ogress, or the origins of the first potlatch. Rather, it has to do with a chief who saves the life of the Kawaka's son and who is rewarded by the grateful giantess with the specific treasures mentioned above: coppers, dressed skins, and dried meat of mountain goats and of bears, plus whistles and cedar bark ornaments. The story ends with the chief becoming the first cannibal dancer. This is the only one of the 5 Bella Bella tales that specifies the contents of the ogress's treasure, a point to which I shall return in a moment. Of the remaining myths, the second, third, and fourth alone mention siphons as a means of killing an ogress. But in the third, the ogress's death leads to an incident that explains not the origin of potlatch but the origin of frogs. In the fourth tale, the death of the ogress doesn't lead to anything, and the fifth, which, as I have indicated, is like the first in not having the clam siphon incident, also merely ends with her death. In the third and fourth, no mention is made of whether the ogress discards the clam siphons. That leaves the second, which alone among the 5 Bella Bella Kawaka tales in this collection has the conjunction of siphons discarded by the ogress and used to frighten her, plus the mention of a potlatch treasure. This second tale is the one that Levi Strauss identifies as the more developed Bella Bella version, and which by Levi Strauss's own designation should therefore contain the best evidence of the alleged dialectical transformations. I reproduce it here in its entirety. AK, 3 Wake, a dies of fright story of the Otlud told by Odz Eastalis to George Hunt, L., a Quagilajwe was living at Surrey S. She had a young daughter. One night the child began to cry and her mother could not stop her. Late at night, when her mother was asleep, the girl went out of the house intending to go to her grandmother. While she was going along she met an old woman who called her. She thought it was her grandmother, but the strange woman picked her up and threw her into a large basket which she was carrying on her back. It was AK/J Wakela who had taken her. The K3 Wake went up a mountain into her house where she took the girl out of the basket and let her walk about in the house. Suddenly the girl heard someone calling her and she found a woman sitting on the floor. The upper part of her body was like ours, but the lower part, Structuralism 207, was stone. She was called Lxulilimga, woman rolling about in the house. She said, "Take care, do not eat the viburnum berries which she will give you, for they are the eyes of animals and of men. If you eat them you will also become half stone. She will also give you mountain goat fat. This you may eat, it will not hurt you." Every morning K.D. Wake will go down to the beach to dig clams, and when she comes home she eats everything except the siphons which she will throw away. Pick these up and put them on your fingers, and when she comes up the steep trail, hold up one of your fingers with the siphon on it, and when you see that she is afraid show all the other fingers and see what will happen. Hang this little bag under your chin and let the viburnum berries drop into it. The girl did as she was advised, and the next day when the K.Awake was coming up the mountain with her great basket full of horse clams, the girl showed her one finger. The K.Fa-Wakefa was so badly frightened that she staggered backward. Then the girl put up all her fingers. The K.D*Wake rolled down the mountain and was killed. Then the woman who was half stone advised the young woman to put a little of all the stores in the house into a small box and to take it home. Then tell your father Mockfurts to come with his people and to take everything home. She went to the place where the people used to draw water, and before long her younger sister came with her bucket. She asked her to tell her mother that she was sitting down at the spring. When the girl said that she had seen her lost sister, her mother struck her with the fire tongs and said, I did not expect you to make fun of my dead daughter. The girl asked her to go with her and to see that she had spoken the truth. Then they found the lost daughter who told her all that had happened, and her father went with his tribe to get all the property out of the house of the K.U.A.K. They even carried the woman who was half stoned down the mountain, but when they were halfway, they left her there. Then her father gave a great potlatch with the property he had obtained. Boas, 1932:95-96. Note that this myth says that the ogress digs clams every morning, puts them into a basket, and climbs up the steep trail. On the morning of her demise, the contents of her basket are specified to be horse clams. What are horse clams? Horse clams, also called horse necks, are not the soft shell steamers belonging to the family Myacidae that L.6 Strauss once enjoyed in Times Square. They are hard shell clams, Tressus capax Gould, that easily measure 8 inches across and weigh up to 4 pounds, Morris, 1952. Here is what one popular writer has to say about the horse neck and its siphon. Of course it can never retract its huge siphon completely within its shell. The siphon is protected by a tough, brown skin and has at its tip 2 horny 208 valves that can be used to close the openings. The rough gray shell is covered in life by a brownish periostracum that is often rubbed off in spots, giving the creature a moth-eaten appearance. The bulging body, usually muddy, protrudes from the gaping siphonal end of the ugly shell, and from this part of the body comes the overgrown compound siphon, rough and brown, usually flecked with mud, and with a horny tip. Gibbons, 1964:186. According to Johnson and Snook, 1967, the horse clam siphon is capable of squirting water to a height of 3 feet above the sand. The above clearly refutes the claim that the siphons in the Bella Bella myth are insignificant and soft, they have a horny tip. Now what about the claim that siphons have no food value whatsoever? The edibility of horse clam siphons is widely attested to by both Indian and non-Indian connoisseurs. While there are some people who like to eat horse clams and others who detest them, just as many New Yorkers won't touch Levi Strauss's delectable steamers, all horse clam eaters agree that the siphon is edible, except for the horny tip, and some say it is the best part. Most of the edible part is contained in the long muscular siphon, which is the only part eaten by present-day clam diggers. Go, 1952:67. Remove but do not discard the big ugly siphon, for many consider this the finest meat in the horse clam. Some people prize these clams only for their siphons and throw the rest of the clam away, but one consider this a criminal waste of some very good food. Gibbons, 1964:187. Now what about the claim that the Bella Bella themselves do not value the siphons of horse clams? This claim can be checked by asking the Bella Bella themselves. In response to my inquiries, John Rath and Ms. Jennifer Gould, linguist and research coordinator respectively of the Heiltsuk Cultural Educational Center, wrote. According to 5 informants still well versed in our traditional Heiltsuk ways, horse clams and their siphons are edible. Personal communication. I have also had the opportunity, arranged through Mr. Rath and Ms. Gould, personally to confirm this conclusion by talking with Bella Bella informants. Once we know the dimensions of the siphons used to frighten the ogress, it is clear that the Bella Bella storyteller has no need, conscious or unconscious, to make siphons the opposite of mountain goat horns in order to render them effective. An entirely self-sufficient explanation. Structuralism 209. Of their lethal efficacy is suggested by the resemblance this large organ bears to a phallus. There can be little doubt that when Neo-Americans in Canada and the United States refer to Tressus capax as horse necks, they are employing a euphemism for a large penis. But in the case of Heiltsuk, the phallic involvement is explicit. I am indebted to John Rath for confirming this rather obvious hypothesis. Horse clam siphons can be referred to with the one word / nick /. As it happens, among the people of Bella Bella, Klemtu, and Rivers Inlet, / nick / is the word for penis indeed. It might seem that since Levi Strauss himself has designated the version in question as the developed version, there would be no need to offer additional evidence that the siphons in question were neither insignificant nor of no food value whatsoever. In preparing my rebuttal of Levi Strauss, I proceeded nonetheless to take extra precautions, knowing that he would object that the other two versions which mention the word clam do not specify what kind of clam. Therefore, I looked for Bella Bella myths about Kawakas in sources other than Boaz's Bella Bella tales. I located two more Bella Bella myths, not used by Levi Strauss, that mention clams and ogresses. One of them, collected by Ronald Olson, upholds the view that a very large clam is involved. One morning cannibal woman went out with her basket. When she returned that evening, she had her basket full of geoduck clams. She cooked them, gave the old woman some, and ate some herself. Those she gave to the girl did not eat but dropped them into her basket. The next day the same things happened, but the old lady told the girl, "Put the necks of the clams on your fingers when you see her coming. When she comes in, move your fingers to scare her." The girl met the giantess at the door and waggled her fingers at her. The cannibal was so frightened that in trying to run away she fell, rolled down the cliff, and was killed. Olson, 1955:339. The geoduck, Panope Jean Rosa, to which Olson's version refers, is even bigger than the horse clam, and with its 4-foot-long siphon is possibly the largest intertidal bivalve in the world. The next version I located again refers to horse clams. Here is the central incident in this version, as told by Mrs. Mabel Humchett, a bilingual Bella Bella Heiltsuk speaker. And she, the old woman, told the child to peel the tips off the horse clams and scare the monster next time it comes home from digging clams. So the *210. Child turned them inside out and chanted a short song. So the monster fell back down after trying to beg her not to do that. "I'm afraid of them." So finally she was discovered and the monster was dead. Story and Gould, 19734344. Mrs. Humchett's version adds two new details: only the tips of the siphons are put on the fingers and they are turned inside out. Interviews with Mrs. Humchett and her husband carried out by F. Rath and J. Gould, in one of which I participated, produced the explanation that the tip of the siphon was torn off and turned inside out because at certain seasons the interior of the tip is colored red. This coloration is caused by the presence of the microorganism responsible for the toxic oceanic bloom known as the red tide. Hence, the imagery involved in Mrs. Humchett's tale refers directly to a set of blood-red poison-tipped claws, which rather decisively falsifies, I should think, Levi Strauss's dialectical opposition between harmful mountain goat horns and harmless clam siphons. Admittedly, the developed version in the Bella Bella tales contains no reference to turning poisonous tips inside out. But this omission could easily have been an artifact of the way in which Boaz obtained his collection of Bella Bella myths, which, as we shall see, was scarcely the result of carefully controlled inquiry. Even if Mrs. Humchett's version should prove to be idiosyncratic, however, it indicates the proneness of Bella Bella Heiltsuk informants to endow horse clam siphons with lethal powers quite independently of hypothetical contrasts with mountain goat horns. If hypotheses about ogresses are appropriate, one can say with considerable confidence that the ogress fell down dead not because she was attacked with the skinny little harmless substitutes for mountain goat horns, but because she was attacked with homey 3-foot-long bloody penises. Is structuralism good to think? The argument I have been presenting up to this point was published in Lhome, Harris, 1976, together with a reply by Levi Strauss, 1976. The reply provides an opportunity for observing the logic of structuralism under controlled conditions. Although Levi Strauss used the occasion to investigate another set of far-ranging oppositions, I shall concentrate only on his response to the question of structuralism 211. Whether or not clam siphons are the dialectical opposite of mountain goat horns, and whether the Bella Bella ogress's treasure consists exclusively of landside elements. What kind of defense did Levi Strauss make against a demonstration that the developed version refers to horse clam siphons and that therefore his attempt to explain the paradox of harmless siphons killing an ogress was all in vain? It is a defense that raises questions about the integrity of structuralist methods. He begins by counting up the number of times the word clam occurs in the Bella Bella tales collected by Boas. In the 3 relevant tales, he notes, only the developed version specifies horse clam. This cannot be an oversight resulting from a failure of Boas and his Quakiotl assistant George Hunt to get the facts straight, he argues, because Boas and Hunt were scrupulous translators, 1976:24. Therefore in the other 2 versions the ogress was not killed by horse clams. However, it is simply false that either Boas or Hunt could have been scrupulous translators of any Bella Bella myth. Hunt spoke Quakiotl but not Bella Bella. As Boas wrote in the preface to Bella Bella Tales, the dialect difference between Quakiotl and Bella Bella turned out to be so great that George Hunt gained only a partial understanding of the language, although his services in obtaining comparative data on the vocabulary and grammar were of great value. Boas, I 932:6. The reason for Hunt's problem was that Bella Bella is not a dialect of Quakiotl, as Boas believed, but an entirely separate language. John Rath, Personal Communication. Levi Strauss seeks comfort in the knowledge that the first and second K3 Waka tales were obtained by Hunt from a Bella Bella informant named Odz Poundstilis, who lived for years at Fort Rupert and who spoke Quakiotl fluently, 1976:24. This also is incorrect. Odz Stilis is remembered by the Bella Bella Hiltsuk, he was not one of them. He was a Quakiotl married to a Bella Bella woman. Therefore his ability to render scrupulously authentic accounts of Bella Bella myths is seriously in doubt. Bella Bella Tales is a sorry basis on which to rear theories about the mental life of the Bella Bella, since we lack the text of the myths as they were told in their original language. That not much faith can be invested in the authenticity of each word in the Bella Bella Tales is shown precisely by the carelessness with which the distinction between clam and horse clam is made. As L-6 Strauss gleefully points out, in the developed version the myth does not say that the ogress digs 212 horse clams every day but only that she digs clams. Yet in context it is perfectly clear that the ogress brings her great basket full of horse clams up from the beach every morning. Instead of acknowledging that the Bella Bella tales are a shaky basis for any firm conclusion about anything, L-6 Strauss tries to turn the ambiguity about clams in the developed version to his own advantage. No matter that the ogress's basket was full of horse clams on the day she died. All the myth says about other clam digging episodes is that she digs clams. Therefore it's just clam siphons, not horse clam siphons, that the heroine uses, since she picked them off the floor from a previous day's repast. In other words, the day the myth specifies what is in the ogress's basket is to be regarded as an exception. Somehow Levi Strauss knows that on all the other days the basket did not contain horse clams. But what about the Olsen and Humchit versions? Levi Strauss disallows Olsen's 1955 mention of geoducks because the entire culture of the Bella Bella had disappeared by 1923, which was long before Olsen did his field work. This can scarcely be true with respect to the recall of myths, however, since Mrs. Humchit was telling hers in the 1970s. Indeed, Mrs. Humchit is the only bona fide bilingual Bella Bella informant whose authenticity as a teller of Bella Bella ogress tales is beyond dispute. Yet Levi Strauss thinks he knows better than Mrs. Humchit what the Bella Bella should make their heroine do to kill the ogress, even though all Levi Strauss has to go on is Hunt's translation from Quakiotl, whereas Mrs. Humchit, whose family claims possesses Zion of the right to tell this tale, has had it handed down to her from her parents and grandparents. Levi Strauss declares that Mrs. Humchit's version is aberrant and that it belongs to the group, but cannot represent it. Forthwith, Levi Strauss produces yet another Bella Bellica Waka myth Boas had collected in Rivers Inlet and published in German in 1895. In this myth, the hero frightens the ogress by putting the beards of mussels the byssus on his fingers. Since the myths sometimes mention horse clams, sometimes just clams, shellfish, or even mussels, it is a capital error to say that the ogress was killed by a definite kind of clam. Only a blighted mind afflicted with the rampant empiricism that is the servile malady of neo-Marxism would want to argue about whether it is a particular organ or even a particular family of animal that is involved in these myths. Contrary to what Harris believes, the myths are as far removed as possible from the empiricism that is the servile malady of neo-Marxism. They do not have structuralism 213. Their content fixed once and for all, determining in a rigid fashion one particular organ of a unique genus of bivalve. They play upon a theme from which issue diverse empirical examples of a single organ, as well as, moreover, other organs which differ among themselves, and which even belong to distinct families of animals. Ibid 28. If this is so, then perhaps only a mind tottering on the brink of ultimate decay would dare to remind Levi Strauss that it was he who made the question of the Chilcotin Bella Bella transformation occasion of clam siphons versus mountain goat horns. Obviously, if the father of structuralism had set out to prove that an unspecifiable set of organs and creatures constituted the dialectical transformation of another unspecifiable set of organs and creatures, neither I nor anyone else would have wished to waste our time refuting such wonderful nonsense. The question now before us is whether it is necessary to find structuralist structures in order to understand any or all of the different modes of killing ogresses in Bella Bella myths. As soon as the specificity of the organ is changed from clam siphons to some open-ended series, the need for finding arcane oppositions and secret transformations can no longer be upheld. A simple fact emerges: the ogress is frightened to death by appendages the storyteller thinks are likely to be frightening. The whole structuralist game is given away when the ogress sees the mussel beards and cries out, "What have you got there? I have never seen anything like it, and I'm afraid of it." Evidently the ogress is frightened by strange things, small or large, soft or hard. Yes, of course, myths play on them. That is exactly the point. The Bella Bella storytellers have enough ingenuity of their own to keep inventing new and entertaining ways of frightening an ogress with strange things. They don't need any assistance from the imaginary little structuralists Levi Strauss sees sitting inside their heads. If the problem is not specifically why clam siphons, but why sea creatures, it is too banal to deserve attention. People like the Bella Bella who live on the seacoast frighten their ogresses with strange things from the sea. People like the Chilcotin, who are not so familiar with the anatomy of mussels or clams, frighten their monsters with the parts of animals the Chilcotin are familiar with. Neither one nor the other is off pattern. Neither one nor the other is a paradox. The whole problem as well as its imaginary solution exists in Levi Strauss's mind and nowhere outside of it. There remains the question of the potlatch treasure, and the evidence that Levi Strauss can adduce to support his contention that it consists exclusively of land treasures, including spoons made out of mountain goat horns. We now have a grand total of 6 Bella Bella Kawaka stories before us. To the extent that any of them even mentions treasure as the outcome of killing the ogress, none specifies only land treasures or mountain goat horn spoons. How does Levi Strauss get out of this one? He notes that in his original presentation he had included a phrase, this Kawaka, or Dzionakwe as the Kwakiutl call her, Ibid 30, in the section devoted to explaining what was in the Bella Bella ogress's treasure, see above, p. 204. This phrase should have made it clear to me that our knowledge of the content of the Bella Bella treasure had to be based on the Kwakiutl myths about Dzionakwe rather than on the Bella Bella myths of Kawaka. In other words, here we have the clear admission that since there is no mention of what Levi Strauss wants to find in the Bella Bella myths, he has taken the liberty of finding it in the Kwakiutl myths. It is known that the Bella Bella texts published by Boas come above all from Fort Rupert and Rivers Inlet, which are Kwakiutl territories or regions where Kwakiutl influence predominates. From which it results that in order to interpret the texts correctly, it is the Kwakiutl myths that one ought to consider, rather than those of more northerly origin. The Bella Bella. Ibid. 130. Levi Strauss next coolly proceeds to show that in the Kwakiutl myths the Dzionakwe's treasures are indeed depicted as exclusively landside treasures. and I never had any intention of denying that to be the case. But, as Levi Strauss points out, I deliberately deleted the phrase this Kawaka, or Dzonakwe as the Kwakiutl call her, when I quoted his line that all the mythological and ritual data which we have concerning this Kawaka points to the fact that her treasures all come from the land side. And so forth. I did this because the paragraph in which this phrase occurs starts off with the words, limiting ourselves to the Bela Bela and the Chilcotin myths. It was and remains my understanding that the issue before us is the explanation of a Bela Bela myth, not a Kwakiutl myth. If Levi Strauss had intended to demonstrate the structuralist method by analyzing a Kwakiutl myth, I presumed that he would not say that he was going to analyze a Bela Bela myth. But why, one might wonder, did he not? 214. Structuralism 215. Follow his own advice and consider the Kwakiutl myths from the outset. Why bother with the Bela Bela at all? The answer to this question is that there is no Kwakiutl myth in which the ogress is killed by clam siphons. So, lacking the necessary Kwakiutl myth combining ogress, potlatch treasure, and death by clam siphon, Levi Strauss in effect created just such a myth by combining elements of the Kwakiutl stories with elements of the Bela Bela stories. This is clearly not a case of the analysis of myths worthy of anthropological science, but a pure and unadulterated case of myth-making in order to con us into believing that we need structuralism in order to understand how people think, when in fact structuralism may only teach us how structuralists think. C.F. Thomas, Cronenfeld, and Cronenfeld, 1976. All of this is not to deny that human beings may have a genetically determined propensity to organize thoughts dialectically. This constant propensity, however, can never explain the complex convergence and divergences of thought and behavior characteristic of socio-cultural evolution. Like the aspects of human nature stressed by sociobiology, binarism could at best only explain the similarities. In terms of Maxwell's aim orientation criterion, therefore, structuralism is a priori a relatively stunted strategy. But there is more to say. To hold that the more things change, the more they are the same not only demeans our hope of understanding the world but dishonors our struggle to change it. Structural Marxism. Structuralmarxism is a research strategy combining aspects of structuralism with aspects of dialectical and historical materialism. Structural Marxists heap scorn on cultural materialists as mechanical, vulgar, and so-called Marxists. Yet they represent structuralism with its blatant disregard of evolutionary movement and of infrastructural causality as a genuinely Marxist approach to superstructure. Epistemologically, what Levi Strauss and the structural Marxists share is an aggressive anti-positivism. This makes them allies against empiricists who allegedly accept surface phenomena as reality, in contrast to their own penetrations into the real structure. Some French structural Marxists, like the structuralists, merely pay lip service to the ultimate determination of superstructure by infrastructure. For others, the infrastructure in question is radically different from the cultural materialist infrastructure and contains such mental structural and superstructural components as kinship ideologies, rules of marriage, rules of ownership, and rules of inheritance. In fact, as we shall see, structural Marxism makes it possible for anything at all to be packed into infrastructure. Hence in its most depleted form, structural Marxism dissolves into an eclectic strategy notable for its convenient genuflections before the altars of left-wing politics, its Kabbalistic vocabulary, and its irritating intellectual snobbery. On the other hand, whenever structural Marxists have made a serious attempt to implicate the etic infrastructure, their analyses are compatible with or even similar to cultural materialist theories. I for one hope that structural Marxists will back off from their ritual denunciations of cultural materialists and recognize that there could be more common ground under structural Marxism and cultural materialism than under structural Marxism and French structuralism. Structural Marxism 217. Malthus versus Marx. The hostility displayed by structural Marxists and dialectical materialists toward cultural materialism is in many ways a prolongation of the attack launched by Marx and Engels against Malthus. For many Marxists, a commitment to the causal priority of the cultural materialist infrastructure seems to be a commitment to the proposition that inequality and poverty in the modern world are the unavoidable consequences of demographic and ecological pressures. This may explain in part why structural Marxists and dialectical materialists are willing to pitch their tents closer to such right-wing liberals as George Dalton, see below, and such obscurantists as Levi Strauss than to the tents of the cultural materialists. But as I have repeatedly pointed out, the recognition that the mode of reproduction plays an independent role in the evolution of socio-cultural systems in no way necessarily leads to the conclusion that poverty under capitalism is primarily a matter of population pressure or that it is ineradicable, cp. 70. Once capitalist political economy is in place, its far-flung effects on all domains of social life cannot be overstated, much less denied. But cultural materialists regard it as a great strategic blunder not to see that capitalist, socialist, and all other political economies are products of millennial evolutionary processes which can only be comprehended in totality by specifying the infrastructural conditions that give rise to one form rather than another. And we regard it as an equally grave blunder not to see that even after a particular political economy is in place, its destiny lies in the infrastructural consequences of its politico-economic activities. Capitalism as we know it today cannot be the same thing as capitalism will be after the depletion of its fossil fuel energy base. 218. Marx, Levi Strauss, and Structural Marxism. The structural Marxists claim that there is a significant degree of continuity between Marxism and structuralism. Marx and Levi Strauss discovered the existence of hidden structures that obey internal dialectical laws of change. Yet both also stressed the irreducibility of one structure to another. Thus, according to Maurice Goldlicher, 1977, 46, structuralism rests on these propositions. A. All structure is a determined ensemble of relations all connected according to internal laws of change which have yet to be discovered. B. All structure combines specific elements, which are its proper components and that for this reason it is useless to insist on reducing one structure to another. C. Among different structures belonging to the same system, there is a relationship of compatibility whose laws must be discovered, but this compatibility should not be regarded as the effect of essential selection mechanisms for the success of a biological process of environmental adaptation. Goldlicher considers Marx's discovery of the true source of capitalist profit in unpaid labor as the paradigmatic example of the discovery of hidden structures. The final pattern of economic relations as seen on the surface, in their real existence and consequently in the conceptions by which the bearers and agents of these relations seek to understand them, is very much different from, and indeed quite the reverse of, their inner but concealed essential pattern and the conception corresponding to it. Marx, quoted in Goldlicher, 1977:46. This corresponds to Levi Strauss's insistence that beneath the surface of myth there is a process of binary oppositions which reverses the apparent reality. Some structural Marxists freely admit that Levi Strauss has only paid lip service to the ultimate priority of infrastructure, but this does not disturb them because they see Marx as sharing with Levi Strauss an even more important principle, namely, as I have already indicated, the principle that structures, and superstructures, are not reducible to infrastructure. Hence in reformulating the basic Marxist proposal that infrastructure determines superstructure, Maurice Goldlicher adds an emphasis that other Marxists might not deny, but would scarcely. Structural Marxism 219. Put forward as a salient aspect of historical materialism. Marx, writes Goldlicher, 1977:46. Was the first to formulate a hypothesis about the presence of essential relations of correspondence and structural compatibility between the forces of production and relations of production, as also between the mode of production and superstructures, without any intention of reducing the former to being merely epiphenomena of the latter, italics added. Does the notion that structuralism merges with Marxism because it seeks to penetrate beneath the surface of phenomena have any value? I think not. All research strategies, including cultural materialism, seek in one way or another to get away from surface appearances and to find the inner secret of phenomena. For example, the division of the cultural materialist field of inquiry into emic behavior, and emic and etic mental events reflects a strategic intention to find a reality different from the ordinary state of mystified consciousness. The serious question is not whether one seeks hidden structures but under what epistemological and theoretical auspices the search will be conducted. On the epistemological level, Gödelier's acceptance of Levi-Strauss's structures as paradigmatic examples of what is to be found speaks for a commitment to unoperationalized entities, some of which will enjoy a wholly imaginary or at least untestable existence, as demonstrated in the previous chapter. On the level of theoretical principles, the alleged agreement between Marx and Levi-Strauss on the issue of the non-epiphenomenal status of structure and superstructure speaks for a commitment to historical indeterminacy. Gödelier's concept of an irreducible structure inevitably aligns structural Marxism with historical particularism and other forms of eclecticism, as well as with structuralism. I shall prove this point in the following sections. Social relations of production. As discussed in Chapter 3, Marx's formulation of the principle of infrastructural determinism refers to the mode of production as consisting of forces of production and relations of production. The concept of forces of production seems fairly unambiguous and corresponds to etic behavioral techno-environmental interactions, relations 220. Of production, however, pose a serious definitional problem, since they are concerned with the emic and etic arrangements by which access to resources, control over labor inputs, and distribution of output are regulated. This means that social relations of production for Marx included items ordinarily discussed under such rubrics as ownership, class and caste stratification, employment, and even the ideological aspects of these components. I think a strong case can be made that Marx imputed causal priority to the productive forces over the relations of production when he stated that as the forces of production develop, the relations of production act as a fetter upon them, cp 144. Nonetheless, Marx did include both forces and relations within the mode of production. It seems to me, for reasons spelled out earlier, pages 64 to 70, that a more coherent and parsimonious model of socio-cultural causality can be obtained if we separate the emic and etic aspects of social relations of production and if we assign the etic aspects to the level of domestic and political economy. The nub of the difference between cultural materialists and structural Marxists is that the latter embrace the ambiguity in Marx's formulation not as a liability but as an asset, deny the need for distinguishing between emic and etic relations of production, or emic and etic of anything else, and reject the possibility of explaining the relations of production in terms of the forces of production. Since the structural Marxist relations of production by definition contains both etic and emic structures, it becomes plain why structural Marxists go on to insist that other aspects of structure and superstructure must not be treated as epiphenomena and reduced to the mode of production. According to Jonathan Friedman, 1975:162, the social relations of production constitute the set of social, i.e., non-technical, relations which determine the internal rationality of the economy, the specific use to be made of the means of production and the distribution of total social labor time and product. For pre-state societies, the relations of production consist in the pattern of access to land and other resources as allocated among or by such groups as sections, lineages, or big men and their followers. For capitalist societies, the relations of production consist in the ownership of the means of production by one class, who thereby exploits another. To oversimplify, it could be said that capitalism is characterized by a social relation between classes which allows one class, the one which possesses. Structural Marxism 221. Capital, to exploit a second class. Capital is then itself a social relation of production. This social relation contains a tendency towards a development of the forces of production, a result of the inherent need to expand the rate of exploitation. Con. 1975:147. Structural Marxists share with dialectical materialists the faith that Marx discovered the secret inner laws of the capitalist mode of production. Their aim is to discover the inner laws of other modes of production, especially those of pre-capitalist societies, and they hope to find the secret of these yet to be discovered laws of development in the hidden contradictions of the relations of production, or in other more or less autonomous sectors of socio-cultural systems. Unlike a number of materialists, we do not suppose that the different levels of a social formation emerge one from another. On the contrary, the variation and development of the subsystems depend directly on their internal structures and their intrasystemic contradictions. Friedman, 1975:163. The question arises, however, as to whether Marx did indeed discover a valid intrasystemic law of capitalist development. Is there a single dynamic of the capitalist mode of production that unfolds independently of external influences, i.e., independently of the demographic, technological, economic, and environmental conditions in the cultural materialist infrastructure? The failure of Marxism to predict the conditions under which the crucial socialist revolutions have taken place, in industrially backward Russia and peasant China rather than industrially advanced Germany or Japan, and its failure to predict the considerable extent of socialization achieved by Sweden, Denmark, Holland, and Norway without revolution do not inspire confidence in the Hegelian Marxist-Leninist understanding of socio-cultural causality. As Raymond Firth, 1975:52, recently reminded the proponents of dialectical inner laws. The working class is not increasing in misery, wages are not being forced down to a minimum, a managerial bureaucracy has often succeeded the capitalist entrepreneur, the Western working class does not unite with the masses of these less developed countries but connives in the widening gap between them, the revolutionary societies have their own power struggles, if anything more bitter in accusation, more brutal in treatment of the defeated than in the capitalist world. Firth, 1975:52, 222. One wonders, therefore, how the structural Marxists can be so confident that their brand of Marxism is superior to that of the vulgar and mechanical materialists. Could it be that the predictive failure portrayed by Firth is due to the error of supposing that relations of production have an autonomous role to play in history? Could it be that these predictive failures have something to do with the flouting of operationalism and empiricism? As Gerald Zeigel, 1978.35 IFF, has shown, Marx himself was not sure about the answer to the first question. Dominance, constraint, and double talk. To save the doctrine of the independence or irreducibility of structures from full-blown indeterminacy, the structural Marxists invoke a distinction between dominance and constraint. According to Friedman, constraint is a negative determination, it determines what things can't be, not what they must be. Dominance determines what things must be, it determines their specificities. The cultural materialist infrastructure merely exercises constraint on the relations of production, on the other hand, the relations of production dominate the entire system. From the ecosystem up is a hierarchy of constraints which determine the limits of functional compatibility between levels, hence of their internal variation. This is essentially a negative determination, since it determines what cannot occur but not what must occur. Working in the opposite direction, the relations of production dominate the entire functioning of the larger system, defining the specificity of the mode of production and its developmental tendencies. Friedman, 1975:163-164. Not only is the distinction between a negative and a positive determination meaningless in an operational sense, not to be confused with negative and positive feedback, but the distinction runs entirely counter to the kernel of truth in Hegelian logic. Ecological constraints do not merely determine what something must not be. The ecology of the Arctic, for example, does more than constrain the Eskimos from hunting in the nude, it determines that they must put something warm on. The ecology of the sand does more than merely constrain them from planting crops in the desert, it determines that they will obtain there. Structural Marxism 223. Calorie ration as hunter-collectors. In a moment I shall use the example of food taboos to disprove the allegation that ecological constraints cannot define the specificity of cultural practices. In Hegelian terms, things are not only what they are, but what they are not. Or in positivist terms, any constraint is a determination, any determination is a constraint. There is a simple way to express what Friedman is getting at. In an operational probability context, the distinction between negative and positive determination means that some factors account for more of the observed variance than others. That is, some factors account for more of the specific features of a socio-cultural system because they are more powerful determinants. Thus what Friedman means is that the relations of production in general account for more of the features of socio-cultural systems than the cultural materialist infrastructure. But how can one reconcile this proposition with the assertion that it is the negative determinations of infrastructure that determine the limits of functional compatibility? For if the relations of production operate within limits set by the cultural materialist infrastructure, then that infrastructure must be linked in a series of probabilistic causal chains to any and all of the specific features allegedly dominated by the autonomous dynamic of irreducible structures. The question of whether infrastructure merely constrains while other sectors dominate is a question of the relative parsimony, scope, and applicability of infrastructural versus structural and superstructural theories. Cultural materialists hold that infrastructure both constrains and dominates. But only by comparing the corpus of theories produced under the auspices of the two strategics can this issue be resolved. I shall turn to that comparison in a moment. The fetishization of historical materialism. One have yet to comment on the anti-materialist implications of the doctrine of the independence or non-reducibility of structures. When structuralists, Marxists as well as pure Levi-Straussians refer to structure, they intend not to make any distinction between emic and etic, or mental and behavioral, components. Thus what Friedman is proposing as the dominant determinism impinging upon socio-cultural systems consists of elements that in the cultural materialist strategy are not only structural rather than infrastructural, but super-structural, mental, and emic rather than structural, behavioral, and etic. Friedman recognizes that there are numerous summary statements in the writings of Marx and Engels in which the distorted spiritualized images people have of their society's productive processes are unambiguously treated as the consequence and not the cause of those processes. Two of the most famous passages, cp 30 and p 55, occur in the German Ideology and the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. However, Friedman proposes to disregard these passages. We shall disregard, here, the German Ideology and the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, which have in a handful of epigrammatic pronouncements served as an excuse for the most vulgar kind of materialism, and move on to the Grundrisse and Capital, especially the latter, certainly the most scientific exercise of Marx's career. Friedman, 1974 b30. Friedman admits that these epigrammatic pronouncements might, in fact, easily be interpreted in the most vulgar fashion, ibid 6i, and 2. One wonders what kind of effect this constant use of vulgar as an epithet would have had on the members of the first French Marxist party founded by Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, which called itself the Belly Party. But let us suppose that the two works in question can be disregarded. Everyone knows that there are similar pronouncements contained in many other writings by Marx. For example, in the Communist Manifesto, what else does the history of ideas prove, than that intellectual production changes its character in proportion as material production is changed. Marx and Engels, 1959 18481:26. In the Poverty of Philosophy, in acquiring new productive forces men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The same men who establish their social relations in conformity with their material productivity, produce also principles, ideas, and categories in conformity with their social relations. Marx, 1971 18471:109. In the eighth thesis on Feuerbach, social life is essentially practical. All mysteries which mislead theory to mysticism find their rational solution in human practice and in the comprehension of this practice. Marx 1976. 1848-5. In the letter to P.V. Anenkov, the economic forms in which men produce, consume, and exchange, are transitory. And 224. Structural Marxism 225. Historical. With the acquisition of new productive facilities, men change their mode of production, and with the mode of production all the economic relations which are merely the necessary relations of this particular mode of production. Marx 1971 18461:182. And finally, in Capital itself, technology discloses man's mode of dealing with nature, the process of production by which he sustains his life, and thereby also lays bare the mode of formation of his social relations, and of the mental conceptions that flow from them. 1975 18671:372, FN 3. Not to mention the numerous similar pronouncements by Engels, as for example in the graveside speech already quoted, p. 141, and in Anti-Düring, all religion is nothing but the fantastic reflection in men's minds of those external forces which control their daily life. Engels 1972 18781:344. But I do not wish to enlarge this quest for the Holy Grail. The fact is that neither Grundriss nor Capital provide scriptural authorization for the fetishization of historical materialism. What we encounter in these works as in the entire corpus of dialectical materialist theory is the inevitable ambiguity associated with any view of socio-cultural causality that fails to distinguish between the mental and behavioral and the emic and etic components of socio-cultural systems. Thus for Marx many aspects of capitalist societies other than the distinct religious superstructure were imaginary, unreal, or fantastic. Commodities are fetishes because they misrepresent or disguise their origins in labor processes. Money itself is a fetishized form of labor. The social relations of production assume in the eyes of the participants the fantastic form of relation between things. Capital itself is nothing but a mystified form of labor that has the capacity for illusory expansion. It has the occult quality of being able to add value to itself. Wages, rent, and profits are a mere phenomenal mystification of the mode of production, which renders the actual relations invisible and indeed shows the direct opposite of that relation, and forms the basis of all the juridical notions of both labor and capitalist, of all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production. Marx, quoted in Friedman, 1974b, 34. Friedman correctly points out that Marx assigns a determinative role to these fictions. Thus, the entire inner dynamic that is supposed to bring about the falling rate of profit and the deepening crises of the business cycle is after all predicated on the very elements of capitalism which Marx calls fetishes and which if Marx is to be taken literally are unreal and illusions. But this equating of unreal and illusion is 226. Precisely the basis on which it becomes necessary to establish the distinction between mental, behavioral, and emic and etic operations, as discussed in Chapter 2. The categories of capitalist thought are not unreal, they are simply the mental and emic aspects of the processes of production and distribution under capitalist modes of production. Friedman's exegeses of Capital prove that Marx lacked the epistemological instruments that would have made it possible to avoid the ambiguity Friedman correctly attributes to him. The task before us is to remove that ambiguity by revising Marxist-Leninist epistemology, since the predictive failures of Marxism mentioned by Firth are directly linked to an overemphasis on the inner dynamic of the mental and emic aspects of capitalist systems. The structural Marxists, however, are both structuralists and dialectical Marxists precisely because they reject operational empiricist CLA-rifications of the nature of socio-cultural phenomena. Friedman therefore views Marx's confusion about mental and behavioral, objective and subjective, and so forth as a dispensation for abandoning the principle of infrastructural determination. He is willing to grant that such illusions as profit, rent, and interest are epiphenomena, truly secondary categories, but he is unwilling to regard money itself as the mere mystified image of something more real. Money, despite its being a fetish, is the operator of the system, determining the particular social form of exploitation as well as its misrepresentation. Thus it is a social relationship which is itself a fetish, determining the fact of exploitation as well as its appearance. Ibid 135. Some fetishes are opaque in the sense that they disguise the real processes of production, but they are not illusory, because they determine the real processes of production. Money capital is not an illusion based on real production, it is the social precondition for it. Ibid 156. It is true that Marx's theory of capitalism rests in part upon an inner dynamic corresponding to the logical consequences of a set of emic mental rules governing money exchange and money value. The paper is etic, but its value is emic. But Marx's theory of capitalism does not rest exclusively or even primarily on the inevitability of the falling rate of profit and the deepening crises of the business cycle. Marx placed equal if not greater emphasis on the material, etic, processes of exploitation, the extraction, etic, of quantities of labor from the proletariat. Structural Marxism 227. For the benefit of the ruling class by means of the ruling class's control over the means of production, and extraction in turn more or less directly contingent on the ruling class's control over the physical, etic, means of coercion, as embodied in the state's police military apparatus. Without that control, the rules governing money exchange and money value, contracts, wages, interest, rents, profits, the whole emic and mental structure of capitalist enterprise would disappear overnight. Like all mistaken ideas, the emic and mental categories of capitalism enjoy a power guaranteed not by the frailty of the human intellect but by the frailty of the human body. The structural Marxist dematerialization of capitalism corresponds closely to Levi Strauss's dematerialization of marriage, exchange, asymmetrical alliances, and the origin of stratification. Cycles in the sky on the one hand, capital in the sky on the other. The Bourbonic plague. Convinced that the dominant structure of capitalism consists of the money fetish, Friedman proposes to find comparably opaque but non-illusory dominant structures in pre-capitalist societies. The role of ancestor worship in the evolution of the Asiatic state provides a convenient example. Initially the lineage heads represent the community to the ancestors, and the ancestors are seen as controlling the community. But some lineages then claim to control the ancestors and thus gain a monopoly over wealth-giving spirits. This permits them to exploit their fellows. If the chief has special privileges, if he receives corvée or tribute, this is only because he is thought, as head of the senior lineage, to be the necessary mediator between the community as a whole and the supernatural. It is because the process of production is represented upside down that certain lineages can, by controlling the supernatural, come to dominate the community. Monopoly over the wealth-giving spirits is of the same order as monopoly over money capital. The control of both fictitious items ensures the domination over material reproduction and the exploitation of the labor of the society. Friedman, 1974 B 58-59 italics added. Control over production is permanently ceded to a ruling class because the members of the exploited class mistakenly think that the 228 ruling class is entitled to exploit them, and the ruling class persists because it too is dominated by the imaginary fetishized relationships. The chiefly or royal class is entitled to its surplus on no other basis than that it occupies an instrumental place in the imaginary conditions of reproduction of the society. Ibid. 59. As Alan Berger, 1976, has pointed out, this analysis fails to provide any theory accounting for the specific religious form of the fetishization of the relations of production, or for its necessity. To this one would add that Friedman's model of the evolution of the state stands in opposition to the fundamental premise of all genuinely materialist approaches to social stratification, namely, that the mystification of what goes on in the infrastructure is the consequence, not the cause, of exploitation. All states are based on a monopoly of the material instruments of coercion in the hands of a ruling class. Exploitation is more than the inner dynamics of our fantasies. The executive of the ruling class is not to be mistaken for actors in a Disneyland. Monopolies over ancestors or capital rest on the control of material forces, not on ideological illusions. Ruling classes do more than control illusions, they control ethic and behavioral phenomena known as policemen and armies, who are capable of doing some very vulgar things to human bodies. Thus, by substituting the monopoly of control over spirit for the monopoly of control over force, structural Marxism unerringly returns Marxism to its bourgeois Hegelian origins. Eric Wolf has suggested that during the 1930s and 1940s anthropologists contributed to the obfuscation of political economy by describing cultures as organic entities that were all ideology and morality, and neither power nor economy, 1972:257. Structural Marxism is also at bottom indistinguishably from the effete innocence of W. Wolf's liberal babes in the darkling woods who spoke of patterns, themes, worldview, ethos, and values, but not of power. Wolf, 1972:256-257.